I unexpectedly found myself in the Stone Age, where food is scarce. I don't just have mountain and sea delicacies that never run out every day. There are even countless brothers and sisters serving diligently, while I fly high and have fun, carefree like a rich young man. I thought I could just not try hard and enjoy life like that. I never imagined that entire tribes would line up to join my ranks, just because I've traveled to a primitive world, and I started out as the chief of a primitive tribe. Other tribes still hunt with stone axes. My tribe, however, rides giant beasts and fights ferociously, while the neighboring tribe still uses wood friction to make fire. My tribe simply lights fires with gas stoves, barbecued chicken with mushrooms. At that moment, I am slowly waking up, observing the environment around me. I saw several people surrounding an old man next to me. I only saw him take a deep breath. It's obvious this is about leaving instructions for the future. After my death, Zhao Jin will take over as chief. You should respect him as you respected me. They all trembled in unison. They nodded gravely. However, inside I felt a great shock. The old man in front of me was the chief of the Javirian tribe. He had been seriously wounded and was on the verge of death. The most serious thing is that the tribe's sacred fire has been stolen. The elder extended his hand over my head. Allow me, as an elder, to do this for you. May my last energy be dedicated to the tribe. From now on, they will depend on you. I hadn't reacted yet. Suddenly, I felt a chill in my head. I couldn't help but close my eyes. A mysterious piece of information flooded my mind. I don't know how much time passed. I opened my eyes again. I noticed the old man looked pale. He was exhausted, like a lamp without oil. I realized there wasn't much time left. Inside, I was still reeling from a great shock. I had barely grasped what was happening. I had already become the great chief of this primitive tribe, and on top of that, I had inherited this huge mess. At that moment, a voice echoed inside me. Because the host had commented 666 in a previous video, the Big Boss system was successfully launched. 100 achievement points were awarded, although it seemed a little absurd and strange to me. But then I thought I could time travel myself. The system can be even stranger than this. System prompt. Are you sure you want to use 100 achievement points to redeem a life extension pill? Confirm. Redemption successful. Suddenly, I felt a small pill appear in the palm of my hand. I gave it to the old man. Within 3 minutes, I saw the old man's chest begin to move again. The people around me expressed surprise and excitement, but I turned away and shook my head. I can only help the old man sustain his life for 3 days. If I don't find another solution in 3 days, the old man will still die. I didn't finish speaking. The old man slowly woke up, and a renewed light appeared in his eyes. I didn't ask any more questions and simply returned. Don't worry about me. I'll go quickly. I'll migrate eastward as quickly as possible. And besides, our sacred fire has been stolen. Without fire, my Jindian tribe could face extinction. The old man spoke weakly, but my next words made everyone gasp in unison. I can make a fire. I raised my head and said, "Is there any dry wood?" Some dry branches. And dry hair too. Hearing me say that, everyone was confused, but no one dared to question it. I organized in my mind the method of starting a fire by friction. I asked for a bone knife. I made a small hole in the dry, rotten wood. Then I placed a thin branch on top. I held it with both hands and began to float rapidly. The atmosphere around me was tense. No one dared to make a sound. Everyone was staring at me. Soon, the point where the branches met began to smoke. I quickly placed the animal hair I had prepared on top. I blew gently with my mouth. The smoke thickened. Everyone present was excited and jubilant. In the blue smoke, a yellow flame suddenly appeared, though the flame was only a tiny thread. However, it lit up the hope of everyone present. So I followed Ilache and left the tribe. The two had barely left the thatched hut. Then Hala shouted loudly, "Our tribe has fire again! Everyone can rest assured. We don't need to migrate. And the one who made the fire is our new chief, the great Ginan." The people around also knelt at that moment. I scratched my head, ready to speak. In my mind, it came once again, but I was able to complete the friction firemaking technique. Friction firemaking has transcendental significance for primitive tribes. I earned 1,000 achievement points. I felt happy from the bottom of my heart. I immediately entered the system store interface to redeem the healing spell. Suddenly, I realized a piece of information was emerging in my mind. It was a combination of a mantra and a sealing method. By invoking the secret power of this world, Elder Lauren's vitality could save him. So I opened my eyes. I headed straight for the old man's house. I reached out my hands and placed them on the old man's forehead, where he was unconscious. I softly murmured the return spell. Then, a faint green light began to glow around me. The light flowed from my socket toward the old man's head. It was hard to believe what was happening before my eyes. What I was manifesting was, in fact, a spell. Deep down in my heart, I was shocked. Soon, the old man opened his eyes again. Noticing what he was doing, his gaze filled with astonishment. "Xiao Yin, you've entered meditation," the old man said in a firm voice. The old man exclaimed in a low voice. I was surprised and nodded quickly. "All I could think about was how to save you," I replied. That was enough. Satisfaction and surprise were reflected in his eyes. I thought that I was now the great chief of the tribe. Then I gathered the young and strong men of the tribe. Half of them went to cut frogs with bone knives. The rest went to collect stones. The Japoyan tribe was located in a place surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Only one exit remained, to the west. To the west is a dense, relatively low forest. Previous raiders entered the tribe from here. What I must do is build a defensive wall for the tribe. At night, I lie on the straw bed, reflecting on the day's experiences as if in a dream. I ate only 2 meals from morning to night. Both meals consisted of smoky, charred roast beef. The slightly bitter, burnt taste of the meat was hard to swallow, and the water I drank was full of mud. The next morning, very early, Sequoia was waiting for me outside the cave. The next morning, Dalan Mountain is near the Jing tribe. Before coming, I told Yache and Ming Hun to take. People gathered plenty of black bamboo on the back mountain. They sharpened the bamboo and made simple fishing hooks. It doesn't matter where we break the ice. As long as there's a hole in the ice, the fish will appear, I said firmly. Everyone listened to him with confused faces. A group of 40 or 50 people each dug a hole in the ice. Later, we'll stay at the entrance of the hole waiting for the fish to appear. After a while, a fish's mouth suddenly appeared in the hole. The large mouth opened and closed, beginning to breathe. I immediately grabbed the bamboo fork at my side. Aiming directly at the bottom of the big fish's mouth, I pierced it. A slurping sound was heard from PUD. The others looked at me nervously, attentive to my movements. However, I bent down and reached out. With one hand, I held the bamboo fork. With the other, I reached into the ice hole. I pulled myself up straight into the water that was gushing blood. And then I fell flat on my butt onto the ice. What I pulled out of the ice hole was a fish, about 1 meter long. A large fish jumping and vibrating on the ice, watching as the fish was about to fall back into the ice hole. To one side, Ming Wang quickly took a bamboo fork and blocked the fish. The big fish jumped several times again, then it lay stiffly on the ice, motionless. The crowd erupted in cheers. Then, people around them began to watch their own ice holes, waiting for the big fish to appear. It wasn't long before Li H stabbed straight down with a bamboo fork. The surface of the water turned a deep red. Looking again, I saw that Liash was doing the same thing I was. She reached out to grab the large fish. A fish over 1 meter long was pulled in by Liash. It only jerked a couple of times before going stiff and motionless. Lyh, excited, floated his hands. "You really can catch fish. Now the tribe won't go without food. Quick, someone, help me. This fish is too big, I can't get it out." The cries for help continued unabated. Ming Hun and Li H watched as the fish were caught one after another. They were so excited their faces burned. Soon, almost every ice hole had a pile of fish stacked in front of it. This way, we didn't have to worry about the clan's food for days. Li H knelt down on one knee again. With one hand extended forward, he said with great joy, "I thank the great chief for his guidance." At that moment, everyone around them saw the IH's action. They all dropped their bamboo forks and knelt on one knee. Suddenly, I went from deep embarrassment to resignation. BY ended quickly, because almost everyone had to carry 5 or 6 large fish. This excited IH and Ming Kung immensely. They had never imagined they could catch so much food in one sitting. I also didn't expect that the BY drilling through the ice would bring out so many fish. No wonder Uncle Mingun said that before. When he was on the shore, he could hit fish with a big stick. I thought of a story I saw as a child in my previous life. An article describing the Great Northern Desert. It said roe deer were beaten with sticks and fish scooped up with ladles. And partridges flew into the rice pot. Just as I was walking along thinking about that, Liu suddenly noticed me and stopped walking. He walked straight over and stood beside me. A large group of people appeared in front of us. Some of them had bright, varied colors on their faces. They also wore their hair tightly tied back. These people were from the Great Tribe, because only those from the Great Tribe took the time to tie their hair and used colors to differentiate the warriors from the normal members. Tying their hair and colors are symbols of identity and status. What surprised me most was that in front was a young woman riding a giant creature whose name I didn't know. The young woman wore a natural-colored animal skin tunic. Her eyes shone like autumn waters. She was even more beautiful than the stars I had seen in my past life. But her sword-shaped eyebrows added an air of heroism. She was, without a doubt, a strong woman. On either side of the young woman were colorfully painted warriors, standing firm. Although they hadn't spoken yet, they were already showing great enthusiasm. After Liu saw the young woman and the creature she was riding, his expression changed drastically, and he let out a low cry. An unusual beast, an armored earth dragon. After some reflection, I used an ancient ritual. With the tribal ceremony, I clasped my hands in front of me. Let me ask, what business does your tribe have here? Sapior Riar is a respectful term used by small tribes toward larger ones, or the title given to a large alliance of tribes. The young woman jumped straight off her horse. Her demeanor was elegant and uninhibited. Hello, my name is Kacheng Ning. I'm from the Qingniao tribe. I came here with my compatriots, just passing through, with no ill intentions. Li H and Ming Hung, however, still didn't relax in the slightest. They didn't even dare to breathe. I've heard that the Great Qingyao tribe is in the far west. It's one of the 3 largest tribes in the world. It's said that the tribe's people number in the dozens. There are more than 100 Yan tribes. I looked at the young woman calmly as she bowed again. Since her tribe is only passing through, we'll leave first. Changing spoke up to stop us. I have something I want to ask you. How did you manage to catch so many fish? Changing's eyes were bright, and his expression cheerful. I sighed inwardly, knowing that people are under the same roof. I couldn't help but bow my head. Besides, this young woman in front of me doesn't pose a serious threat. It would be better to establish good relations first. Between 2 evils, choose the lesser. I nodded in agreement. So I told him a brief account of the technique of making holes in the ice. After listening, the young woman showed surprise on her face. It was only because this young woman in front of me, her intelligence and reaction time were clearly superior to those around her. She realized the uniqueness of the bamboo spear. It is important to understand that, in history, every advance in primitive society could be due to something very small, but its significance is extremely important, like the fact that making fire with wood allowed humanity to stop eating raw meat. Hunting with stones can distinguish humans from animals. Even simple sticks or stone clubs, in the various conflicts of primitive society, can also allow one to have the advantage. Making bamboo spears. Others may not notice anything, but those who can react know how dangerous it is, because this weapon has never appeared before. At that moment, young Cheng Ning suddenly smiled and asked, "Can you take me to see their tribe?" "Don't worry, I really don't have any bad intentions," Cheng Ning replied with a light laugh. "I have no interest in your food, and I won't steal it. At least the Bluebird warriors under my command wouldn't do something like that. I just want to meet your Grand Chief. I want to consult him." "Consult our great chief." Lichtach looked at me with a strange expression, but then quickly looked away at the young woman. "What do you want to consult with our great chief?" the young woman replied, laughing softly. "I just want to ask if you can make other weapons besides harpoons like this one. Don't worry, I won't ask you questions in vain." Chang Ning pointed to the armored creature behind her. "If you could let me see it, so I can get the answer I seek, this creature will be yours." "Really?" Lich breathed heavily. The armored dragon isn't just a simple mount. Most of the wild beasts in the jungle fear it. With such a dragon present, the tribe can also avoid many attacks from ferocious beasts, especially the tribe that has an armored dragon. It's also a sign of having a large clan as backer. In the future, their tribe will never suffer invasions from other tribes again. Are my words from the Bluebird clan false? The man with the painted face shouted again arrogantly. GL Chang Ning frowned, clearly annoyed. "If you continue like this, do you think I'll tell my father not to let you leave the tribe?" The man quickly closed his mouth. Chang Ning looked back at the IH and me. With an apologetic expression, he said, "Please forgive my tribe's recklessness. I really want to ask you, didn't you want to see the great chief of our tribe?" "I am," I said calmly. Chain frowning was stunned, frowning again. "You're the big boss. How is it possible you're not bigger than me?" "In our tribe, you can still only receive training," I sighed inwardly. Children of the poor take on responsibilities early, but the young woman, though curious, quickly returned to the topic. Since you're the big boss, then I'll save myself the trip. Besides catching fish, does this bamboo have any other uses? Or, let's say, do you know how to make other impressive weapons? After a pause, she quickly added, "You told me this armored dragon is a gift for you." Hearing this, I became excited. If I really had this armored dragon as a mount, wouldn't it be more impressive than those who rode horses in my previous life? Excepting, I took a bamboo fork from the hands of someone behind me. Although it's labeled bamboo, it's actually just a black bamboo stick sharpened at one end. Although it's simple, I have another ingenious use for it. I took a breath. I remembered the javelin throwing techniques I'd learned in gym class in my previous life. I took a few steps back. Then, I quickly moved forward, a few steps forward. I held the back of the bamboo fork with my right hand. I aimed at that tree and swung it. The bamboo arched through the air and then stuck straight into the tree trunk. The bamboo vibrated continuously. The tip of the bamboo sank 2 or 3 inches. Anyone could see the power of this bamboo fork, especially Ming Wang, as the leader of the house. He understood very well the significance of such a weapon. Against the backdrop of the house, Ming Wang was both excited and somewhat regretful. "Big boss, I shouldn't." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, I smiled and shook my head. "No problem." Here, Changning's mouth was agape. His eyes were wide, with an expression of surprise. "Is this what you were saying? About the spear being so powerful?" Saying this, he looked at Mu Feng. "Can my men try it?" I handed him a bamboo spear. Changning passed it to the man with the painted face standing before him. "Ji is coming for you." The man was clearly surprised. He reached out to take the bamboo spear. He didn't expect this man named Ji to imitate him so well. In fact, he learned it quite well. But he clearly didn't have the knowledge to throw the spear. It didn't stick into the large tree. Only the bamboo tip grazed the tree bark. Still, that tree lost a piece of bark about 15 square centimeters from the bamboo tip. And the spear's body didn't stop there. It sank directly into the ground about 10 centimeters. I thought to myself that GL had great strength. GL had an uncomfortable expression on his face. However, Changming didn't worry about that. He ran to the big tree and picked up the bark. Then he looked closely at the exposed spot on the tree. There was clearly a crack, almost a centimeter wide. Changming's eyes shone with a special light. A ghoulie approached and picked up the bark. Then he looked at the marks on the tree. Finally, he reached out to grab the bamboo spear. After feeling the force, his face showed a look of surprise. How is this possible? This simple fish has extraordinary power. If handled by the tribe's warriors, holding this bamboo and throwing it, the destructive power would be astonishing. The excitement on his face had yet to fade. Then, with a serious expression, he asked, "This kind of weapon would definitely be useful to our Qingniao tribe." A ghoulie was also extremely excited. "Once our Qingniao tribe has this kind of weapon, we will surely not be bothered by the natives here." Change-Brenning excitedly pointed to the earth dragon beside her. "This earth dragon is yours. As a thank you, I can also give you what your tribe needs most." Hearing this, I felt a little excited. The tribe's most pressing problem now is the supply of food and clothing, especially leather and salt. The spring chill is sharp. If we continue like this, there won't be any need for the Manglong clan to come, or they'll freeze to death in the spring chill, or they will fall into a state of weakness due to the salt problem. Any danger will lead the tribe to imminent extinction. After thinking it over, I nodded and said I needed furs and salt. Changmin nodded seriously. "Then we'll start with this earth dragon for you. Then, I'll send someone with the salt and furs." "When you send us—" I frowned as I said that. Changnin became a little nervous, and her face flushed. She raised her voice and said, "Our Qing tribe has never, ever enjoyed predation and slaughter. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been expelled from our land by the other 2 great tribes. Now we've also migrated. We just want to settle and reproduce here. But there are native enemies everywhere. They constantly provoke us. No matter how strong the Qingniao tribe was in the past, since they have migrated to us, they will undoubtedly also be oppressed by the original indigenous tribes. Even these native tribes might consider annexing them. Thus, the Qingniao clan situation could become very delicate." I returned to the clan with Channing and his group. Seeing the wall of thorns in front of us, we were all stunned. She reached out and touched the wooden antlers. He finally turned to me and said seriously, please teach me this method and also give you 300 leather hides and 30 jars of salt in return." Channing blushed and said with a twinkle in his eyes. Beside him, Liu and Ming Wang exclaimed. Then I looked at Channing. "So, what would you like to learn first?" Chan frowned slightly and pointed at the thorn wall. "My tribe, with so many inhabitants, needs things like this. This object has 3 layers, an interior and an exterior." With that, I signaled Channing to come in and see it, and I told him about the simple version of the protective wall. Suddenly, Channing bowed. "I have just one request I'd like to mention to you. I'd like you to lead your group to join my tribe." Channing looked at me with an anxious expression. I firmly refused. "Although the Jillian tribe is small, it's also part of the DL," Channing said worriedly. "But they don't even have their own totem. By joining the King Niao clan, they'll be able to have a totem. The people of the tribe will also get more food, more security, and more protection." Hearing this, I calmly replied, "Don't worry, we'll all have this in the future." Noticing my attitude, Changning felt a little uncomfortable. She was somewhat annoyed by my lack of recognition. However, despite that, he calmed down and said, "Since that's the case, I'll go immediately and ask the tribespeople to send them things." Young Changning turned around and looked at me. Her beautiful eyes held both disappointment and curiosity. A strange, indescribable meaning. However, she turned to the person who came with her entourage. She greeted him and left. After Changning left, Li H was very nervous. "Chief, you taught him how to use the bamboo spear, in case he comes back to his clan to plunder us." I smiled and said, "Go get some hay, planks, sticks, and rope." When he returned, I gathered the materials and began weaving. Soon, I had formed a straw shield about 1 meter square. I passed the straw shield to the IH to pick up and protect himself. I took the bamboo spear and threw it towards the shield in the IH's hands, launching it directly towards the shield. Li H felt only a vibration in both arms. After the vibration, he felt nothing else. He immediately showed an expression of disbelief. Li H thought for a moment and said, "Didn't YM of the Qing Niao clan invite us to join? He's getting angry because we rejected the invitation." I was a little stunned, then nodded. "Some preparations need to be made." I looked at the IH. "Go and call about 20 people." Then, I mentally connected with the system. I used 100 achievement points to exchange for 2 shovels. Because the exchange limit is 3 shovels, I couldn't help but complain. What kind of bad system is this that keeps limiting the quantity? Liash then quickly gathered the people. I passed the shovel to Liash. Li H looked in surprise. "This is something only the great clans have." The people around looked at the shovel with expressions of amazement. In their eyes, the golden object was almost like a divine artifact. I've also given up on explaining it. It belongs to our Jasian tribe now, so let's use it to finish. "Kabar!" Liash exclaimed in disbelief. "This kind of golden object should be in the ancestral land as an offering," I said between laughter and tears. "This is a shovel, used for digging. This is my guide as a big boss." This phrase alone doesn't provoke any objections from those around me. I led the people to a spot near a large tree we'd chosen. I drew a large circle, 2 meters in diameter, with a stick. I stood in the circle and said, "This is where we'll dig the well." I reached out, grabbed the shovel, and started digging. For him, these actions were completely normal. But for the people around him, his expression was one of astonishment. That's gold. I don't know if it's the strength the shovel gives, or the pressure of his big boss identity. Each person grabbed a shovel. Everyone started finishing with a wild attitude. What excited everyone was that at 6 or 7 meters deep, the ground was already beginning to become moist. More than 2 hours passed. The rope holding the ground was now 12 or 13 meters long. Suddenly, a cry was heard from the bottom of the well. The water has flowed out. The people at the mouth of the well, hearing this, quickly began pulling the rope upward. Then they saw 4 people covered in mud hurrying out, and from the bottom of the well came the sound of flowing water. Immediately afterward, the water level in the well began to rise. It was visible to the naked eye that it was rising. A mingled smell of earth and roots emerged. The smell of grass roots surfaced. My eyes lit up. Only authentic spring water is like this. The people around me began to cheer in unison. I took a vine and hung the bag up to collect half a sack of water. I held the bag and drank a little. It really tasted sweet. Liash couldn't resist the temptation and invited me, using the vine to collect water. She couldn't wait and took a drink too. It was just a sip. Liash's eyes shot open. Her expression was first one of astonishment. Then, astonishment turned to shock and finally to elation. Liash pounded her chest, stomped her feet, and yelled excitedly. At that moment, not far away, another well had also been drilled. The water flow was similar to that of the previous well. The crowd cheered again. Meanwhile, Liache couldn't wait any longer and went to draw water. She ran to the thatched hut where the old chief was. He shouted as he ran. Everyone went to the wall to draw water. The big boss made us dig a well to get water. So the tribespeople began to emerge. From the cave and the thatched hut, they all headed toward the protective wall. After drinking the sweet water from the well, the whole tribe was in fervor. That night, the whole tribe was overflowing with joy. The fish caught that day and the remaining meat. The stored meat was brought out. The tribespeople gathered in front of the thatched hut. The meat roasting over the fire was accompanied by laughter and joy. The next day, I woke up and had breakfast. I went to the 6th cave on the eastern mountain. When I arrived, Li H and Ming Hun were also there, and the earth dragon was lying lazily, ignoring them at the entrance of the cave. Liash looked gloomy and sighed in despair. Yesterday, that person from the Bluebird tribe, YM-Du, didn't tell us the password when he left. Now we can't communicate with the palace at all. That's when it hit me. Taming beasts also requires a specific language and passwords. I suddenly remembered seeing beast taming skills in the market. I contacted the system again. The system indicated that basic beast taming requires 500 achievement points. I was stunned. Basic beast taming training costs 500 points? Isn't this like going back in time? However, seeing the earth dragon lying lazily, frustration boiled inside me. Without a large investment, there can't be great rewards. I exchanged the points for basic beast taming. Immediately, I added information about beast taming in my mind. Smiling, I approached the earth dragon and spoke again, but it was a series of sounds that the others couldn't understand. You, Lulu, Jojo, Tum Tum. What? Lai H and Minggung's eyes widened in surprise. They looked at me with puzzled faces. What surprised them both most was that the earth dragon, which had been motionless, suddenly rose from the ground. It looked curious, its eyes wide open. Filled with joy in my heart, I shouted again, "Ho ho, Tulu, Tum Tum, ho ho!" The earth dragon's curious eyes showed surprise. Then, suddenly, it craned its head toward me, as if trying to confirm the scent it carried. At the same time, he made a snoring sound. Jojo, 55. Jojo. I took the opportunity and gently patted the earth dragon on the head. At that moment, the earth dragon took a step forward. Faithfully, it rubbed its head against me. Lai H and Ming Gong were completely astonished. They stared at me as if I were a monster. Turns out my big boss knows how to tame beasts, especially this armored dragon in front of me. Finally, something happened that revolutionized both of their perceptions. The dragon crawled along the ground, moving its head and tail. It seemed to be urging me to ride it. I had my excitement. I placed my hands on the dragon's shell and climbed up. Then I patted the dragon's neck. The dragon immediately stood up. At the same time, the dragon raised its head and screamed forward. I was also startled by that sound. I thought to myself that this armored dragon was nothing more than a descendant of herbivorous dinosaurs. I couldn't believe it had such a draconic call, so I patted the dragon on the head, signaling it to leave the mountain. Riding the dragon, I looked down at the tribe below. I felt like I was walking toward an empire. All the people of the tribe looked at the one riding. The dragon chief looked like a god descending from the sky. When we reached the side of the thorn wall, I shouted at the top of my voice. Then the dragon lay down right next to the thorn wall. This dragon has an intimidating effect on the beasts of the jungle. With it, the tribe will be much safer. I immediately called IH and about 10 other people, including Ming Kung, the grass-cutting K-tree. Under my command, in less than an hour, a suitable grass shelter was built for the dragon. Then everyone left in surprise. Only me and the others remained, including Ming Kung, because the hunting team was going out hunting again tomorrow. I told Ming Kung, this time there was prey ready near the tribe. Ming Kung was surprised, then shook his head. Big boss, the goats in this jungle are too cunning. They can't be caught, I said, laughing. Then let them hand themselves over to us. Li H and Ming Kung look at each other, filled with confusion. He smiled mysteriously. Tomorrow when we catch the sheep, they will know. The things I asked Ming Hun to prepare, besides salt, are sinew ropes and flat ropes. I made sinew ropes to tie up sheep. As for the flat ropes, they're for weaving nets. The next day, before dawn, Liachi appeared in the cave and woke me up. More than 50 young men from the clan mobilized. Almost all of them carried skins of saltwater and vine nets. They carried bone knives, bamboo spears, and sinew ropes. I also had them carry the 2 iron shovels. The group soon arrived at the place Ming Kung had mentioned. It was not yet dawn, and I looked around with a torch. The area had obviously been grazed by herbivores. I chose a spot where the vegetation was relatively dense. Another spot with few footprints. The people around came closer. I reached out and took a bamboo spear. I drew a circle 8 meters long and 2 meters wide on the ground. Everyone rushed to dig out the soil from inside the circle. They had to throw the soil a little further. 2 shovels and more than 50 bone knives. In less than an hour, the hole I wanted was finished. Now I placed several logs over the hole. Then I placed the network of bidets on top. Once this was done, everyone looked at me with confused faces. I couldn't explain it well, so I continued. Now everyone must cut the grass nearby. Place it over the vine netting until the netting is no longer visible. In no time, the grass trap was ready. I then had someone sprinkle the salt water from the bag over the grass trap. At the same time, I asked the Ming Kung to spread a path of salt water about 10 meters around the trap. Then I led the tribespeople away. It wasn't long before a group of about 30 appeared. A group of wild sheep arrived. As expected, 2 rams discovered the salty taste of the grass. Soon, other rams also noticed something fishy. They began competing to devour the salty grass. Everyone looked in amazement at the 30 or more rams. They fought to get close to the trap and eat. They didn't even have time to enjoy the delicious food and fell right into the trap. The other rams jumped and fell. Like dumplings, they also fell in. More than 30 rams that were left behind didn't fall. Only 6 or 7 remained in the trap. Someone gulped. Clearly, they were impressed by such a scene. Even I didn't expect it. These sheep, in order to eat a little more salt grass, rushed forward so recklessly. As for the few remaining sheep, it's no surprise that they were surrounded by more than 50 people. They were also forced into the trap. In an instant, the trap was filled with wild sheep, especially since they were caught in a net of branches. These wild sheep couldn't move, as if they were trapped in a swamp. From digging the hole until the sheep fell into it, no more than 2 hours passed. It seems that these wild sheep do not have even half the intelligence of the sheep of previous lives. I sighed inside. But when I thought about it again, I realized these sheep had never seen a trap before. Therefore, they couldn't imagine that they would be caught like this. I returned to the tribe. The 30 wild sheep caused joy and jubilation among everyone. Then, under my direction, a fence made of branches was built. The wall was covered with thorns and branches. Looking at the large corral, there were only more than 30 sheep inside. I inadvertently touched my chin. The family fortune is too meager. This farmer of mine feels a little miserable. That night, the entire tribe lit the bonfire again. The tribe was filled with cheers for the great, wise chief. In one hand, he held a leg of lamb, and in the other, a stone bowl. I immediately thought of the taste of the roast leg of lamb from my past life. Oil, cumin, chili powder, and pepper. I rubbed all those seasonings together at once. Eating that way was truly satisfying. If it were also accompanied by a very cold beer. I looked again at the smoked and charred leg of lamb in my hand. The leg of lamb, which had only been salted, suddenly seemed bland to me. Such a good leg of lamb, but it could only be accompanied by well water. I was feeling a little hopeless. It seems the tribe's recipe book is in desperate need of improvement. I told IH and Ming Hun, tomorrow we'll continue the hunt. Ming Hun and Lai H look at each other excitedly. You have a happy expression, and you're still going to catch wild goat. I shook my head and just needed to find some people to check the trap. We're gonna catch a Muamian name. The Guamian Nong is what is known as the primitive bird, the ancestor of the chicken. Ming Kung was surprised. How did we catch the Guamian Long? Although it's not as big as a wild goat, it runs even faster. I said to Ming Kung with a smile, tomorrow, bring wicker nets, bamboo spears, and beast skin ropes. Get some thorns from the thorny vine. Also, bring a large fish from the cave. Cut the meat into thin strips and take them with you. Ming Hun frowned and replied in confusion. The next morning, Liache led 7 or 8 people to the location of yesterday's trap. The goat trap is over there. Meanwhile, I followed Ming Kung, leading about 30 or 40 people in the other direction, because we had so little stuff. No one could believe this was a trip from home. A group of people arrived at their destination shortly afterward. Ming Hun quickly handed me the fish fillets wrapped in animal skin. I took a handful and scattered it on the ground nearby. Then I took a branch and folded the leaves I had collected in half. Then, with my hands, I opened the center to form a small triangular bowl. I removed bush thorns to secure the shape of the small bowl. Then I put another piece of fish in. Without thinking, I threw the small leaf bowl containing the fish onto the ground. Then everyone followed suit. Before long, there were about 200 small bowls of leaves on the ground. Now all that's left is to wait for the primitive chickens to peck. Everyone, with a bit of skepticism, looked for bushes to hide in. It wasn't long before, in the field where I threw the fish, a flock of primitive chickens actually appeared. They were noticeably larger than the hens that came later, especially because they had prominent bony crests on their heads. My God, this is a get-rich-quick treat. Why are there so many of these primitive chickens? I was thrilled to the core. Shortly after, the primitive chickens found the fallen fish strips in the bushes. As expected, after tasting the delicious fish strips, the primitive chickens began to become restless and search for food on the ground. Soon, these primitive chickens discovered the fish strips in the leaf bowl. They opened their beaks to peck at the fish flesh in the small leaf bowl. But before touching the fish meat inside, they bit right into the thorn of a bush above them. Thus, the leaves became a kind of large mask. Not only did they cover the primitive chickens' mouths, they also covered their eyes. The primitive chickens, blinded, refused to let go of what they had in their beaks. On the other hand, I can't see the path in front of me. I can only carry a bowl of leaves in my mouth. Blindfolded, I stagger from side to side, and those who hide in the darkness are filled with doubt. What kind of magic am I using? At this moment, I grabbed the wicker net and ran forward. At the same time, I shouted, "Everyone, let's go!" The people of the Gavian tribe, awakened by a single phrase, perked up and began to raise their vine nets. They rushed to cover the stray primal chickens. In less than 10 minutes, they captured more than 100 primal chicks. It was another great harvest. So I returned to the tribe with the people, which caused quite a stir because every person who came out of the house was carrying 3 or 4 primeval chickens in their hands. Thinking they were still wild, they suddenly lost their freedom and were locked up. If the space is too big or too small, they can easily die from stress. So I called everyone to help me build a big chicken coop, big enough to fit all these chickens. As expected, where there are more people, there is more strength. Almost everyone in the tribe who could get out came to help weave the chicken coop. In less than half an hour, it was finished. Thus, a floor was the base of the chicken coop, facing the sky, with a height of almost 3 meters and an area of 200 to 300 square meters. Thus, the large chicken cage was woven. Then, people were asked to put the primordial chickens one by one into the cage. After I finished, I returned to my cave. There were very few things in the cave. There was only grass, animal skins, and a stone pot, nothing else. I sighed again. After all, I am the great chief of a tribe. Even my dwelling is so shabby. It seems there are many basic things that need fixing in the tribe. I rubbed my head. The priority now. I must do the most urgent and important things first. The next morning, 10 people went out to hunt sheep, while the others stayed with the tribe. Then they called all the people who could work in front of the straw house. They took 20 young men to fetch water from the well and mud. Then they placed dried grass in the cracks between these stones. They took 30 people to the northern mountain to cut thick-skinned bamboo. Once there, they made a spear. As for the others, they lift the stones from outside the wall. They bring them here and arrange them in piles. What I must do now is prevent the possible arrival of the Manglon tribe. The Manglon tribe has already plundered our furs and stolen the sacred fire. But last night, Liu, worried, said there was something else. Women. Suddenly, I woke up. Wars between primitive tribes are often driven by 3 issues: food, territory, and women. The Manglon tribe is known to have over 600 members. There are over 260 young men capable of fighting. In our tribe, there are only more than 120 who can fight. Liu suddenly said in a low voice, "If we can't defeat the Manglon tribe this time, I'll fight to the death so you can leave." At that time, I hope you'll lead the tribe, the people, out of here and migrate eastward. I patted him on the shoulder to tell him not to worry. The Gisian tribe's entire effort was combined. Soon, they built the tribe's only exit. A protective wall was erected. The protective wall consists of 3 layers. The innermost layer is made of stacked stones. The middle layer is a mulberry hedge. The outermost layer is brambles. Behind the protective wall was a pile of stones the size of a fist. Beside it were rows of sharpened bamboo spears 2 meters long. Once all this was ready, I asked Liu and the others to make almost 100 scarecrows scattered around the outside of the wall. He then gathered 50 people from the tribe. The warriors conducted experiments with the spears. After a series of preparations and practices, the javelin's success rate improved considerably. The next morning, the hunting party hadn't gone far from the tribe when they returned with news. The Manglon tribe was attacking. I followed Liu and the others westward. From behind the wall, I saw one after another. The fierce-looking Manglon tribesmen wear animal skins and have well-groomed hair. Their faces are also decorated with bright colors. However, most of their weapons are clubs, stone axes, and bone knives. Some even hold 2 large stones in their hands. The leader of the Manglon tribe approached and shouted. The people of the Jillian tribe heard him and demanded that they hand over all the women. Otherwise, I will kill them all. The painted-faced leader smiled disdainfully. They stole our furs, and now they want to steal our women. Originally, I wanted to shout something like, "In the movies from my past life, killing you would be as easy as taking something out of a pocket," but I figured they wouldn't understand, even if I shouted. So I had to give up regretfully. That person clearly had a bad temper. He raised the bone knife and was about to start the battle. The people of the Manglon tribe shouted and ran toward the wall of brambles, waiting for the Manglon tribe to stop in front of the brambles. I suddenly raised my hand and waved it. Projectile spear. Around 90 people threw their weapons in unison. More than 30 people picked up stones and threw them directly. The people of the Manglon tribe stopped right in front of the wall of thorny wood. Each one frowned and exclaimed in surprise. It was clear that they had all suffered from the thorns of the Arsus. Without waiting for the leader of the Manglon tribe to react, the people around him screamed in pain and fell to the ground. The first wave of spears combined with stones. In an instant, more than 30 were killed or wounded. Without the people of the Manglon tribe being able to react, the spears flew forward again. In fact, they were packed tightly together before. As they rushed to avoid the spears, no one cared about the people around them. Those who collided fell to the ground. So, although only about 20 people were hit by the spears, because they were dodging the spears, almost a third of them fell. The third round of spears arrived before the second round. The spear fell to the ground and was immediately thrown. The fallen Manglon tribesmen have yet to fully recover. They were struck down again by bamboo spears falling from the sky. This time, there were more than 30 of them. The Manglon leader finally realized the problem. He quickly told those around him to disperse. In the fourth round, I shouted with determination, "Switch to rocks!" Thus, more than 120 stones were thrown simultaneously at the Manglon tribesmen. Cries of pain echoed one after another. Dozens were again injured by the stones. Liu blushed. Half of them had fallen. Now, let's face them. I looked at him doubtfully. I only felt that Liu didn't seem to be very bright. They've suffered so many casualties right now. It's a moment of incredible rage. You have to rush at them now. They, blinded by rage, will fight with all their might. Don't worry. Let's wait until they start fleeing, and then we attack. The leader of the Manglon tribe was already desperate. Sorcery must be sorcery. He held a bone knife and dodged a spear, shouting, "Quickly, retreat!" The Manglon tribe members who received the order quickly helped their comrades. Unconcerned about the weapons on the ground, they fled in disorder. Just now, I waved my hand and shouted, "Let's catch the leader of the Manglon tribe." Then, one by one, they took up their bamboo spears and broke out of the protective wall. They charged toward the fleeing Manglon tribesmen. The members of the Manglon tribe were terrified. Who has ever seen such a display? Liu charged forward, finally letting go of all his pent-up frustration. He held a large club and chased after Yakutai, unleashing a series of blows. Eventually, Yakutai was struck down by a bamboo spear and captured. I bent down, smiling, and patted Yakutai on the shoulder. "I can let you go, but you have to promise me one condition." Everyone was stunned, I said with a smile. "After returning to the tribe, choose some. Bring back twice as many furs and go out to trade for people. If you don't want to, that's fine too. If I kill you, my people from the Genian tribe can also go and get you back." Yakutai begged them to accept. If this happened to other tribes, he would simply kill Yakutai and all the prisoners. Then, they would plunder the Manglon tribe. From the moment the Manglon tribesmen arrived in force until they were captured, no more than half an hour passed. This is too weak to resist. I even shook my head with a little regret. Ming Wang was busy collecting the Manglon tribe's loot. Surprisingly, there was a black metal staff. It was very hard, and the exact material couldn't be seen. When Mingwan saw me, he quickly passed me the baton. This is the rule. All the tribe's crops are offered first for the chief to choose from. I took a stick and weighed it a few times in my hand. This isn't the common metal I'd seen in my previous life. It's more like the meteoric iron mentioned in history books. I grabbed the pole and swung it a few times. The wind blew strongly, and I felt very comfortable using the pole. Then I came out with the metal stick of unknown origin. I returned to the stone cave and communicated with the system again. I now have 1,800 achievement points. I only need 200 points to learn the academic skill seed. Now all I have to do is find a way to collect 200 achievement points. The system entered the task interface. I found a task about tool making. I saw that by making a table and chair set, I could earn 200 achievement points. I did what I had to do. I asked Liu to send someone to get some dry wood. The wood was then brought to the entrance of my cave. I also called some older tribal elders. I considered transferring the carpentry skills to these elders. They would then make tools specific to the tribe. The elders, of course, were very moved. They could no longer make any contributions to the tribe. That's why they valued everything he brought to the tribe even more. I took out my carpentry tools. I started in front of these people. I cut the wood. I marked the reference line. I planed until it was level. I then assembled the boards into a tabletop. I then secured the 4 planks together and placed them on the tabletop. This created a simple 4-legged table. Likewise, I also made a small stool. Once finished, everyone around me was speechless. Then I placed the stool in front of the table. I also placed the stone vessel and chopsticks on the table. Then I sat down. Now I didn't need to explain anything. Everyone immediately understood the purpose of the table and stool. Liu was so amazed his eyes looked like they were going to pop out. "Big boss, I want to learn how to make tables too." I then explained the key points of manufacturing to Liu and the others. Liu went out with several older people, carrying the toolbox. I was all fired. I couldn't wait to contact the system, because I'd finally collected enough achievement points. The system redeemed the wood derivation art. After using healing sorcery, it was over. I'm sure what the system calls skills are actually spells. Otherwise, how could Grandpa, severely injured and on the verge of death, be brought back to life? After I confirmed it, the system quickly released a stream of mysterious information. Wood derivation is composed of healing sorcery and growth sorcery, 2 small skills. After perfecting it, it can not only heal injuries, but also improve physical fitness. After a while, I opened my eyes. Immediately, I punched a wooden board. The board shattered under my blow. My physical condition had clearly improved. Then I punched the air again. A sharp, rupturing sound reached my ears. Then I felt like I'd gotten taller and bigger. I feel like I have everything under control. Various skills are displayed throughout the section. Take a close look at the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There are also skills for elements like wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. There are also some less common skills, like sorcery and beast taming. The tribe already has domesticated chickens and sheep. Wild boars have also been successfully bred. Domesticating livestock cannot completely solve the tribe's subsistence problem. To solve this problem at its roots, we must rely on agriculture. Previously, when I was hunting with Ming Wang and his group, I discovered mushrooms, kg, and wild onions. I asked Ming Wang and his men to go harvesting tomorrow. The next morning, Ming Wang returned directly to my cave. Some men were laying wood on the ground. On top of the rotting wood were clusters of tree flowers. Make sure you place all this wood in a cool, sun-drenched place. Cover it with grass. Water it once in the morning and once in the afternoon. This way, the mushrooms grow quickly. As for these wild herbs and onions, they will be replanted. They just need to be watered. By the way, tell me about the wild boars. Ming Wang spoke excitedly. There were over 100 wild boars in the explored area. A possibility occurred to me, that there might be food for the wild boars on the eastern mountain. As they say, wild boars eat what humans eat. My eyes lit up. Ming Wang said, "Big boss, shall we go hunting wild boar tomorrow?" I quickly ran it over in my mind. We definitely need to raise wild boars. But first, we need to build a pen for the pigs. I quickly gathered the young men of the clan. They gathered in front of the thatched house, under some large trees at the base of the western mountain. I drew a circle and began to build the corral. The reason I chose this location for the corral is because it's in the Sotavento area. The terrain is relatively lower to the east and rear. Furthermore, it avoided being near the well water, and access was left in the corral so people could enter and exit. I had a straw shelter built inside the corral. The surrounding area is also well fortified with stones. I also had brambles brought in from the northern mountains to plant inside the corral. Boar hides are thick and their meat is tough, so some protective measures are necessary. Early the next morning, I took only about 10 people to the eastern mountain. Although we were few, everyone in the tribe was a good hunter. Our main objective today isn't to hunt wild boar, but to see if we can find a place for them to eat. With such a large group of wild boars, there's bound to be something to keep them fed. Under Mingwang's guidance, we headed straight for the thicket where the wild boars were. Mingwang led the way, and we walked for a while. Then he turned and signaled everyone to be quiet and crouch down. Then, carefully, he moved aside a bush. The light, which had been very dim before, suddenly brightened. Almost everyone was surprised. Through the thicket, the clearing was filled with wild boars. About 10 people waited patiently for over an hour. Finally, these wild boars moved. A wild boar with enormous tusks. He headed first toward a thicket. It seems he's the king of the wild boars. The wild boars behind us rushed in. Then they disappeared into the thicket. We didn't spend much time following the trail. We finally heard the noise of wild boars eating. I advanced carefully and stealthily. I pushed aside the branches of the thicket. In the distance, I discovered another cleared area. In its place was a messy, yellowish-brown pile of straw. Golden ears of wheat still hung from many of the stems. I felt a great joy inside me. It was, surprisingly, corn. It was just this patch of wild corn. Clearly, they weren't as long as they had been in my previous life. My mind was filled with information about corn. Corn can be planted in 2 seasons, spring and summer. In early spring, you can eat fresh, soft, sticky, and sweet corn. In midsummer, ripe corn is harvested, which is used to make noodles. In my opinion, discovering corn is more valuable than finding wild boars. I led about 10 people, crouching in the bushes. We waited silently for the wild boars to finish and leave. Finally, I couldn't contain my excitement and ran outside screaming and yanked an ear of corn off a plant. I reached out and peeled back the leaves, revealing a 4-inch ear of corn. Because it was wild, the ear of corn was very small. This is called edible corn, I explained patiently. Liu, upon hearing this, reached out and plucked an ear of corn. He grabbed the ear and began to bite into it. But as he bit into it, he spat out the kernels. It was so hard that it didn't taste good. I laugh and shake my head. This corn is eaten cooked, or it needs to be ground into cornmeal to make steamed bread. The others also displayed expressions of confusion. They were all carrying bamboo baskets they were originally going to use to catch piglets. Now they're using them to store corn. The ears of corn we shucked under my direction were placed in the pig baskets. Each basket held at least 100 pounds. After returning to the tribe with all these people, I began removing all the kernels of corn. The small ones were saved to grind and eat. The large ones were reserved to be planted as seeds, so that in the future they can produce larger ears of corn. Crushed cobs can be used to grow mushrooms. After finishing, it was approaching noon, so I ordered 20 chickens to be slaughtered. There was also a basket of mushrooms. I rinsed the bamboo shoots and wild onions and cooked them in soup. We ate a delicacy that defied our expectations with the tribespeople. Chicken soup with mushrooms and bamboo shoots. Each of us was so absorbed and enthralled. After eating, I took Liu and Mingwang to the chicken coop. They could already be seen arranged on the haystack. There were no fewer than 200 eggs. We collected all these eggs and covered them with dry grass. We placed them in the cave, being careful not to break them. I'll tell you how to eat the eggs later. I thought for a moment and then said, first thing tomorrow morning, we'll go wild boar hunting. The next day, before dawn, everyone was ready to leave. I had the bamboo shoots covered in dried grass taken out overnight. We wrapped them in grass and placed them in the carrying cage. In addition to the bamboo shoots, there are acacia and olm flowers, as well as unfinished mushrooms. More than 50 members of the hunting team set out. They quickly arrived near the thicket where the group of wild boars was. As I approached the cornfield, I chose a large circle. Everyone approached silently and began digging. After digging this one, I also made 2 traps on either side of it. Then I directed the tribe members to dig 2 more traps. This way, they connect to the exit. It became an enclosed space. Soon, the traps in the cornfield were dug and covered. Then, I scattered some bamboo shoots and acacia flowers over the traps. When I finished, everyone quickly found a bush to hide behind, evidently a mixture of 4 types of food. The taste was irresistible to the boars. And then, the boars screamed as they ran toward those 2 areas filled with mushrooms into the trap baited with guava flowers. So the scene of catching the wild goats was repeated. The boar that reached the trap first fell straight into the pit. The boar in the middle hadn't noticed yet. Then he pushed the boar behind him into the trap. As for the boar at the end, members of the tribe had already rushed out. Holding a large stick, they blocked the entrance to the bushes. They drove the boar, which was trying to escape, back into the trap. In total, they caught 66 wild boars. Then, the Judean tribespeople, using clubs, picked up the wild boars 2 by 2 and quickly returned them to the tribe. The members of the Judean tribe, seeing that they brought so many, became very excited about the wild boars. Then they led the people to put the wild boars into the corral 1 by 1. I turned around and told Liu and Mingwan, who were beside me, to find some people to guard the corral. If any wild boars pushed against the wall, they were to scare them away with sticks. Otherwise, the wall would collapse. First, dig some bamboo shoots from the northern mountain and put them inside. Then go to that cornfield and harvest the corn to feed the pigs. I was about to talk about something else. Just then, I saw a group of people near the cornfield outside the courtyard wall. There were more than 20 people carrying furs. They were hesitating and stopping as they looked at the protective wall. They brought 10 barrels of salt and 100 skins to rescue the people. Then I told Mingwan to release the Manglan tribe prisoners. Free yourselves and get out. After a while, Mingwang returned. Mingwang scratched his head. Outside the great chief's tribe, another group of people arrived. Little Jin, the big boss. "It's me who's arrived." Shouting, he ran toward the entrance of the Jillian tribe. I don't know what's wrong with this girl. Why is she so excited to see me? Chang Nin turned around and pointed to some armored creatures behind him. "I kept my promise and brought you furs and salt. I'd like to take this opportunity to consult with you again." "Where is that group of people from? What have we done to them? They even took the skins they were wearing." I informed Chang Min about the crimes of the Manglan tribe, all for a little skin and salt. Before I had returned, Ningguang said, "They stole our sacred fire. But then, the great chief taught us how to make fire. That way of creating fire. Can you teach me?" Chain shining, as she spoke, hurriedly signaled to the people behind her, looking at the bales of furs. I had already shown enough goodwill and sincerity. Thinking about that, I smiled and nodded. "Come with me." But the warrior behind Chang Min suddenly shouted, "Malador can't either. We're here to consult you. Don't let it be misinterpreted." That person didn't say anything anymore. Chang Nin turned around and entered the Jian tribe. Upon passing through the protective wall, she was immediately shocked by the scene in front of her. The protective wall had been raised to 2 meters, 2 puddles filled with crystal clear spring water. In front of the thatched hut was a series of wooden utensils that I didn't recognize. What surprised her most was a 2-meter object, an object that looked like a high wall. Through the wall, she could hear the noise of wild boars inside. Judging by the sound, there must have been at least more than 50 wild boars. He clearly remembered that the last time he came, there was none of this. I signaled to Scylla, who had been standing quietly nearby. "Come teach this sister how to make a fire." Scylla turned around and ran to look for dry branches, rotten wood, and animal hair. Chang Min watched every chair move without blinking. The blue smoke dissipated from the hair. A flame leaped out and began to burn. So easy. Chang Min had a look of utter surprise. Then she also took some dry branches and rotten wood to start a fire. Unsurprisingly, she managed to light a fire herself. She never imagined that making a fire could be so simple. Again, I ask you to join us on behalf of the King Niao tribe. With his wisdom, I will promote his name to my grandfather as the prophet of the great King Nya tribe. In the great alliance of tribes, chief, leader, prophet, shamans, and other roles have clear assignments. The prophet has an extremely high status in a tribe. He is not subject to anyone's authority. However, he enjoys the highest privileges of the tribe. Chang Min looked at me with great anticipation. However, I just smiled and shook my head. Chang Ning said cautiously, "The members of the Qingyao tribe no longer worry about food. All they do daily is herd cattle. The Qingyao tribe is much larger than a few dozen or hundreds of the Jiang tribe." Chang Nin wanted to continue persuading, but I interrupted him with a wave of my hand. "If you have nothing else to do, you can go." Chang Min blushed slightly. "If what I said offended you, please forgive me." He paused and bowed in a sign of respect. I don't know if this water storage device will be able to teach me. The Qing Niao tribe is a large clan. Food isn't a problem though. Drinking water is the clan's top priority. I nodded. This is called a water well. If you dig it deep, it can sprout water by itself. Besides, the water is cleaner than river water. He then explained to Chang Min how to find a place and dig a water well. She came with the intention of asking me for advice on weapons, but she didn't expect to acquire such an unexpected skill. It would be great if he could join my Qing Niao tribe. Chang Ning, resigned, had to opt for the latter, the way to make weapons. Could you teach me? Chang Zhouning said immediately. I'll give you 100 jars of salt. I waved my hand 8. Let me think about what weapons to show you. Chang Min immediately fell silent. I was actually thinking. But I wasn't thinking about which weapon to teach, but rather how much would be good to teach. So it was the bow and arrow. For this, I specially called Liu and Ming Wang, so that they would stand aside and watch. Because the bow and arrows I'm going to teach, although they are the simplest, will be the ones most used in the tribe in the future. Considering Chang Ning's feelings, I also let Liu allow 2 people from the Qing Niao tribe to enter the village. Otherwise, if they were worried about Chang Ning's safety, it would be bad if any mishap arose. I had Ming Wang go to the northern mountain and bring back a few black bamboo poles. Next, I began making the bow and arrows at the entrance to my cave. I took a black bamboo pole that was about 6 feet long. Before making the first cut, I spoke seriously to Chang Ning. I can teach you how to make the bow and arrow, but I do not wish for this type of weapon to be used in the future by your Qing Niao tribe against my Jian tribe. If you can guarantee that in the future the bow and arrows, the blade direction is not toward the Jimdian tribe, I can teach you. Those around me felt my sudden seriousness. No one dared to breathe, especially Liu and Ming Wang. Both of them clearly sensed a different meaning in my words. Bows and arrows. In the future, they might threaten the Jian tribe. Chang Min, on the other hand, was stunned at first. She frowned. After a while, she seemed to remember something. Her eyes shining, she nodded enthusiastically, one hand on my chest, the other pointing to the sky. I swear by the blue bird totem of my tribe, if I gain the knowledge of the bow and arrow, in the future, I will not aim at even a single blade of grass belonging to the Jian tribe. If I break this oath, my tribe's blue bird will never be able to fly in the sky. And McAdoo. The 2 people who entered shouted in unison. Without waiting for them to say the next thing, Cheng Min signaled to stop them. So I took the knife and cut the black bamboo. Then I took one of the halves and cut it again. I got a piece of bamboo and polished it until it was smooth. I told Liu to quickly light the fire. I took the piece of bamboo and placed it over the flame to roast it. I cooked the piece of bamboo until it softened. Then, with both hands, I pressed the piece of bamboo against the ground. After repeating this several times, I managed to bend one end of the bamboo piece. Then, I also softened and bent the other end of the bamboo piece in this way. Finally, I tied each end of the bamboo piece with a cord made of animal sinew to secure it. After doing all this, I clapped and told everyone to eat first. Is that a bow and arrow? Chang Min looked confused. He clearly didn't realize something like that could be related to weapons. I smiled and said, first we have to shape it. We can only continue after eating. That's when Chang Nin reacted. He sniffed. What's this? It smells really good. Because I asked him to make chicken soup in advance. The aroma of chicken soup surprised Chang Min again. She drank chicken soup for the first time. She loved the bamboo shoots and mushrooms in it. As she drank the soup, she didn't care at all about her image. Even 2 people from the Qing Niao tribe, who always maintained a dignified appearance, would stop their haughty behavior upon smelling the aroma of chicken soup. They held the stone pot and ate meat and drank soup in great gulps. After eating, I turned to the piece of bamboo, lifted it up, and held it in my hand. I found that both hanging ends were already almost bent. First, I used a tool to drill a hole in both ends of the piece of bamboo. Then, I threaded a string made of animal hide through the hole at the top of the bamboo. I tied the D-knot securely. This is how a bow was made from a piece of black bamboo. I held the bow body with one hand and pulled the bowstring with the other. A whirring sound sounded from above. Chang Stang was delighted to see this. The bow and arrow are already made? But how do you use it? I took the knife K and selected a meter-long rod. The thin, long rod had a sharp end. Then I placed it on the bowstring. I looked around. I saw a large tree about 20 meters away. At the top were several large white flowers. I smiled and said to Changmin, "Do you see that flower?" Changning looked in the direction my finger was pointing. He nodded. Knocking the arrow, I turned my face to aim. I took a deep breath. I closed one eye and used the other to aim. With my finger on the arrow, I gently released the string with my right hand. The bamboo arrow shot out. The flower branch was struck by the arrow. At the same time, the branch was propelled forward and upward, flying for some distance. Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide open. This is what a bow and arrow is. It has such power. As the headhunter, Ming Wang, he naturally understood the significance of this. A flying arrow could break a flower branch, naturally. It could also hit other targets, such as the most vulnerable spot of a wild beast. The shock in the two members of the Qingyao tribe was even more intense. They thought about a weapon like this. If it were used against the enemy, once such a thin and fast weapon was fired, how could the enemy defend themselves? "Yoke!" they both shouted in unison. "This bow and arrow will be of great use to our Qingyao tribe." Chain Graning finally woke up from his inexplicable shyness, and then realized the meaning that the previous arrow represented. This is the power of the bow and arrow. But only I know. This is just a single-piece bow. When it actually arrives in front of the two armies, only the enemy will have armor. A bow and arrow of this type isn't much more effective than tickling. If someone were very strong, such a bow would break when drawn. It would then require 2 pieces to be effective, 3 pieces, or even a more complex combination bow. But of course, I won't say that. It's the same story. The cat teaches the tiger to be careful. Changmin's eyes shone with excitement and a desire to try. Can I try? So I handed the bow and arrows to Changmin. Then, imitating my manner, she fitted the arrow to the bow. Then she turned to me, full of questions. I taught him the movements and stance in a simple way. He must close one eye and aim at the target. Chang Lining followed my instructions and fired with determination. The bamboo arrow hit the tree trunk I'd pointed at earlier. Straight to the target, Changmin shouted excitedly in front of me. Her face was full of surprise. Changmin sneered and said, "I've learned so many things this time. If I have any more, I'm afraid Changmin won't be able to remember." "Thank you, big boss." Changmin once again assumed a humble attitude, his right hand crossed over his chest. "Chief Zhaohin." This time, my Qingyao tribe was not sufficiently prepared. Next time, I will come for advice again. "Big boss, if there is anything you want, as long as my Qingyao tribe has it, I will do my best." I thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "Can you tell me what types of cattle you have?" Chang Nin nodded. "In the Jiang tribe, we herd sheep, branch-antlered deer, and crooked-antlered cattle." My eyes lit up. "If possible, next time bring furs for our tribe. Go out. Cows and deer will be fine." Chang Min enthusiastically agreed. Then he looked at me deeply. He turned around with the two and left the Jiqian tribe. I watched them leave. That's when I looked at Liu and Ming Wang. "You two, try making a bow and arrow on your own first. When you can, teach the others. Also, if you know someone strong, let me know. This type of bow isn't suitable. A more complicated one needs to be made." Ming Wang was confused. "Didn't you say that the bow and arrow are only this way?" I shook my head and smiled. "That's because Chang Min is from a foreign village. I only taught him the most basic way to make bows and arrows." The two were stunned. "There are also some changes we need to make in the tribe now. Listen to me, I have something to report." The two showed solemn expressions. "Please, may the great chief guide us." I waved my hand and said, "The stone pot currently used by the tribe, that food is too complicated and heavy. More importantly, it's also difficult to prepare. I want to make a lighter type of container that can be used for storage. I need some soil to make pottery. This soil is quite special. I need it to be sedimentary soil near the river, or pond mud near the lake." The next morning, he was carrying a bow and arrow on his back and an iron shovel in his hand, accompanied by about 10 people. We followed Ming Wang and left the tribe heading southeast. According to Ming Wang, there are many wild wolves and bears in that jungle. Luckily, we didn't encounter any. I looked at the mud at the river's edge. It was a mud of intertwined black and gray. After digging with the iron shovel to a depth of about 20 or 30 centimeters, the black mud gradually turned into a mixture of black and yellow mud. Even in the mud, about 30 centimeters deep, it was no longer gray-black, but yellow. I was originally wondering if I could find some sedimented soil from the river, but I didn't expect to find yellow clay here. Yellow clay can be used to make black pottery. The pottery is hard, unglazed, and shines black. Holding the clay in one hand, I said to everyone, "Now everyone, quickly scoop up this clay and take it back. It's useful." So Ming Wang led the way, one by one, beginning to finish them off with bone knives. Then they filled the animal skin bags they had brought. Then they got up and walked back. The group carefully returned along the same path, carrying the yellow mud. Ming Wang, who was at the front of the line, suddenly stopped and signaled everyone to stay put. Then they all slowly crouched down. Suddenly, a rustling noise was heard around them. Clearly, something was running through the grass. At that moment, Liu turned his head in one direction. He reached out and silently pushed aside the grass in front of him. He looked through the gap he'd created. With just one look, everyone was shocked, because not far from that hollow, there was a huge python raising its head. It moved swiftly across the meadow like a yacht. Although there was some distance, if the estimate is made, this python should not measure only 6 or 7 meters. Titanic python. That was the first word that came to mind. After seeing the python's enormous head, everyone stood petrified, not daring to move. Even Ming Wang's hand, which was pushing away the grass, hung in the air, fearing that a little carelessness would frighten that beast. It was obvious the python had its own prey to hunt. It wasn't long before everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The people murmured and kicked up the yellow mud, continuing onward. But they hadn't gone far. Ming Wang quickly waved his hand, his face turning serious, and he stopped again. The constrictor snake had returned. I quickly signaled for the people to gather around. They dropped the yellow mud they were carrying on their backs. They picked up their bamboo spears again and crouched down, supporting each other. Sure enough, after a few moments, the rustling in the reeds was heard again. Along with the sound, there was the sound of falling leaves. Ming Wang once again reached into the reeds. From a distance, he saw the snake's head peeking out. But behind it, gray shadows occasionally appeared, leaping. I watched the direction the large snake and the wolf pack were running. It was, surprisingly, right across the path they were returning to. In an instant, several gray shadows appeared in the reeds like lightning. They all launched themselves at the gigantic snake. The wolf pack was less than 30 meters away from the snake. The snake hadn't even risen yet, and it was writhing. A dozen gray wolves launched themselves like locusts. They all pounced on the snake. Then, deep roars were heard. It was evident that the wolf pack had succeeded. The snake struggled several times but was unsuccessful. It was bitten to death right there. A nauseating smell of blood drifted in on the wind. None of the Guian tribesmen dared to move. With no other option, they crouched in place. But at that moment, a member of the tribe moved carelessly. Suddenly, the grass beside him rustled. The wolf pack immediately noticed the movement. They turned toward us and began to howl. Ming Wang and the other tribe members exclaimed in surprise. I picked up the bamboo spear at my side and stood up. With a menacing air, I raised the bamboo spear and shouted toward the wolf pack. My head was full of thoughts, and I sighed inwardly. Don't any of you use your heads? But tormenting ourselves was useless now, because the wolf pack had already crouched down. They fanned out and came around us. The people of the Jian tribe gathered in our country in ZY. Oh, God. Knowing there was no way out, I felt a tingling in my head. I passed the iron shovel to Ming Wang, who was in front. The wolf pack had already surrounded us. At first glance, there seemed to be about 20 of them. Each one bared its teeth and snarled at us. Damn right. I don't want to end up here today, I thought to myself. At the same time, I pulled the bow and arrow from my back and silently readied it. Don't get your act together if these wolves come towards us. Aim at the wolf's eyes with bamboo spears. Hit the wolf's nose with sticks. If necessary, hit them on the lower back. Among this pack of wolves, the one at the forefront is clearly the Wolf King. He's bigger and stronger than the others. I let out a low growl. The largest Wolf King is in front. He'll be the one to attack first. Ming Wang hit him on the nose with the iron shovel. You two, use the bamboo spears. Remember, it doesn't matter whether you can kill the Wolf King or not. Even if he's injured, you mustn't stray far from the others. Maintain this circle. Barely had he finished speaking, the Wolf King, sure enough, roared and lunged forward. Ming Wang, prepared, raised the iron shovel and pointed it at his nose. At the same time, the two people next to him also pointed their guns. The Wolf King's two paws just blocked Ming Wang's iron shovel. The two spears were deflected as the Wolf King turned his head. Fortunately, Ming Wang, with his great strength, knocked down the Wolf King in front. The Wolf King let out a deep, muffled cry. 3 wolves on the side also quickly jumped towards us. I noticed that after falling, the Wolf King only rolled once. He hunched to one side, lowering his head and glancing sideways. Now, all his attention was focused on Ming Wang, because in the recent confrontation, Ming Huang clearly represented the greatest threat to him. I took the opportunity and pulled the bow hard. A high-pitched scream resounded in response. The Wolf King, still staring at Ming Wang, suddenly rolled on the ground, and the wolf pack immediately descended into chaos. The leader's howl instantly shook them apart. Instinctively, they took a few steps back. Then I leaped out of the circle. I snatched the shovel from Ming Wang's hands. I took advantage and made a devastating sweep. I struck hard on the nose of the Wolf King, who was struggling on the ground. A sound of bones breaking was heard. Then the Wolf King's cry stopped abruptly. When everyone looked again, the Wolf King was already convulsing on the ground. His mouth was full of blood, and it was clear he wouldn't survive. After receiving CJ's attack, the wolf pack went berserk and charged forward again. Among them, some wolves leaped once more. They launched themselves at me, Ming Wang, and the others behind me. I rolled on the ground. I used both hands to shovel a wolf away. Then I reached out and touched some blood next to the Wolf King, who was lying convulsing, and made 5 red blood marks on my face. Then I turned and faced the wild wolves still lurking. I screamed at the top of my lungs. Seeing this, the wolf pack became frightened and turned around to flee. Then I sat down on the ground. From the moment I shot the arrow until now, I'd managed to repel the wolf pack. Although the time was short, it consumed a lot of my energy. Ming Wan just noticed the Wolf King I killed. In his left eye was a broken bamboo arrow from which blood was still flowing. Meanwhile, he pulled hard on the wool bamboo arrow. With his other hand, he skillfully wielded a bone-skinning knife. At the same time, he said, "Great Chief, you are so skilled with the bow and arrow. Why do you want to teach it to that girl from the Bluebird tribe, in case her tribe also attacks?" I smiled resignedly. If I don't teach her, where will her tribe's salt and furs come from? Besides, she's already sworn allegiance to the totemic faith. She is called the Bluebird, the future great chief of the Bluebird tribe. If there is someone who can betray even an oath to the totem, who would be willing to believe them? Ming Wan's eyes shone brightly. Oh, the totemic faith. When will my Jinyan clan be able to? I gestured with my hand. We'll have that too. Ming Wang and the others quickly divided up the wolf carnage. The python's skin and meat were packed tightly in their backpacks. Then, carefully, they returned to the clan with their group. Upon returning to the clan, I had all the yellow clay brought from near my cave. I began preparing to make pottery. First, I made a rotating disc out of wooden logs. I also made a simple molding tool. Then I led the clan members to a mound farther from the cave. We dug a 2-meter wide oven. The stones were stacked layer by layer and covered with mud. We left an opening for wind and smoke. By sunset, a simple oven was finished. During this time, I had Mingwan carry some too. Next to it, I dug a larger hole. And this hole in the ground is used for smoking charcoal. I just showed them how to make the first batch of charcoal. Then I passed the pile of wood to Ming Wang and the others. The next morning, I got up early. It took quite a bit of effort to cook the eggs before I could eat. Once I'd made the ceramic jars, I threw away these stone jars. Then I went to call Ming Wang. I called Liu, Xia, and others. After several of them arrived at the cave, they all looked at me expectantly. Today I'll teach you how to make pottery. You can use it to hold things. You can also use it to serve rice and stews. Scylla stared with wide eyes, filled with confusion. But don't we have stone jugs now? Besides, they're sturdy. Today I'll show you how to make something lighter that can hold more things. As I spoke, I took out some yellow clay. I poured it onto a stone slab and added a little water, kneading it repeatedly. Next, I placed the kneaded dough on a plate and rolled it around. An oval block of clay quickly appeared in my hands. I slowly closed the clay block to create some space. The primordial shape of a container had now appeared. Anyone can see that this clay can hold things. Everyone present watched me intently as I did this. It continually pressed against the sides of the clay jar, which was already beginning to take shape. Thus, by repeating the process, the block of clay eventually took the shape of a jar. Then, carefully, I lifted the formed jar. I placed it in a cool place near the cave. After it air-dried, it was ready for use, because pottery takes a few days to dry. So after making some commonly used bowls and jugs, one placed them inside the cave and got busy with other things. Then, I accessed the system. I spent 100 achievement points to exchange for the crafting method for a 2-part bow. The method for making a 2-part bow is quite specific. Specific figures are measured in centimeters. 1 centimeter is equivalent to the width of an average person's pinky fingernail. I made a bamboo ruler in the centimeter position. This allowed Ming Wang and the others to prepare the black bamboo skin string materials. Now, we'll make the 2-piece bow. Even with a memory tutorial like a fire mark, we also need to compare each time we carve it. We make gestures with the other piece. With both hands, we press the 2 pieces of bamboo firmly together. Sure enough, the bamboo pieces fit together perfectly. We started lighting the fire again to roast the bamboo pieces. We reshaped the roasted bamboo pieces with stones. Then we used the snakeskin we cut yesterday to make the finger guard. The difficulty of the 2-piece bow lies in how to make the 2 pieces of bamboo fit together perfectly. Then we'll let Liu, Ming Wang, and the others learn how to make the bow themselves. So over the course of 3 days, the hunting team members practiced archery regardless of the time. Because they had the guidance of a master like me, their archery skills also grew by leaps and bounds. I found Liu and told Ming Wang, "We're going to build a new protective wall outside the tribe. For now it seems useless, but in the future it might not be." Hearing this, they both fell silent, because they didn't want to be plundered at will in the future. Indeed, the sense of crisis brought motivation. Liu and Mingguan immediately decided to summon the young and strong of the tribe. They began to move stones for the wall. They began to take out stones from the base of the southern mountain. The stones they had cleared were taken to build the outer wall. This protective wall is over 3 meters high and over 1 meter thick. Because this time, the wall was really long and the project was also extensive. I had to call in the hunting team members as well. Even so, it took 5 days to complete the wall. Only then were they able to complete the upgrade of the protective wall. The outer layer of the wall was still planted with mulberry and hawthorn trees. With this kind of arrangement, let's not even consider it today. I only fear it's an extremely rare occurrence in history. Then I organized the things I needed to do next. More yellow clay needed to be excavated. Second, we needed to continue searching nature for wild plants that were edible and useful. Third, we needed to see if we could catch some wolf pups that we could tame for our own use. The next day, I went out with 30 hunters. The other 30 hunters remained, with the tribe practicing with bows for defense. This time, about 20 young people from the tribe also accompanied us. I took advantage of this outing to do a little training. However, this time the leader wasn't Ming Wang, but Ansu. Ansu's archery skills in particular have improved day by day. He's the best archer in the tribe, aside from me. Walking at a slow pace, we discovered several Z herbs. In one area of relatively sparse undergrowth, the lush green leaves were especially striking. Then I pulled it up by the roots. It turns out it's a wild carrot. Wipe off the dirt and pass it to Anzu. Taste it and tell me how it tastes. Anzu gritted his teeth as if she were making a life or death decision. She simply popped the carrot into her mouth and bit it twice. At the same time, she closed her eyes with an expression that said, "I'm giving it my all." I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Is it so bad that I only let you eat 1 carrot?" After chewing a few times, Anzu suddenly opened his eyes. His expression was one of surprise and excitement. "Hey, big boss, this tastes sweet. Something you can't say." Something in my heart moved. "Why did you eat just because I told you to?" Anzu was stunned for a moment and said seriously, "Uncle Liu said to Uncle Mingwang, 'It was you who led us. You gave us hope by saving the SW tribe.' I said I just had to follow your words." Anzu's words shocked me. Unexplainably, loyalty was shown. Now I know it's important to get serious. We must uproot these carrots. They must be planted within the tribe. Because carrots can be grown year-round, they can serve as permanent vegetables for the tribe. Carrots, in particular, have a high nutritional value, much higher than that of other common vegetables. After digging out the carrots, I led a group toward the river. With the experience from last time, everyone started digging immediately upon arrival. This time, both the digging speed and the amount excavated far exceeded the previous time. After all, this time, when digging clay, we need to prepare a large kiln to make enough pottery for the tribe's people. If possible, we'll also make an extra part. That way, the next time Channing comes, he can trade things with the ceramics. Shortly after, I prepared the yellow clay. Then we set off back to the tribe. But as soon as we left the bush, we came across some deer. Anzu was the first to notice the deer's presence. He gestured with his hand, and everyone slowly bent down. Then he quietly took out his bow and arrows and knelt, half hidden in the grass. He began silently aiming at the deer not far away. The members of the hunting team beside him were also silently stringing their bows. Then, at my command, the hunt drew their bows and fired. In the distance, 5 deer fell at once. Then, I gestured with my hand for Anzu and the others to stay down and not move. After returning last time, I analyzed the situation with Ming Wang. We hadn't encountered any wolves in this area before. I had Ming Wang secretly go out to follow them twice. It turned out that this pack of wolves was indeed following the migration of herbivores. That is, at this moment, the scent of these deer's blood could have been traced to the appearance of these wolves. As expected, sounds were soon heard in the nearby bushes. Meanwhile, Anzu also crouched down, her eyes fixed in one direction without moving. At that moment, the hunting team members were eager to act. In contrast, the young men of the clan, who hadn't been out much, seemed somewhat restless. They were clearly somewhat uncomfortable when the wild wolves appeared and began to tear the deer apart. More than 30 members of the hunting team, along with about 30 young members of the clan, were stealthily approaching the wolf pack. But before they could get fully close, a wolf in the pack ran away. All the wild wolves stopped their attack on the deer in an instant. They bared their teeth and crouched down to watch, staring at the humans approaching from the sides. The hunting team members raised their bows and aimed at the wolf pack. I raised my iron shovel and approached the pack of wolves. However, my appearance surprised the wolf pack, which bared its teeth. Suddenly, its tone of voice changed, clearly showing weakness. They're afraid of the big boss. The beasts are also afraid of humans. They all looked at me in disbelief. Wow, they know what fear is too. That makes things easier. Then I carefully recalled what the basic beast taming training said about wolves' communication howls. I tried howling, meaning, "Which of you is the leader? Let me speak." Sure enough, a gray-furred wolf approached from the pack. It looked at me, lowered its tail, and yelled loudly, "Ow!" Then I told the Wolf King that he should give me some wolflings to look after. "These deer I have here can be a gift for you. If you don't accept, your pack will be destroyed." In the end, under my threat and persuasion, they got 5 adorable furry wolfhounds. The Wolf King ordered the pack to take the deers. For the people of the Jurian tribe, everything seemed so unreal. These people were forming, from the depths of their being, something called an idol. We also hunted 6 deer and 4 mountain goats along the way. Upon returning to the tribe, I directly led the wolf folk to the armored earth dragon. Some of the wolfhounds must have been a month or 2 old, and they looked adorably silly and harmless, yet ferocious. As soon as I reached out my hand, the wolfhounds immediately bared their teeth. They assumed an attacking, biting stance. Once domesticated, these wolves have a high fighting capacity, and the reason I brought them before the armored earth dragon was to try, through the dragon's breath, to control the werewolves' arrogance a little, to prevent them from getting too arrogant. But what he didn't expect was that even when facing this enormous creature, the armored earth dragon, the 5 wolfhounds didn't show even a hint of fear. They gathered together and looked up howling at the armored earth dragon. The funniest thing is that one of the slightly larger wolf cubs dared to approach the armored earth dragon, showing its teeth, and had a defiant attitude, as if saying, "Come here if you dare." The armored earth dragon just lazily looked at a few wolf folks. Then he lay down on the ground and began chewing the grass in front of him, a disdainful indifference. So I went to find Ansu and asked him for a large piece of venison. I returned and cut it into small pieces and put them in a stone pot. Then I pounded them repeatedly with an egg beater. Then I formed the meat into small balls to feed the wolfhounds. Upon seeing me, the wolfhounds extended their paws, demanding the meatballs. Each one fled in an adorable but ferocious manner. That attitude clearly said, "Stay away." But it wasn't long before their bellies were full, and they began to cry uncontrollably. Newborn wolf pups need constant feeding. The wolf pups were no longer howling uncontrollably, but were looking longingly at my hands, tilting their heads. Finally, one of the puppies could not resist any longer. He approached with cautious steps to catch the meatball, then quickly ran to one side and began to devour it. The other little wolves also ran towards me to eat the meatball, but a single meatball clearly couldn't fill their stomachs. After eating, several wolf pups looked at me eagerly again. This time it wasn't the same vigilance as before, but rather they raised their heads toward me somewhat timidly. Their tails wagged a little. Seeing him take out the meat knife again, the wolf cubs began to jump for joy one after another. Whoo! Then, the 5 wolf cubs ran together toward the stone pot. I picked up a meatball and offered it to the wolf cub again. This time, each of them eagerly opened their mouths to eat the meatball. I spent the whole day in the cave training the wolf pups. It was really a combination of gentleness and hardness, a combination of rewards and punishments. In the end, the 5 wolf pups no longer showed any distrust when confronting me. They even began to follow me, wandering behind me. The next day, Liu and Mingwang came looking for me again. I was in the cave playing with the wolf pups. The two were clearly stunned, their astonishment turning to surprise. Mingwang let out a soft cry. "Big boss, can you really get that close to the wolf pups? Once these wolf pups are tamed, they'll grow up to become the clan's hunting dogs. We can also have them help us protect the tribe." Liu and Mingwang exchanged a glance. They both saw the incredible in each other's eyes. "By the way, what is the reason for your visit?" Liu said with a worried expression. "Big Chief, a storm is coming. Many of the caves where people live have leaks. So, how will the clan's migration be organized this year?" Every year, during the mid-spring season, it rains incessantly for 20 to 30 days. The clan's homes will also become unbearably damp from the incessant rain. Then, I smiled at Liu and said, "We don't need to migrate." Liu looked confused. "If we don't move, the clan members will get colds. At that point, we won't know how many people will die." I was shocked to the core. I didn't expect rainy weather to have such a huge impact on the Jillian clan. "This year, we don't need to migrate. We will build houses." Liu and Mingwang were stunned. "What does it mean to build houses?" "I'll teach you that later." In addition to building houses, we'll also need to be outside the defensive wall. We'll also need to work outside the protective wall, digging a defensive ditch. First, select a large, flat piece of land within the tribe. Have the tribe members compact the soil to make it firm. Liu and Mingwang responded and withdrew. I scratched my head. I'd originally wanted to rush into opening the kiln to make pottery. Looks like I'll have to postpone it for 2 days. I sighed inwardly. If I said I was doing a professional job, that would be understandable. But now what I'm doing is just big boss nonsense. It sounds very impressive. In reality, it's like being both a father and a mother. It seems like there are endless things to do every day. Building houses, digging ditches, kiln S. It's not easy managing this small plot of land. I then led the little wolf to the defensive wall. There, a group of people led by Mingwang were digging the defensive ditch. After giving instructions on the details, I headed toward the base. Liu was leading a group that was compacting the base there, but the method of compacting the soil made me laugh and cry at the same time. The tribe members lifted and dropped large stones one by one. The ground was full of potholes and holes. Noticing that I had arrived, Liu ran from a distance towards me. Smiling, I said, "Go find someone to bring a tree thick enough for 2 people to hug from outside the tribe." Liu nodded seriously. I immediately found someone to do it. I also guided them through tying and smoothing the wood. In the end, I even handled how to use the wooden poles myself. After the wooden posts were driven in one by one, the imperfections in the ground were quickly leveled out. By noon the next day, the foundation for the entire tribe's house construction was completely compacted. I asked Liu to take the people to the city ditch, transport the earth that Mingwang had dug into the tribe, then go to the back mountain to select thick-skinned bamboo canes. Cut each cane into 3 sections and divide them into 4. I also exchanged a method for making homemade cement from the system, because there are many methods for making cement, and currently there is a method that uses plant ash. So I asked Liu to gather all the plant ashes within the tribe. We then began making our own cement using the method we'd developed. Of course, I was the one who demonstrated how to do it, Liu, and the tribe members did it perfectly alongside me. Soon, each of the ash cements with a white touch was successfully completed. We made an empty mold out of bamboo strips. In the middle, we placed a mixture of hay, clay, and gravel to compact it. Once the earth wall took shape and we removed the bamboo strips, I asked the tribe members to bring stones to stick around the earth wall. The inner layer was joined with pure stones and cement. Next, it was time to build the roof. After about 10 days in total, the Mu family's earthen building was finally completed. It occupies an area of approximately 2,000 square meters. From the outside, it looked like a stone fort. The fort had small windows on 2 levels. The floor is made of cement mixed with stones. All the tribe members were so excited they couldn't speak. Although they had never seen a house before, they now knew what an earth building was for. The entire tribe erupted in jubilation after the completion of the first earth building. Later, the members of the Jidian tribe became quite skilled at constructing dirt buildings. 3 more earth buildings were built on the original foundation. The 3 dirt buildings are arranged in a triangular shape. The 4th building is located in the center of the 3. 3 stars surround the moon. This is the purpose of the arrangement chosen to construct the earthen buildings. The reason for choosing this construction is to consider that, in case the tribe is attacked and the outer wall is breached, the design of the 4 earth buildings can protect each other. Each earthen building has at least 30 windows. Each window can allow 1 or 2 archers to shoot from it. Thus, the entire Gilean tribe is surrounded by 3 mountains. In front of the gate, there is a defensive wall surrounding a river. Within the tribe, there are earth towers. This is considered the best defense that can be built under these conditions. The Giana tribe has dedicated almost a month in total, especially now that the rainy season is approaching. The number of times the tribe goes hunting will also be affected. It's necessary to store some food before the rains come. I led 5 wolves to the outer wall. I noticed that the ditch had already been dug to a depth of 3 meters. There's already some groundwater accumulated at the bottom of the river. I think a lot of water will accumulate here during the rainy season. If this long moat around the city isn't used, it will seem a bit wasteful. I frowned, thinking, I've got it. There are plenty of fish in the Great Dragon Lake. I must catch some before the ice on the lake's surface melts. I'll treat it like a natural fish pond. At that point, I'll be able to come and catch some fish when I don't have anything else to do. Catch some shrimp or something. Perfect. I couldn't help but smile broadly. These pleasant days seem pretty good. I took several wolves to look for Ansu. Then I told him about the idea of raising fish in the city moat. This, of course, renewed Ansu's understanding. Ansu agreed. But if we use harpoons, there won't be any live fish. I smiled and shook my head. First, go get Liu some animal rope to make fishing nets. Go in the afternoon. Take advantage of the time when the ice on the Great Dragon Lake hasn't completely melted yet. Catch as many as you can. Anso nodded and turned to leave. Then I went to find Ming Wang. I took a look at the training camp built on the southern mountain of the tribe. More than 50 hunters were already there, along with about 20 new ones, all immersed in training. These people were divided into 3 groups for training. One group was under the command of Anshu, with 2 bows and 3 arrows. Although the team was small, each was strong and skilled in archery. These people practiced long-distance ambushes with precision. A group consists of trained archers with single bows. They practice with a number of people. They may even be able to hit a target in a given area with the greatest probability of success. As for the final group, there are about 20 newcomers. These 2 groups are being trained under the direction of Min Wang. However, Anso just brought 20. They came to fish at the Great Dragon Lake. So on the field, it's just Ming Wan leading his group. When I arrived at the training ground with some wolves, everyone ignored me and continued practicing. All my demands on the archer army are strictly binding. That's also the reason why they didn't stop after my arrival. I called them with a voice. And I know that Ming Wang will take people hunting tomorrow. Ming Wang immediately rubbed his hands together, excited. In fact, it's no wonder he was excited. Because it's been over a month since we last went hunting together. It's already been over a month. Then I said, this time we're going to go a little further, to supply the tribe with food for rainy days. Ming Wanda felt serious, and then asked, Big boss, do you want to see how the archer's training is going? I smiled and nodded. I came just to see. Ming Wang, very excited, waved his hand and shouted to the 3 groups. They all stopped and lined up in front of me. With a loud bang, everyone rushed toward the 2. They formed 3 lines. Ming Wang walked to the front row. Chi Ye, pick some people for the big boss, so he can see the results of the training. Then Chile came out, greeted me, and chose 3 people who bowed to me. I gestured with my hand. Shoot 2 arrows so you can see them. Chikella sensed the other 3, grabbed a piece of bamboo and threw it. The 3 next to him shot an arrow each. The bamboo tube, after being hit by several arrows, deflected upwards. In the end, Chile took a deep breath, drew the bowstring, and with a loud voice, shot straight. The falling bamboo tube crashed. Wow, I exclaimed to myself. Isn't it incredible how much progress has been made in his archery technique? But I didn't let it show on my face. Smiling, I nodded and said, all right, you have to remember that I've been the big boss for so long. Somehow, I've developed a deep and enigmatic appearance as a leader. Still, a simple, very good from me. It continued to thrill these 4. At this moment, the members of the Xian clan are just a group of primitives. Every day, they continue to struggle for survival. They are trying to grasp the art of shooting with art, especially since they all know that improving their shooting will help them get more food for the tribe. So these hunting teams are thinking about it all the time. Almost everything revolves around how to improve their arrow aim. That night, Anzu returned with about 20 people. They discussed how to place the fish. It was already prepared when Anzu returned. The next morning, all the hunters and team members gathered at the training camp. They then selected 20 people to stay and guard the tribe. The rest of the people went hunting with me. Of course, the 5 wolf cubs, who were going out for the first time, were also there. The person guiding had changed from Mingwanga to Anshu. When the 5 wolf cubs had just left the tribe, they were still running happily around. But then the 5 wolf cubs also noticed something was out of the ordinary. Each of them became cautious. This time I have to lead my compatriots to find the wolf pack, unite with the wild wolves, and then work together to hunt. I led a group of over 50 people through the jungle. We returned for the 3rd time to the area where we encountered the wolf pack. 5 wolves sniffed the area carefully. Finally, they raised their heads and howled in unison. All the members of the hunting team froze. They looked around cautiously, unsure of what was happening. I shook my head and said softly, smiling, "It's just that the wolfhounds discovered the pack's territory was to the southwest. But these 5 wolf dogs were captured from the pack. How could they possibly be with their own kin in the southwest? What's more, they're so small." Ming Wang was confused. I smiled and shook my head. Once the wolf folk leave the tribe and live with us, humans will be considered foreigners by their former pack. It will be difficult for them to integrate into the tribe unless they can defeat the wolf king of the pack and become the new leader. Ming Wang was eager to try and was about to speak. Suddenly, he heard a whispering sound in the distance. In the wolf pack, there was already a gray wolf with a spot on its forehead. It approached them through the undergrowth. However, after this wolf approached them, it immediately displayed an alert posture. That was the wolf king. Without giving me time to react, the 5 little wolf packs huddled together began to howl in unison. They launched themselves at the wolf, baring their teeth and challenging him. The wolf pack froze, staring at the 5 somewhat familiar wolves. Then they all began to howl in rage. If there weren't more than 50 people nearby, I think the 2 wolf packs, with their differences in strength, would soon clash. My head was bothering me a little. MC's posture was clearly ready to attack at any moment. Once he attacked, the other 4 would undoubtedly attack as well. Left with no options, I could only utter a disgruntled snort. "Come back!" Immediately, he shouted at King Yobo. With an attitude that said, "I'll be waiting for you," he stepped back to my side, and at that moment, I advanced to the front of the crowd. I began communicating with the Wolf King by making shooing sounds. I expressed my intention. I asked the Wolf King to lead the tribe to marry them. Finally, I added, hunters will also have their share of the captured prey. The Wolf King hesitated for a moment. He turned and shouted twice to the pack behind him. The pack immediately fell silent, but I smiled slightly. Then I turned to the Jinian tribe members, who also had confused expressions. Alright. In the Xian tribe, except for Anshu, everyone was astonished. The great chief had actually reached an agreement with the Wolf King. Thus, a group of people were a short distance from a pack of wolves. However, an encirclement formation was looming. We headed towards Sichuan, as Ming Wang had told us. The 5 little wolves, also due to the Wolf King, fell silent for a while after he left. However, they didn't move any further from my side. They were alert, looking around, especially in the direction of the wolf pack. Evidently, the appearance of the Wolf King put them under great pressure. Then, after walking for about half a day, we finally arrived at our destination, Sio, and the pack of wolves became very stealthy since they entered this meadow. I also gestured to the Haiyan clan members to slow down and crouch down. At the same time, we cautiously inched deeper into the grassland. I reached out to gently push aside the undergrowth and look ahead. Just one look took my breath away. Obedient, so much so, not far from me. At least hundreds of horned serfs were huddled together. They were grouped together, eating grass. Apart from the deer, a horse with black and white spots. This is it. Is it the African savanna? I was impressed. This is practically a natural food store. I suddenly realized we couldn't face so many beasts recklessly. If I actually shoot an arrow, the target will be exposed. With so many big guys rushing in, our group isn't big enough to see them. I signaled for Anzu to come to my side. Take a group and gently surround the rhino. Shoot the rhino's eyes when I tell you to act. Anso nodded seriously and bent down to call people over. I grabbed the large M who was fidgeting next to me. I whispered that I'd take care of a few who were left alone later. Sakea did indeed stay still, hidden in the grass, ready to attack. Shortly after, Anzu finally led the people toward the rhinoceros. He gave a very discreet signal. Upon receiving Anzu's signal, I decisively drew 3 arrows from the bow on my back. An arrow flew directly toward the nearest deer. The bamboo arrow struck the deer in the neck, and he fell immediately. At the same time, Anzu's bamboo arrows also flew towards the rhinoceros. Almost at the moment this deer fell, the deers around became frightened and turned around, running. I waved my hand. The tribesmen behind me shot bamboo arrows in unison. Immediately, several deers and zebras fell. All the serfs and zebras realized there was danger here. They ran en masse in another direction. But before they could run far, a gigantic rhinoceros charged forward from that direction. In an instant, several deers and zebras were brought down by the rhinos. 3 types of beasts mingled and ran together toward the other side. That direction was precisely where the wolf pack was. It took only about 10 seconds. If we let these beasts gang up and come this way, the wolf pack would be in trouble. There was a furious roar, and he leaped high on the spot. He launched himself headlong toward the deer who was about to reach him. At his roar, the pack of wolves behind him also sprang into action. Howling, they charged at the deer. In just one leap, the deer was brought down by 10 beasts. The deer in the lead immediately turned around, but was attacked by the rhinos and zebras and became trapped. With just one encounter, many beasts were trampled and fell to the ground. The scene became even more chaotic. The Xian clan members stood up at this moment. With their bowstrings fully drawn, they shot bamboo arrows in unison. At that moment, the howls of various beasts resounded incessantly, looking at the various beasts fighting on the ground. Then, I gestured for everyone to stop. I let the herd of beasts escape, because it was enough. Even if we killed more, we couldn't carry it all. On this hunt, we killed a total of 6 rhinos, 2 spotted rhinos, 85 rhinos. I glanced at the prey around me and then looked at the wolf king. In the end, it was agreed that for every wolf, one of the deers would be given to the wolf pack. In total, 27 deers for the wolf pack. Just then, screams were suddenly heard nearby. And then, fist-sized stones began to fly toward us. There are enemies. Protect the big boss, Ming Wang shouted loudly. I stepped aside to avoid the stone, looking in the right direction. Not far away, there were about 200 people throwing stones at us. In an instant, some of our members were hit by stones. They only cried out a few times, but they weren't in mortal danger. The Wolf King and his pack were transporting game. They were also attacked relentlessly by stones, baring their teeth and preparing to pounce. People over there, stand back. These prey are ours. Someone in the crowd of attackers shouted. Oh my, do you still want to steal what we've already seized? I shouted furiously. Fire the arrows. All the members of the Hylian tribe drew their bows at that moment. They shot straight. The people in front hadn't reacted yet, and more than 30 people were directly hit by the bamboo arrows. At that moment, shrill screams rang out all around. They had never seen bows and arrows before. They only saw thin bamboo slings flying rapidly toward them. In an instant, they seriously injured more than 30 people. The one leading the group is clearly a hunter, he said in panic. They have witchcraft. Without waiting for him to react, Ming Wang and An Su spoke almost simultaneously. Don't let them escape. The tribesmen drew their bows and fired again. On the other side, more than 20 people fell, and at that moment, the pack of wolves that had been attacked indiscriminately by the stones also roared in anger and rushed towards this group of people. Just before the wolf pack attacked, the tribe members fired a third wave of arrows. This time, even though the other side was prepared, about 20 people still fell. The 3 waves of arrows passed in just a few seconds. The group of hunters on the other side had already lost half of its members. This wasn't over yet. The wolves, who hadn't yet vented their anger, roared and charged at them. In an instant, the wolf pack bit, killing about 10 people. Then, at my command, the tribesmen ran with bamboo spears in hand. Those who remained uninjured on the ground, surrounded by the tribe members and the wolf pack, especially the head hunter. At this moment, the Wolf King has his leg caught, with blood flowing. If it weren't for me signaling to stop him, I was afraid he'd be bitten to death immediately. I frowned and approached him to ask, "What tribe are you from?" The chief hunter, who narrowly escaped death, was obvious. He still didn't understand the situation and shouted angrily, "I'm from the One Feng tribe. You guys are really seeking death by attacking us." When I arrived at this SJ, I only knew that the Jilian were a small tribe. Aside from the occasional trade of furs for salt with the Manglan tribe, we barely have any contact with other tribes. Very little contact with other tribes. My tribe has over 1,000 people. We already have our own warriors. If you dare attack us, you're simply seeking death. He threatened with words. Over 1,000 people. I looked straight at Ming Kung. Better to kill him. Ming Hun was visibly shocked. Then, a ferocious expression appeared on his face. With one shot, he killed this hunting chief. Only then did I nod and look at everyone. Remember this. Those who dare attack the Chilean must die. At that moment, the tribe members raised their bamboo spears to the sky, and the wolf pack seemed to be infected. Under the leadership of the Wolf King, they all howled to the sky. Then take the remaining people of the great tribe, tie them together with animal sinews. Help us carry this house. I thought for a moment, howling. I spoke again with the Wolf King. If you join forces with me, we'll seek more House D. A portion of House D will be shared with you. Also, for this D house, I'll give you 10 more. If other humans come to our tribe, you need to have your people let me know in advance. The Wolf King gladly accepted. Only then did I smile and laugh. All of Ming Kung's loot will be taken by these slaves. Help the wolf pack with a share, too. Ming Kung didn't understand. Slaves? What slaves? I pointed at the prisoner and said, from now on, if the tribe captures people like that again, they will be bound together with ropes made of animal sinew. Those who are different from us will be called slaves. Ming Gun muttered several times and laughed as he nodded. The group then finally returned to the Jizian tribe. At this point, after separating, the Wolf King led the tribe to migrate near the Jizian tribe. They selected a new settlement nearby. After returning to the tribe, all hygiene was shocked because this time they brought not only dozens of large and small prey, but also about 40 people. I had Ming Hung supervise these people in the pit. I selected a plot of land on the perimeter. They dug out and built a rudimentary shelter. I told the slaves in a cold voice, from now on, you will be the deers of the Hunyan tribe. You will only be allowed to live here. I will assign you tasks every day. You will only have meals and work. Otherwise, you will only die of hunger. 40 people, 8 of whom are grouped together in a team. All were tied by animal tendons at their ankles. If they try to untie them, have them killed. Some members of the same group had no food left that day. Even if it's serious, just have them killed. Then I said to Liu, who was beside me, starting tomorrow, we'll move from this side of the forest to the other. I pointed into the distance. Let's build another defensive wall there. This will be our 3rd defensive wall. Liu showed a serious look. Is it that long? He let out a mocking laugh. This time, there's no need for the tribe members to intervene. Every day, Tu and Min Huang alternately send people to supervise. If there's any strange movement, don't tell me, just have him killed. After organizing the slaves' belongings, I returned to the cave. Then, I focused my mind and logged into the system. System prompt. Capturing slaves completes a historic breakthrough. We've earned 500 achievement points. Now it has 3,900 achievement points. Then I redeemed 3,000 achievement points for the ultimate technique of the heavy earth technique and its derivation. The technique consists of 2 small skills. Once learned, the effect can influence gravity within a given area, changing the composition of the soil in a specific area. Then my mind added a confusing passage. A complicated set of formulas and seals. It took a long time before I finally understood how to execute the earth path technique. Explanatory note. The path technique is combined with the derived wood path technique. Together, they will trigger a combined effect, accelerating or slowing the growth rate of organisms in a given area. What I didn't expect was that what I had learned was actually ancient Chinese shamanic medicine. Do I need to recreate the glory of shamanic medicine in this SJ? What would happen if I applied these 2 skills to corn? Without hesitation, I left the cave. I approached the cornfield. The corn seedlings had already grown more than a meter. Then, I placed my hands near the corn. I opened my mind and began to execute the great technique of the earth path and the derived technique of the wood path. As time passed, beads of sweat began to accumulate on my forehead. Evidently, the expense is enormous. When I opened my eyes, I discovered that there were already 10-centimeter-long ears of corn hanging from the stalk. I couldn't contain my joy. At this pace, I'll be able to come eat sweet corn tomorrow. After resting for a while, I finally left the cornfield. The next morning, I asked Anshu to take all the hunters to the training camp. Counting Mingung and Anshu, we were a total of 78 people. That's a quarter of the entire tribe. I looked at everyone and said, "You've all seen the danger out there. From today on, you won't have to participate in any clan work. You'll just focus on training. In the future, Most of you will not only be hunters, but also warriors. Warriors? All were stunned. This is a special group that only exists in large tribes. They don't work. They only train for battle. They are only mobilized in cases of danger to the tribe or during a raid. They are the bravest and most capable fighters in the tribe. I looked at everyone and said, "Today I will teach you some skills that a warrior must master." Everyone got excited and looked at me. The skill you're about to learn is called martial arts. It's a skill for confronting others. Min-kun thought for a moment and said, "When the big boss fights against others, everyone carries weapons." I asked with a smile, "But what if someone took your gun away? Or what would happen if you didn't have a gun in your hands?" Ming Hong scratches his head. "Without a gun, you only see who's stronger. If he has a gun and I don't, I can only run away." Smiling, I shook my head and asked Minggun to attack me with a bamboo spear. Min Wong, between laughter and nerves, said he didn't dare. Finally, at my command, Mingwun raised the bamboo spear and attacked me. However, that attack was full of flaws. I stepped slightly to the side, letting the bamboo spear pass. I reached out for Min Huan's neck and threw him backward in a single motion. With a thud, Ming Wang fell face first onto the ground, and his bamboo spear was taken by me the instant I turned around. This move alone left everyone speechless. Ming Wang got up from the ground and knelt on one knee. "Big boss, this is what you call martial arts. Please teach us." "I can teach you, but right now, your physical condition isn't up to par. And your reactions aren't adequate either. Even if I teach you, I'm afraid you won't be able to learn. So how can we catch up?" Someone asked. I smiled and said, "Starting today, all of you must undergo physical training, improve your physical fitness, reaction time, and endurance." Then I began to detail the training plan. Of course, in addition to training, nutrition must also be adequate. After doing this, I returned to the cornfield. As expected, after applying the technique again, the ear, which originally measured about 10 centimeters, grew a little longer. I reached out and plucked some corn from the stalk. I peeled off the husks in a couple of motions and began to bite into it. While it's not as sweet as the corn from later times, it has a high starch content, which makes it somewhat sticky. I looked around and broke off a little over 10 ears. Only then, satisfied, did I take the corn back. Then, I quickly called IH and Ming Kung. First, I took an ear of corn, broke it in two, and handed it to them. Liacha spoke while chewing. "The taste is a little strange, slightly sweet, and somewhat sticky." Ming Wunda felt and said, "It tastes very good, just there is a little bit." It wasn't long before thick steam rose from the clay pot. The corn was also cooked. With the corn hot, Li H and Min Jung held it and started biting it, while saying in an unintelligible voice, "The cooked corn is really delicious." I also took a piece of corn on the cob. I inhaled deeply, my expression ecstatic. It was the same familiar taste. Then I took the ceramic bowl again. I poured each of them a bowl of corn porridge. All three of them began to drink the corn porridge. It was another wonderful taste experience. After eating, Minggung and Liache understood the use of corn. The corn on the side of the second wall can now be harvested and eaten. But be careful to leave the part near the southern mountain. Don't harvest the part under your feet. Wait until they are fully ripe before harvesting them to leave seeds. I suddenly thought about the last time we were married. We discovered hemp, so I told Mingkung, "Arrange for someone to go and collect all this hemp tomorrow. Make sure you bring back some hemp with roots and soil. Leave some in the wild too." Minhu nodded. I paused and said to the IH, "Tomorrow, when the land is developed, let's set aside a portion for growing hemp." Although hemp does not fill the stomach like corn, its entire being has value. LH was even more surprised. Besides, it can be spun into linen. What else can you do with it? Hemp roots can be used as medicine to protect pregnancy. Hemp bark can be used to make thread, spin, and weave. Hemp seeds can be used to extract oil. And besides, hemp leaves are also edible. So, it's settled. The next morning, take 5 werewolves to the training camp. I taught them a simple set of combat techniques with bamboo spears, and also the use of melee weapons. Then, I headed straight out of the tribe with the 5 wolfhounds. Once I left the second protective wall, I didn't walk far before I was already in the jungle. Every time I take the wolf cubs for a walk, they wander around this area. Occasionally, I find a pair of roaming wild hens. Then I let 5 wolf cubs go into the woods to hunt on their own. I crouched in the same spot. I watched from a distance as the 5 wolfhounds leaped through the bushes. Just then, suddenly in the jungle, a wolf's howl sounded. I frowned slightly, knowing the Wolf King was approaching. As agreed, once the Wolf King chose a place to land in the surrounding area, he would come looking for me. Now it seems the Wolf King has come to keep his promise. And after the Wolf King's voice sounded, "Do, indeed," they quickly returned. They didn't even chase after the rabbits. Each of them positioned themselves around me, crouching in a position of alert. Shortly after, the Wolf King appeared before me. What was unexpected was that the Wolf King came alone. I began communicating with the Wolf King by chasing away. "Your tribe members are already settled," the Wolf King also responded. "They're settled. As agreed, today when your tribe sets out, I've already arranged for the tribe members to follow him. As long as they bring the prey, they'll arrive safe and sound. They'll definitely get their share." Then the Wolf King said, "In that direction, there's a large tree with 3 holes in it. You can tell your tribe members to put the prey there." Looking in the direction the Wolf King pointed. Sure enough, in the distance I saw an exceptionally sturdy tree. I nodded and then answered, "Then it's settled. If you encounter anything unexpected or someone unfamiliar, you can come here and let me know. I'll have someone waiting here every day." The Wolf King nodded in agreement. Then he turned and disappeared into the bushes. After the Wolf King left, I didn't leave. Instead, I stayed in the same place waiting for Ming Kung's return. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Ming Kung returned with about 10 people, all carrying a large bundle of hemp. There are also a few more people carrying it. They're deers, about 7 or 8 of them. Everyone has a look of excitement on their faces. Since the great chief taught them how to use bows and arrows, hunting isn't as difficult as it used to be. Min Kung was surprised. "Big boss, how come you're here?" I smiled and said I came with the young wolf to hunt a couple of prey and I met the Wolf King. Not only that, but on this outing you have already let some wolves follow him outside. Ming Kung and the hunters looked confused, because they didn't see any wolves following them. I frowned. The Wolf King is lying, just to deceive his prey. Are wolves really that intelligent? Before I could even think about it, not far away, whispering noises were heard again. The sounds were hurried. Ming Wen let out a whisper. Something is approaching. They all dropped the hemp they were carrying, drew their bows, and aimed in one direction. They all felt a pressure in their chests. Soon, a familiar sound rang out again. "Stop! It's the Wolf King who comes to warn us." Then, through King Yobo's description, a group of people followed my tribe here. They will arrive in a moment. After speaking, the Wolf King turned around and left. I turned around and whispered the situation to the others. The faces of everyone around me changed immediately. It was obvious they were thinking of the Manglan tribe. They had quietly returned, following in their footsteps. And then they brought near calamity to the Hillenians. I told everyone to hide. After a while, a whispering sound was heard again in the distance. Muffled voices began to arrive one after another. The information these individuals revealed is that the Manglona tribe has now allied with a larger Blacktooth tribe. This tribe has around 500 hunters and warriors. They were sent by the Blackteeth tribe to gather intelligence, to prepare to launch an attack against us. Then this group quickly left. This information reached Min Wang's ears. A great calamity was already imminent. He looked at me anxiously and whispered hurriedly, "The big boss can't let these people come back." I signaled him to calm down a bit. Killing these people is easy, but it will give the Blacktooth tribe time to prepare. At that point, we'll have to be constantly alert to their attacks. Let's get ready. This time, we'll do something big. This caused the tribe members to return with the flax reed. Upon returning, I waited near the second protective wall. I instructed the people to place the flax stalk with roots and soil there. Dig a hole personally to plant hemp. Then I told Ming Huang, "Go call Liu, Anshu, and the others." Soon, Ming Huan returned. Several people had serious expressions. It was obvious that Ming Huan had told them what had happened. Ming Huang frowned, clearly worried. Liu clenched and unclenched his fists, evidently indecisive. Anzu, however, had his hands drooping naturally, appearing the most relaxed. But his eyes shone brightly. I smiled and said to Anzu, "What do you think about this matter?" Anzu responded seriously. "They have 500. But we also have over 100. They only use bone and stone clubs, while we have bows, javelins, and grass shields. We also have stone and bone clubs." He paused and continued, "If it's really a fight, they won't be able to get in." I nodded, smiling, and said, "If it comes to fighting, they're no match for us. Besides, this time we're not inside the tribe, we're right in the jungle, right in front of the tribe." Min Kundil and H were stunned at the same time. "Big Chief, without the tribe's protective wall, do we really have to face them? And we're so few anyway." I smiled and shook my head. That's not safe, Li H and Ming Kung exclaimed in unison. Big boss, what do you say we should do? I organized my thoughts and said, Li H, take some people to cut bamboo on the back mountain. Cut as many as you can, as long as a forearm, and as sharp as possible. Ming Wang leads the hunting party to make bamboo arrows. Then go to the pig pen's manure pit and smear the arrowheads with dung. Anzu, take those who aren't part of the hunting party. There's room for traps in that forest. Make sure no one can get out once it falls. The more traps, the better. Then cut down the bushes near the traps. Clear a space if they're really coming. The earliest would be in 3 or 4 days, so we have to finish everything as quickly as possible. Several people responded in unison. However, Liach immediately asked, does the great chief want those slaves to go and make traps in the bamboo? I shook my head. Inside the tribe is our safe zone. Slaves are not allowed. As for the traps, they cannot be reported to the slaves either. I have my own plans for them. Quickly, the 4 of them left and got to work non-stop. For my part, I left the tribe and headed toward the perimeter of the protective wall. After waiting for a while, the Wolf King finally arrived. I asked him to help keep an eye on movement in this area, to inform me immediately if there was any trouble, and that the wolf pack could intervene when necessary. I gave each wolf a sheep. Then, after reaching an agreement with the Wolf King, I returned to the tribe. Although what the Wolf King promised was a bit excessive, compared to the lives of the tribe members, it's not worth mentioning. Upon returning to the tribe, I discovered that almost all the tribe members were on the move. The young and strong were busy making bamboo arrows. The elders also began to prepare clubs and stones. Even the old man who always made wooden utensils was also sharpening bamboo tips with tools. I went to find the IH and told him, go get the clubs and stone tools we got from the wild dragon tribe. Lai H asked curiously, what do we want that for? We don't have bows and arrows. I smiled and shook my head. They're not for us, but for the slaves. If we really start a war, let them stand near the traps, and with weapons, lure those in front of us, and let the sharp bamboo tips lead them to the trap. Place them inside the trap with the tips pointing upwards. The entire Xian clan began to move. They were busy for 2 whole days. Traps had almost been dug at the edge of the jungle outside the tribe. I had everyone on the home team familiarize themselves with the area near the traps again. For the next 2 days, members of the Jillian tribe alternated daily patrolling near the outer jungle. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day, the tribe members who were on guard outside quickly ran toward the second protective wall, shouting that they had arrived. After waiting so long, I opened my eyes. And, with a flash of light in my eyes, I shouted firmly, the members of the Hylian tribe! They responded in a unanimous whisper. I waved my hand. All the warriors in the hunting party moved forward first. They hid close to the traps. The hunting team, led by Anzu, reacted quickly, and they ran together towards the outer jungle. Meanwhile, I was leading IH and Ming Kun away from all the slaves. I said aloud, we've been busy these days in the Xian tribe, as you've already seen. Now I'll tell you something. Other tribes will soon come to plunder us. Li H and Min Kung maintained impassive expressions. They silently observed the reactions of these slaves. Indeed, the slaves' expressions varied. Most showed satisfaction in the suffering of others. Others displayed deep resentment. Of course, I'd already picked up on all of their reactions. My suspicions grew stronger in my heart, I said in a cold voice. Since they're coming to attack us, the Javinian tribe, you, as my slaves of the Jianian tribe, naturally can't stay out of it. All the slaves changed their expressions, but most still showed satisfaction in the suffering of others. Ignoring everything, continue speaking. Each of you will be given a weapon. You will fight alongside us, the Hylian tribe. I signaled to IH and Ming Kung. The 2 of them led the remaining 40 young men of the tribe, guarding the tied slaves, into the forest, because he had already planned everything. So the slaves were taken to the designated place to be symbolically hidden to one side. Soon the sounds of a group of people moving through the jungle were heard. It wasn't long before someone appeared from the bushes. They arrived near the bushes we had previously cleared. At least 200 men suddenly emerged from the bushes. Behind them, there were clearly 2 other groups of people. They were walking quickly toward us. I looked at IH and Min Kung. They both nodded and gestured to the people around them. Together, they ran a few steps toward the slaves. They pushed them forward. They're coming to attack us, the Shihan. Let's face them. Was it Min Kun who shouted that? While he was shouting, he was also yelling, people are coming! Someone is coming to loot us, the giants. The slaves were instantly exposed to hundreds of people. Meanwhile, Min Kung retreated rapidly under everyone's gaze. He even rolled and crawled. He ran straight toward the Hyang tribe. At that moment, the people of the Black-Toothed tribe, who were already very aggressive, suddenly became agitated. Hundreds of people rushed toward those 40 slaves. The scene was like a locust attacking a few stalks of rice. In the middle of the group of slaves, someone screamed. He threw the stone he was holding and ran. Then he turned and started running. With 400, he clearly had no courage. And his fellow slave, evidently, had no such courage either. He also dropped his weapon and turned to run. But the Black Teeth, seeing that the lambs were so close, how could they let them escape? They all began to shout and rushed forward. The crowd surged forward and ran even faster. But before they could take a few steps, a loud bang was heard. And then, at least 100 people were standing in midair. Then, poof, they fell one after another into large holes. Immediately afterward, screams of pain began to echo. After more than 100 people fell into the first wave of traps. In the jungle, there was a dark mass of people. It seems that more than 500 people came this time. At this point, the Black Shoot group suddenly fell into a trap with so many people. The people behind hurriedly stopped. But just like before, when we captured wild sheep and wild boars, the people in the rear hadn't fully realized it yet. In the moment of running quickly and stopping quickly, they directly pushed the people in front of them into the trap. One after another, they struggled and screamed in the trap. The people in the Black Jude group reacted almost instantly. They fell right into the trap without waiting for a follow-up reaction. Hidden in the darkness, I gestured with my hand. "Shoot the arrows!" The bamboo arrows began to fly through the trees. Only the sounds of falling could be heard, one after another. In the crowd, the wailing grew even louder. After a volley of arrows was fired, all the hunters released another volley of bamboo arrows. Dozens more fell to the ground. In the crowd of black-attributed people, the leader became nervous. "Damn it! Quick! Hide!" But they sadly discovered that the bushes that should have been all around them had simply disappeared. In the field, apart from the trees no thicker than a person's legs, there were no other obstacles. You should know that before this, he had already given the order to clear all the nearby bushes. The few large, sturdy trees he could hide in, he also had them cut down and moved in advance. All the arrangements were made to make the traps work better, so that the arrows flew unhindered. Then the Hyung family fires another volley of arrows. The Black Attribute's attackers fall once more. Bamboo arrows and traps everywhere. In less than a minute, the attacking enemies have decreased by almost half. At that moment, the leader of the Black Truth group stormed out in a rage. "The savages of the Jinjolian tribe, what skill is there to move into hiding? Come out and fight head-on if you have the courage." At that moment, I, hidden in the shadows, silently drew the bow and nocked the arrow. Anzu, who was in the other direction, nodded silently. There was immediately a response in the direction where Ansu was. I took a deep breath, drew the bowstring taut, and released my 3 fingers. The special arrow shot straight in the direction the sound was coming from. At the same time, in 4 other directions. Bamboo arrows also flew, and the leader of the Black Shoot group continued to scream wildly. Then, the sound of someone falling to the ground was heard. Clearly, that leader was already dead. I keep raising my hand. Shoot. The excrement-soaked bamboo arrows were fired again. One after another, they flew toward the Black Youth group. I don't know who screamed again. Again, cries of pain echoed through the crowd. Then, the Black Teeth tribe members ran away in panic. At that moment, I let out a loud howl. "Kill everyone from the Black Tooth tribe!" As I jumped, I took out the bird ball, placing the sharp stones I had prepared. Running, I spun the bird ball and then threw it hard. Dozens, even hundreds of people waved their bird balls at the same time as the Black Tooth tribe members, one after another, dropped egg-sized stones. Again, heart-rending screams were heard from the crowd. The killing ability of the single bird ball is not as high as that of the bamboo arrow, nor is it comparable to the bamboo arrows in the trap, but it cannot resist the force at long distances. Suddenly, there were many members of the Black Tooth tribe. Dozens of people were left with their heads broken and bleeding, and Ming Wan had already returned, no one knew when, running to the Inu's side, one hand holding the bamboo spear and the other the bird ball. She laughed out loud. How many years has it been since the Xian tribe had a day as satisfying as today? Without waiting for the Black Jude tribe members to run far, they suddenly realized that those behind them were no longer throwing stones. Surprisingly, they began to slow down and stopped. Some of the Black Jude tribe members felt a doubt growing inside them without giving them time to react. The person running at the head suddenly stopped. With a howl, it was the king and wolf accompanied by his pack. There were more than 30 wolves, almost 10 more than before. Each one crouched, emitting a soft growl in its throat. Baring their teeth, they approached Black Jude's group in a semicircular formation. Someone from the Black Jude tribe shouted hurriedly, "I'm sure there are quite a few of these wolves around here. They'll have a conflict with those savages from the Xian tribe. Perhaps they're coming to look for the Xian." "Exactly. Quickly, let them pass." So everyone in the Blacktooth tribe rushed to clear a path. At the same time, I don't forget to point at the Jin tribe members behind me. The Wolf King bared his teeth and, through the gap in the crowd, saw me. He let out a long howl. That's right. All the members of the Blacktooth tribe, upon seeing the Wolf King, shouted at me furiously. I was even more certain that they were coming to BC to kill all these barbarians from the Hylian tribe. But his shouting suddenly stopped because after the Wolf King howled once. Instead, he tilted his head and looked at me. He looked as if he was asking. Hearing the howl of the Wolf King, I was clearly surprised as well. The Wolf King was definitely asking. And the question he asked was something I never would have imagined. Because he asked, "What you say counts, right?" I frowned and quickly thought about it. Radobo asking this definitely has to do with the agreement between them. And the agreement was that the Wolf King would go on the offensive with his pack. And I gave each wolf in the Wolf King's pack a sheep. I looked behind the Wolf King and suddenly my eyes opened wide because behind the Wolf King they were lined up. JD were not more than 20 as before, but more than 20. Oh dear. This GRD Wolf King didn't exist. He told me how many members he had. More than 30 sheep. I felt a pain in my heart. I glared at the Blacktooth tribesmen. "You're the ones who made me have to give up 10 more sheep." My roar, almost out of anger, made everyone. The Blacktooth people were stunned. More than 30 sheep, just when they hadn't even reacted yet. I stomped my feet angrily. I raised my head and let out an extremely resonant wolf howl. Ooh! Ooh! There's no doubt what I've said counts. Suddenly, everyone in the Blacktooth tribe turned pale. Boundless fear appeared in their eyes. They thought of an absurd possibility they had never considered. This pack of wolves didn't come looking for the Jinjian tribe, but rather, they were their helpers. Then the Wolf King let out a howl of rage and leaped into the air, launching himself at the nearby Ayama clansmen. Seeing the Wolf King attack, the wolf pack followed behind him. One after another, they howled and pounced on the Abila clan member. The members of the Attila clan, whose morale had already collapsed, have completely collapsed. So far, they haven't even touched a single member of the Jincharian tribe. They haven't even touched a finger. Yet, they've already suffered more than half the casualties, and at this point, I'd already led my people to gather sharp. Clutching my bamboo spear, I approached step by step. The Attila clan members didn't care about loyalty to their clan. It didn't matter that the wolves were knocking down the people around them. They crawled and rolled, continuing their escape from the chaos. After all, the wolf pack is limited. They can only take down about 20 or 30 people. More people were running away alongside the wolf pack. I let out a mocking laugh and shouted, "Pull out the spear!" So all the members of the tribe threw their spears at the pack of wolves. Bang, 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 they shot through the backs of 20 or 30 people. Those who fell also knocked down 18 others. Those who escaped completely were less than 100. The tribesmen drew their spears again and shouted furiously. They charged at the Blacktooth clan. The Blacktooth clan members were terrified. Those who fled didn't dare look back. Those who fell were trembling all over, with fear and excrement. There was no longer even a hint of the will to fight. The members of the Jan tribe were all filled with excitement. They only felt that today was exceptionally pleasant. Suddenly, they beat their chests and howled at the sky. Then, everyone began clearing the battlefield. 83 prisoners survived intact. Of them, 18 were from the Manglan clan, a despicable and treacherous clan. Left alone would be a disaster. I looked at the IH and said, "Everyone in the Manglan tribe will be killed." After saying that, I turned to Blacktooth and spoke to him regretfully. "Tie these people's hands and feet. Take them to those Black Wind slaves." Li H and Min Kung responded in unison. I no longer cared about these prisoners and the battlefield. I walked directly toward the wolf pack, staring in our direction. I exhaled deeply, howling to communicate with the Wolf King. The sheep were all killed by my people, and I'm bringing them to you. Or better yet, have them brought to you directly. This put the Wolf King in a difficult position, because he had recently given him so many deers. He hasn't finished them yet. If I give him the sheep now, the ones that die will surely be uneatable and will go to waste. Seeing the wolf in trouble, I nodded inwardly. So if you don't lack food now, put the sheep in our tribe. I'll take care of them for you. When you need food, come find me, and I'll give it to you. The Wolf King thought for a moment and then agreed. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I felt lucky in my heart. Thank goodness, the sheep weren't sent. Because as long as he owes his sheep, he will continue to stay close to the tribe, watching the surroundings of the tribe for us. Stay, everyone? Liach was surprised at first, but then she was pleased. Tomorrow, the 4 earthen houses will be moved at the same time. There are plenty of rooms too. I nodded and smiled. Liach was excited. I'll have the tribe's people prepare. I looked at the IH and told him to inform the tribe about the move. Also, to call the tribe members to pick up the corn, because the corn is about to ripen. This time the corn kernels are full, and the planted area is large. If you count the corn kernels, it's estimated there are about 2,000 pounds. After harvesting the corn, have someone sift the large kernels, peel them to save them as seeds, and wait for the rain to stop before planting them. As for the remaining corn, we decided to grind some of it for now, to make buns and steamed bread. Perhaps this will be our mainstay in the future. The next day, all the tribe members moved into the Earth building. I also moved to the Moon House in the 3-star complex, and I occupied the largest room in the Moon House. Apart from me, Li H and Min Kung, An Su and his FNG also moved into ZY's Moon House, so it's easy for me to find them anytime. After we moved in, everyone was filled with excitement. I was also satisfied with my room after I had felt it. With the earthen building, the Hee-sung family no longer has to worry about the arrival of rainy days. Currently, the tribe also has a certain food supply, although we're still a bit tight to make it through the entire rainy season. But if we save a little, it's still possible. In my opinion, it's important to strive and work hard to provide food for the tribe. It's not so that we end up living miserably and thriftily. What I want is 3 meals a day. The tribe members are strong and robust. The Jian family is developing and becoming stronger quickly. I left the room and went to the training ground. I signaled Ming Hun to gather everyone. A rainy day is coming. We've been out hunting for the past 2 days. Stock up on as much food as possible, because tomorrow we'll go catch serfs in the meadow and right. And besides, we need them to be alive. So this time I'll show you a new hunting tool. After saying that, I didn't give any further explanation. I took out a length of animal sinew rope about 1 meter long. Tied 2 stones to each end. I caught it in my hand, about 10 kilos. Once tied, I moved it with one hand. I twirled it a few times and tossed it directly toward a nearby branch. A weight of more than 10 kilos was hung on it, and the branch broke immediately. However, none of the warriors in the hunting team reacted. This is called the flying stone wave. When using it, grab the middle and spin quickly. Simply throw it toward the prey's legs. Don't you see the head? Someone asked. I smiled and shook my head. If you throw your head, wouldn't that be asking for death? If you really wanted to catch something, wouldn't you have a bow and arrow? The person finally reacted. So today, everyone, make your own flying stone traps. If you don't have enough animal sinew, use mulberry bark. It's also good to include it. Tomorrow, the hunting team will send others in to account for the hunt. The next day, he coordinated well with Liat He. Then, he left the clan with the people. This time, I took the initiative to bring 5 wolfhounds. I watched Anzu and the wolfhounds train a couple of days ago. I began to realize that the wolf cubs could now participate in the clan hunt. The group set off quickly, carrying several weapons and hunting tools. They set off hunting toward the origin of the tree as they passed by the second protective wall. More than 90 slaves had already begun moving stones to build the third wall, and the slaves, seeing me go hunting with so many people, couldn't help but look away one by one. They weren't afraid of the hunting party, but of me, because a few days ago, after arriving at the outskirts, he taught Min Kung how to use the staff. This caused them all to suffer greatly. The scariest thing is that after being hit with the saltwater-soaked stick, it not only stings, but it also hurts. Now, as soon as they see the stick, they can't help but shiver. I left the tribe and entered the jungle. I called out to the Wolf King again in front of everyone. The Wolf King responded quickly with a howl. What surprised him was that the Wolf King was no longer as wary of them as before, but appeared directly near them with the wolf pack. The tribe members joined the house with the wolf pack. The group advanced silently along the road. We returned to the vicinity of the place where we had last been. As expected, due to the large size of the beast group, they were captured by us a few days ago. The hunting beast group had returned to normal. Again, like last time, they began feeding near the place where they usually grazed. Mingun said in a low voice, "What should we do now?" It was then that I noticed everyone had ducked down. The wolf pack was also hidden in the undergrowth. Only the Wolf King was near me, waiting for my command. "This wolf, too, has become cunning," I exclaimed inwardly. It was obvious that the Wolf King knew it now too. If the house follows my instructions, they'll be able to catch the prey. I took a look at the general distribution of the group of beasts and thought for a moment. I first spoke quietly to the Wolf King, howling softly. "You led the wolves in the pack to attack from that side. This time, you attack first and drive the prey toward us. Later, I'll shoot an arrow as a signal. After the first arrow, you attack by surprise." The Wolf King responded softly. Then he turned and led his people around slowly from the bushes. I returned to Jia Ming Hun Dian Su. "Each of you has 20 people. Prepare to launch the wave with stones on the sides. Each person can shoot a maximum of 2 times. Don't shoot any more, whether you hit or miss. Just pick up the bow and start shooting. Don't worry about those who fall. Just shoot at the prey still running in front." The 2 responded in low voices and then led the people to the sides. The remaining 10 followed me, waiting for instructions. By then, all the wolves had already reached the designated area. I also took the people and carefully hid at the front of this group of beasts. Here, most are horned serfs. I looked around at the members. Everyone was already in position. I pulled my bow and arrows from my back. I drew the string and quickly fired an arrow. Only the horned deer fell instantly. Some deers began to raise their voices, and the herd of beasts immediately began to stir. At that moment, the Wolf King shot out from the bushes. His speed was comparable to that of an arrow, and he launched himself at a nearby rhinoceros. With the Wolf King leading the way, other wolves also leaped out of the bushes. They charged at the nearest rhinoceros. The rhino reacted and turned around to escape. The other beasts, feeling pressured, began to move. They ran toward us. It was now, with a cry of anger, that I stood up and pulled the string to fire. Beside me, 10 people also drew their bows to fire. They fired non-stop at the serfs who were running toward us. At the same time, Ansu and Min Kung also led their 20 men and stood up together. At the same time, from the grassy path, the waves in each of their hands flew out. With a loud cry, more than 40 stone waves flew from near and far. Various projectiles were directed toward the stampede of running beasts. In an instant, at least 20 horned deers were hit by the probe and fell directly to the ground. Also, 5 or 6 strands were knocked down instantly. Another great cry echoed. Again, about 40 stone-bearing thralls flew out. The beast stampede had become too fierce by that point. They only managed to bring down 7 or 8 horned thralls. Then, everyone drew their bows and arrows, aiming skillfully. With a whistling sound, they fired directly. Only a few squeals of the projectiles could be heard. Another 30 horned deers fell. However, in my case, I left the bow behind. I took out the slingshot I had with me, twirled it, and threw it straight. 10 more horned deers were knocked to the ground. The only thing we saw was that the stampede of beasts barely paused. They charged straight toward us. The stampede of beasts has arrived. "Quickly, hide!" I screamed loudly and quickly escaped with about 10 people on my side. The 5 little wolves who had originally been baring their teeth also fled quickly at that moment, recognizing the situation. The ground shook violently. The tribesmen who cleared the path before the stampede of beasts arrived looked fearfully at the running beasts, feeling frightened. I, on the other hand, stared wide-eyed at the horned deers and the fallen strands. I screamed in deep pain. "How horrible! My mount is a deer!" As the stampede of beasts passed, I shouted to the people around me, "Grab everyone alive and uninjured quickly." About 20 members of the Hylian tribe began to act together, starting to gather game. The other 30 or so people strung their bows in unison. Their eyes looked coldly around them. After last time's experience, the tribe members already knew how to deal with the dangers of hunting on the plains. After agreeing to divide the hunt with the Wolf King, the next step is to bring these animals back. Dead animals are actually easy to transport. The most difficult are those still alive, especially the 4 horses that are still alive. because they are difficult to tame due to their wildness. When they are trapped, they struggle violently to the ground, nearly toppling over the 10 or so Hyang tribe members holding him. Before he could signal for one of the horses to be released, it leaped to its feet and tried to escape. The crowd was taken by surprise. At that moment, thanks to the Wolf King who extended his hand, he howled and gave orders to several of them. The wolf was surrounded, about to escape. Growling and baring his teeth, he barked furiously at the horse. This horse, which wanted to escape, was now forced to stay still. I quickly activate my beast taming skill. I seize the opportunity and start shouting at the horse. The horse, who originally wanted to escape, is confused. He looks at me with wide eyes. I extend one hand directly toward its neck. A rope of animal sinew is tied to it. With my other hand, I grab its hind mane, pulling it hard toward me. At the same time, I shift my shoulder and push it against the horse's neck. So I pull, I drag, and I hit. I don't give the horse any time to react. All I hear is a loud thud. This horse knocks me straight to the ground. The Xian clan members stare at me, their mouths open. They've never seen anyone with such strength. Then I let go of the animal sinew rope I was holding. Instead, I narrowed my eyes and muttered. I extended my right hand forward, palm down. I pressed toward this horse from a distance. The art of spellcasting goes radagonal with the spell of shamanic healing. I only saw the horse on the ground struggling with all its might. Its 4 hooves kept moving the earth, but it couldn't get up. Finally, panic appeared in this horse's eyes. After seeing that it stopped braying, I finally removed the spell. Without saying a word, I waited for him to get up again. This horse, after I withdrew my hand, struggled to get up and stood there, not daring to move. His gaze toward me was also filled with fear. I paid no attention to him and went straight to Ming Wang, saying, "Put 4 horned deers on his back. If he dares to resist, let him receive punishment." Ming Wan finally came to her senses in astonishment. She agreed and tied the 4 horned deers. She placed them directly on the horse's back. This horse raised its head and whinnied, pawing the ground with all 4 legs. I just looked at him blankly. The horse stopped moving instantly. The people of Min Kung were incredibly surprised, I said. He tied a rope around his neck to take him back. I keep saying, "Whoever dares to resist, let him stay." I turned my face toward the other 3 horses. I gestured to the tribe members to loosen one. This horse's head is clearly not very bright. He's about to kick someone. This time I wasn't going to coddle him. I didn't even do a calculation in horse language. I simply grabbed him, tightening the animal's sinew rope around his neck. With my other hand, I pressed directly on his back to apply force. I pressed directly until his legs went limp, and he was about to kneel. In an instant, the horse surrendered immediately. Trembling, he stood and stopped making a fuss. Standing still, just like the previous horse, he remained calm. I felt pleased with his behavior. I waved my hand. Ming Kung reacted immediately and charged 4 horned deers. Then, those 2 horses were also handled simply. They were subdued roughly. All the members of the Hedian clan were excited. At that moment, the Wolf King's gaze had also changed toward me. It became somewhat fearful. No one expected the 4 horses to instantly become a support. Suddenly, they were bearing down on the pressure of 16 horned deers. What was left was much easier for them. BP cut the meat, tied it up, and carried it away in one motion. I took the members of the Jina clan and a group of wolves. We returned to the tribe with our hands full. We arrived at the agreed-upon place to part ways with the Wolf King. I gave the Wolf King 2 dead horses and 5 horned deers, as we had agreed. It was evident that the Wolf King was very moved. Before leaving, he led the AA pack of wolves howling together at the sky. This generally means that cooperation is pleasing. I responded with a long howl. I look forward to the next collaboration. After returning to the tribe, from the second protective wall to the interior of the tribe, everyone who saw the hunting team return was surprised, because this time we brought back prey that was not only alive, but there were also live prey that was carrying other prey. What I need to do now is prepare the reins for the 4 horses. Then, fully tame the horses as mounts. As long as these 4 are successfully tamed, then I can start taming more horses to train the tribe and form a cavalry army. Even if cavalry isn't used, they can also be domesticated as pack animals. While they were thinking about breaking in horses, Ming Wang came over and asked, "What do we do with these horned deer, big boss? Can we just put them in the sheep pen? There's plenty of room there." I shook my head and replied, "Sheep and deers can't stay together. A deer's courage is too small. Any small noise could scare them to death. So let's make a fence for serfs, in a place away from the sheep and pig pens. Remember that. In the future, the tribe must not mix livestock when domesticating them. Otherwise, they can easily get sick. Once they get sick, you know the consequences. Mingong, shuddering, hurriedly shook his head. Big boss, don't worry. I've got it straight. Then, I myself headed toward the armored land dragon. I drove 4 wooden stakes into the ground and secured the 4 horses to them. Sure enough, the 4 horses were so frightened they wouldn't move. Satisfied, I clapped my hands and shouted at the armored earth dragon. Huff, thump, thump! The armored land dragon continued grazing. It turned around and looked at me curiously. Then he staggered to his feet and shook his neck. He looked at the 4 horses and opened his mouth to let out a loud scream. The 4 horses suddenly became frightened and began to struggle backward. Then I took out a carrot and placed it in front of one of them. This horse didn't dare move and sniffed carefully. Tentatively, he bit off a piece and began chewing. I smiled and patted him on the head. The taste of the carrot made this horse want more. He then ate the rest of the carrot in one bite. And he didn't stop chewing. Then he did the same with the other 3 horses. Carrot and a stick. He gave the obedient ones carrots. He let the disobedient ones yell at them. The remaining horses became obedient immediately. You 4 are the first horses of my Hylian tribe. For me, this also has extraordinary significance. So I will name you Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter. You, along with those 5 wolves, symbolize the 4 seasons of the year. Bountiful harvests. Then, I treated CHN with the wood and shunt technique. The injuries he had suffered earlier were completely docile. Afterward, I secured DACHN. I prepared to find the IH and sort out some recent tribal matters. I didn't expect to hear a din of disordered neighing as I turned around. I turned around and saw that Artesia and SN were trying to bite DACHN. Immediately, something happened that surprised me even more. DACHN hit him with something and knocked Hersia down. Then he turned around to avoid SNI's bite. A large hoof fell on SNI's forehead. I immediately realized there was something unusual about this. DAZEHN had gotten stronger. Could it be the effect of the wood and derivation technique? So I called DAEM, and they decided to do a test. I told DAEM, jump a little and see how far you can go. I had Big M try it a few times, and he always jumped just over 4 meters. Then, I signaled with my hand for Big M to come closer. Afterward, I placed one hand on Big M's head. In the midst of the action, he muttered a spell while using the art of wood and derivation. Subtle, almost imperceptible green lights directed toward the top of Big M's head. In less than 10 minutes, he had once again completed the art of wood and derivation. I patted Big M on the head and said, "Jump one more time, I want to see it." Big M, a little anxious, stretched his neck. He took 2 steps back and then broke into a run. Then he leaped high and launched himself forward. That jump was over 7 meters. I opened my eyes wide and exclaimed, it was really thanks to the art of wood and derivation. Big M, who clearly noticed his transformation, kept running away and screaming. I should have thought of this before. I thought to myself, being able to have a strong body can also catalyze plants, and of course, it can also strengthen the bodies of other living beings. It seems the art of wood and its derivation can really strengthen the body. I just don't know if it can be strengthened multiple times. I'm once again applying the art of wood and derivation to the great M. This time he jumped more than 8 meters. Indeed, a little further. That is, the effect does exist, but the degree of strengthening was not as great as the first time. I looked sideways and discovered that Big M seemed to have lost a little weight, and his size had also increased a bit. At the same time, the color of his fur had darkened. Discovering that my art of wood and stemming could strengthen living beings, my heart began to beat faster. Tomorrow, you 3 choose one person first. I'll give them the initiation. The giant trembled. In his understanding, the person who receives the initiation will gain all the secret powers of the great chief. Generally, the initiation ceremony occurs when the old chief is too old, or when the old chief is on the verge of death. The 3 of them shuddered and looked at me. Big boss, why do you suddenly want to do the initiation? Do you have a problem? I frowned and shook my head. No, I'm fine. I looked at the giant's confused expression, and smiling, I said, don't worry, I will give you the initiation. For me there is no harm, and you will become stronger. The 3 nodded with some hesitation. Finally, Li H and Ming Hong looked at Anshu at the same time. The great chief should give Anshu the initiation first. One of you. Oh, wow. I groaned inwardly, frowned, and snorted. I said it was fine. Anzu, go and get yourself ready. Then the three of them left with worried expressions. Early the next morning, I still hadn't gotten up, and Li H, Ming Hun, and Ansu were there. Several others followed me and arrived in front of my door. Each one stood outside, staring at me, not daring to enter. These people are the pillars of the clan. Being stared at by so many people, I suddenly woke up. YH scratched his head. Great Chief! The tribe members heard he was about to receive initiation. They all want to come see him. During this time, I was about to swear and waved my hand. Everyone left. I'm here for initiation, not to die. Except for Anshu, the others left. They all looked at each other and walked away. I signaled Anzu to sit and then asked, what would happen if I had enough power? ASU thought for a moment and answered truthfully. His answer to the great chief. If I become powerful, I will definitely protect the tribe. I won't beat around the bush either. Next, I'll perform the initiation. I reached out and placed it on Anzu's head. With the other hand, I formed a seal and began to cast the spell. After more than half an hour, I managed to finish. I sat down on the bench and let out a heavy sigh. Only then did Anso open his eyes and look at me. Noticing that I looked tired, he asked nervously, Big boss, what's wrong? I smiled and waved. It's just that the physical fatigue is a bit great. Now try testing your strength. Then Ansus reached out and took the bow and arrow he had with him. As two arms strained, a cracking sound was heard. The three pieces of the bow broke easily for him. Anzu was stunned and became very nervous. Boss, I didn't do it on purpose. I just smiled and shook my head. It's okay, this bow probably isn't right for you. Then he went outside with Anzu. Anzu approached a stone weighing over 200 kilos. With both hands in front of the stone, he lifted it straight up. Not only that, Anso threw this large stone into the air, leaving a hole in the ground about 20 meters away. Li H and Min Kung held their breaths. Not only that, Anzu threw the great stone in one fell swoop. How have you increased your strength so much? Anzu was also clearly surprised. He looked at his hands in disbelief. At that moment, Li H and Min Kun finally reacted. The two looked at each other in silence. They all knelt on one knee. Big boss, we beg you to give us your blessing as well. I nodded and said, it can be done, but we need to rest for a few days. The two responded quickly, excited. Thank you, great boss. All members of the Xiang clan moved into the Earth Tower. All belongings were also brought inside. The clan members checked everything from top to bottom. The spring thunder crashed, and the rain did indeed come. Now it's a time of agricultural calm. All the clan members were in the Earth Tower, at peace. But I didn't stay quietly. I called Liu, Mingwang, Anshu, and others to my room. Now that it's a rainy day, not only us, but other clans should be locked inside their homes as well. We don't know what they're doing, but we're taking advantage of this time to strengthen our tribe. Liu, Mingwang, and Anzu were immediately moved. Since I'd given Anzu the blessing last time, Liu and Mingwang also received the blessing one after another. The IH was excited. I'll immediately inform the clans young and old to prepare. The clan members left after accepting. For my part, I entered the system through my mind. Thanks to my efforts over this time, I now have 3,600 achievement points. Right now, I'm thinking about going out to hunt some live beasts. I'm increasingly feeling that beast taming is better. Then, I used 3,000 achievement points to exchange for advanced beast taming. As I slowly assimilate the information about advanced beast taming in my mind. Advanced beast taming. Create a mental connection with beasts to increase the chance of taming. Once the beast is successfully tamed, the beast's loyalty to its host improves. Passively share and gain a small portion of the beast's abilities. I thought it was necessary to find animals to test the effect. Thinking this, I put on my cloak and wore my hat. I went directly to the cave, where the armored earth dragon was located. The land dragon was tied back up in the cave. Inside were 4 horses. Every time he saw the armored dragon, whether it was eating or sleeping, it had the habit of a pig. This time, I didn't say anything awkward either. Instead, I extended a hand forward and silently recited a spell. An invisible, almost imperceptible ripple floated toward the armored dragon. The armored dragon immediately sensed something strange around it and stood up. GRR. This time it was the armored dragon that made a vibrating sound in its throat. Suddenly, I felt a kind of spiritual connection with the armored dragon. I could sense that, at that moment, he had complete trust in me. The armored dragon nodded its head in response. After seeing the effects of the advanced beast taming technique, I immediately went enthusiastically to the cave where the 4 horses were. I used the taming technique to tame the 4 horses again. Then he approached me in a loving manner, leaning out. Afterward, I left the cave where the 4 horses were. I noticed a strange smell coming from me. I thought for a moment and went to the bathroom to take a bath. I lay in the steamy tub. I felt a little unreal. The tub is divided into men's and women's areas. There's also a small tub specially for me. This counts as something Liasha's done so many times. The only thing I decided on was for myself. And I really liked it. After I bathed, Double Yuka was drinking hot water by the bed. Oh, it would be great if there was something I could do for you right now. A cup of tea and a book are comfortable and pleasant. Damn right. Now that's become a luxury. At that moment, a member of the hunting tribe hurriedly ran toward me. Chief, he's not well. Masi and the others are now on the side of the second defensive wall. I was blocked by a group of wild boars. There are too many wild boars, we don't dare open the gate. Suddenly, I remembered the group of wild boars on the slope of Donsan Mountain. However, last time they had already caught more than half of those wild boars. There aren't many left. And I wonder how they found this place. A doubt arose in my heart. Damn right. I can't believe a pack of wild boars is blocking my front door. I was furious. Go call IH and Ming Hong so they can come in straw hats and capes. At the same time, I grabbed a cloak and a straw hat along with my bamboo arrows. I ran straight toward the cave where I used to live. As I ran, I activated my advanced beast taming skill inside me. The big guy came out, ready to work. Before I could even get there, I saw a large, scaly creature roll out of the cave. It was the armored land dragon. He bowed slightly, and I jumped onto him. I mounted directly onto the back of the armored land dragon. The armored land dragon flicked its tail and shook itself. It headed straight for the door in the first protective wall. Over here, Li H, Min Kun, and Ansu were already running along the path. Noticing movement behind them, they turned around to look. Everyone stared, mouths agape. Then, Liashe and the others rushed to open a path towards where the earth-armored dragon was running. I reached the door in the second protective wall. Through the crack, I saw 5 wolves cornered against the wall, and also a group of pitch-black wild boars. As I approached, there were more wild boars than I could count. Riding the armored dragon on land, I shouted to the gate guards, "Open the gate!" 2 people quickly opened the door and hurriedly retreated. Holding their arrows, they aimed outside. The 5 wolves were already accustomed to the clan gate. At first, they slid and rolled into the wall. Seeing me sitting on the armored dragon, everyone was stunned. However, they quickly approached the armored dragon. Then, they began barking furiously at a group of wild boars outside. The famous expression, "Dogs think they are strong in the company of men," applies here. The group of wild boars outside, incited by the 5 wolves, decided to charge forward with determination. Their eyes reddened. Behind me, Li H, Ming Wun, and the others had already shot bamboo arrows. Bamboo arrows rained down on the rapidly approaching boars. However, only a few boars fell. But that didn't stop their advance. Li H and Min Kung were shocked. "Big boss, move away quickly!" At that moment, I used my advanced beast taming technique. Concentrating my energy, I shouted loudly, "The size is up to you." After a long, drawn-out flight, the armored dragon turned its body around, placing its entire body between the group of boars and its tribe. Meanwhile, its enormous, club-like tail swept toward the approaching group of boars. The large tail sent 3 boars flying with one blow, throwing them more than a meter off the ground. Before the group of boars could react, the armored earth dragon spun around. And in that brief moment, it directly killed 2 boars. Then the armored dragon let out a mighty howl towards the group of boars. Hearing the howl, the group of boars took a step back as one. But they didn't turn around to leave. Only a scarred king boar was seen, which came out of the group of boars and suddenly raised its head and screamed in rage. The group of boars behind him, each one of them, their eyes reddened. And they charged forward again. The armored dragon fled again. And it wagged its tail again, clearly excited. The large, sledgehammer-like tail killed a boar again. The tail didn't slow down and continued moving forward. However, this time, it swept away 7 or 8 boars. They all surged forward, blocking this attack. The armored land dragon tried to withdraw its tail, but these boars opened their large mouths and bit at it. The scraping of scales could be heard in unison. Some of the boar's tusks broke. The armored land dragon didn't fare well either. Some of its tail scales were also torn off, and upon seeing the blood, the armored land dragon instantly became aggressive. He shook himself and took a large step toward the herd of boars. At the same time, his tail swept across the ground. Again, he made a powerful sweep. It seemed he only knew how to do this movement with his tail. I managed to act before the armored ground dragon could knock down a boar. I leaped and launched myself from the armored ground dragon. I raised the iron shovel in my hand and swung it head-on into the boar that was coming toward me. The boar fell to the ground, screaming with its mouth full of blood. It was then that Anzu pulled out a huge bow from behind him and shouted, "Help me bring King Javale's attention." The others, after listening, shot arrows at the boar king. But the bamboo arrows only hit the boar king's body. Afterward, it was as if they were tickling him. Then Anzu took a step back. He drew the bowstring, ready to shoot. In an instant, a bamboo arrow shot out like lightning. There was a puff. The bamboo arrow hit the boar king's right eye, and blood spurted out. The boar king screamed in pain and turned his head, roaring again. He directly charged with his head towards Anzu. Han climbed onto the boar and came towards him. I lifted the drumstick I had behind me and hit it hard against the boar. However, the boar was very strong and threw Anso to the ground. Then, it opened its mouth and launched itself at Anso to bite him. Anzu rolled on the ground and managed to dodge the boar king's bite. The boar king, unyielding, lowered his head and charged straight at him. This time, Anzu couldn't dodge. He was struck directly in the abdomen by the boar king's tusks. Anzu was lifted up and then fell to the ground, bleeding from the corner of his mouth. He collapsed in the mud, completely wrapped in his cloak. Blood oozed from the corner of his lips, giving him a harrowing appearance. Seeing Anzu's condition, it was clear he had been attacked by the boar king. That earlier blow had pierced his intestines. It was obvious he wouldn't survive. "Anzu!" I screamed too and ran forward to check on Anzu. "Big boss, be careful." "All members of the Xian clan," they exclaimed in unison. "Danger, danger." The boar turns and launches itself at me. I step aside to avoid the blow. Then I looked into the distance. The armored dragon over there is rampaging with ease. There are already more than 10 wild boars lying on the ground. But he is also hurt. Something moves inside me, and I start running. At that moment, the boar king comes toward me with great ferocity. I see that the boar king is about to pounce on me. At that moment, he has no vision on his right side. Directly in front of him is the armored dragon with its tail raised. In an instant, I activate my advanced animal mastery. I call the big guy. Barely had he finished speaking, the armored dragon's tail fell directly on him. The sound of breaking bones immediately echoed. The boar king struggles a couple of times on the ground and is left dying. All the boars look at the boar king and immediately run away in terror. Then, I quickly ran to Anzu. Anzu, supported by the others, coughed twice. "Big boss, I'm fine!" Anzu pulled at his poncho, revealing the gray leather armor he wore inside. Now the tribe has armor made of rhinoceros hide that I made, which I also made for Anzu. He didn't expect Anzu to wear it and save his life. I had the tribe members take Anzu back to the Earth Tower because his wound wasn't very serious. I used the wood healing technique to heal him. Then I returned to the armored dragon's cave. I discovered it lying there licking its wounds. As strong as it was, it couldn't withstand the repeated bites of so many boars. I reached out and placed my hand on the armored dragon's forehead, signaling it to relax. There were flashes of green light around it, seemingly diffuse. Following my hand, it moved deeper into its body. By the time the spell ended, more than half an hour had passed. By this time, I was feeling extremely tired and just wanted to go back and rest. I only saw the scales on the armored dragon's body. The color had darkened a bit more. It looked as if it had been reinforced and thickened. What had changed most was his gaze. When he looked at me, he was completely subdued. The armored dragon brought his head closer and floated my hand in a sign of affection. I then returned to the Earth Tower. Lium then reported on this time. A total of 14 wild boars were collected. They were delivered directly to Heian for processing. The 3 that were still alive were taken to the pig pen. The 3 wild boars were taken to the pen. They were soon attacked by the group inside the pen. It should be the group that was in the corral. They were already beginning to evolve into domestic pigs. Meanwhile, the new boars were venturing into the wild. They will be seen as outsiders. The next day, since the raincoat could not be made, I rested for a day at the tribe. I took advantage of this time to look for Huyang. I emphasized that pig innards are edible. Fresh pig's feet can be served with bamboo shoots, adding salt and a little wild onion. If a woman in the tribe has given birth, she can be given a little more. This is pork liver, cooked in salt water with wild onion. Giving it to the children of the tribe can help with iron. Don't worry about what it means to help with iron. This pig's tail can be boiled with a little wild onion and shiso. Drooling children should eat a lot of this, and so should anyone with a backache. Oh, and give some to Anzu. Here it is, called crispy, roasted. It tastes great. Hearing this, Huyang almost collapsed, because in my eyes, it seems that in pigs, apart from the hair, the waste in their intestines is inedible. The rest has different cooking methods. After confirming that everyone will be processing the pigs all fall, I asked Jian to cook some chicken soup to warm everyone up. That way, when they go out tomorrow, they won't likely catch a cold or get sick. Early the next morning, I set out with the hunters for the forest. I was riding on horseback behind the dragon armor, followed by 4 horses. Along the way, Anzu led 5 wolves in front. Shortly after, Du Dao returned with good news. He indicated that a group was ahead. The beasts were taking shelter under the large trees to escape the rain. Then, under Dao Dao's guidance, we soon arrived at Anzu's side. Anzu pointed to the left and said, "Most of them were horned serfs, but there were also several wild horses. But no horned rhinos were found. However, this time there was a beast we had never seen before." Hearing this, I signaled the hunting team to follow the armor. The earth dragons remained ready in place. I follow Anzu, moving forward carefully. As I enter, I crouch down next to some wolves. With my hand, I gently move the branches aside. I only see the beasts under the great tree. On the outer edge is a deer. Then there are more than 20 creatures with tree-like horns. They are much larger than a horse. Just looking at them makes my heart beat faster. It turns out there's a group of oversized deers. I'm going to get rich. The great Der has the strength of a horse. He also has the agility and speed of a deer. Then I signal 5 wolves to keep watch. I return to the group with Anzu. I explain the situation to Min Wang and the others. Ming Wang is instantly excited. He rushes over to sneak up and see the deers. But when he comes back, his face looks strange and he says, "Big boss, this beast is hard to catch alive." Because Ming Wang, who has been in the jungle for a long time, knows that the deer's horns are difficult to handle with the naked eye. A single blow will surely open his belly. It's like seeing a mountain of treasure and coming back empty-handed. And the feeling of returning like that really isn't pleasant. After thinking for a moment, I said, "So, Ming Wang, you take the people and set traps there. Make little noise and move quickly." I looked back at the dragon armor. "You stay here and help me protect the tribe. I'll be back soon." With that, I took Anzu with me. Pulling Dachun and Sangxia along, we climbed straight onto the horses. Anzu is riding a horse for the first time and is very excited. She quickly learned what I taught her. Then, he ran quickly back down the path. Upon reaching his destination, I raised my head immediately. I began to howl loudly and long. "The Wolf King has come with your tribe. We're going to do something big." It wasn't long before the Wolf King actually arrived. Behind him came about 30 wolves. At that moment, I noticed the Wolf King had a new scar on his face. I later learned from the Wolf King they had encountered wild boars in this area. The group had a tough fight. Oh, wow. I turned around and looked back at the group of wolves behind the Wolf King. Approximately 7 or 8 wolves had more or less visible wounds. Some had torn skin around their noses. Others had a ring of fur missing from their bodies. They had clearly been through a great battle. I thought for a moment and understood. The pack of wolves was probably hunting in the nearby territory, and they had a conflict with the wild boar pack. Apparently, they had the advantage at first. In keeping with the wild boar's nature, they would surely come down for revenge. And by chance, the wild boars came down. I ran into Ma Su, who hadn't left the tribe for a long time. That's how the wild boars from a couple of days ago appeared. The scene of being blocked at the tribe's gate. Damn right. So it turns out, I was with the tribe a few days ago. Fighting for no reason with the wild boar herd was the punishment I received for you. I quickly started howling. I also took care of those wild boars. I killed more than 10 of them. Now it's your turn to help me. Once we achieve our objective, I can help you heal your wound." The Wolf King lit up his eyes and nodded in agreement. Then I quickly turned my horse and led the way. Soon after, I quickly arrived near the hunting party with the wolf pack. When I returned, the trap was already set. It seems that more than 30 people are really efficient. I led the Wolf King near the great embassy. I whispered a howl to give instructions. "Later, you will lead the tribe members around with me to the other side. Then, have your compatriots all appear from there. Direct them toward the trap." The king then bowed his head in thought, and then nodded. I gave instructions to Ming Wang and An Su. "Take 15 people each and surround the sides. Hang the vine net we brought near the bushes. Catch as many animals as you can. Don't worry about the rest. Whenever the horned one wants to pass, just throw the wave without hesitation. Throw as much as you can. As long as they fall to the ground, make sure there's no danger and get close to tie them up." Ming Wang and An Su replied in low voices. I looked back at the armored dragon to communicate with it using advanced beast training skills. "You stay behind this trap. If any animal tries to escape from inside, if it has horns, you take it down. You can handle the rest however you like." The armored dragon seems to be excited, responding with growls. After confirming that I wasn't mistaken, I nodded, and everyone acted. Now, in my mind, there are only deers. I tried to calm my mind and suppress the emotion. I pulled a rigid bow from behind me and nocked the arrow. With a whistling sound, the bamboo arrow struck the still deer. With a dull thud, the deer fell to the ground. I immediately jumped out of the bushes, screaming loudly. At the same time, behind me, King Obo and his pack fled in fury. The herd of beasts that had taken refuge under the large tree suddenly began to move. The deer, being the most agile, quickly raised his paws. He turned and ran to the side. Then the wild horses and the deers moved almost at the same time. Various screams erupted, and the scene became chaotic. I waved my hand at the Wolf King behind me. With the wolf pack, they all charged forward. Sure enough, more than 30 wolves charged forward together and dominated the pack of beasts. They fled in 3 different directions, but after running a few steps, more than 10 people appeared around them. Holding waves, they began to spin them and threw them all towards the herd of beasts. There were deers and horses that were caught and knocked over by the waves. All members of the Xian clan launched their waves. The herd of beasts fled quickly in all directions. Ulu returned to the trap. As expected, deer and horses fell into the trap one after another. The herd of beasts, realizing the danger, stopped abruptly. Then, they all turned and began to flee in dispersion. However, the great deer stopped dead in his tracks. He turned and charged toward the attacking crowd and the wolf pack. One deer after another bravely charged forward. They launched themselves at the wolf pack and the crowd. Wave. I screamed again. The wave directly knocked down 6 deers. At the same time, the wolf pack was surprised to see the deers approaching. Then, they crouched down and prepared to pounce and bite. I looked at the charging deers. I quickly stopped the wolf pack. Although it hurt, I couldn't do anything. I could only grit my teeth and let them go. The wolves parted to let the oncoming deers pass. Then they turned around to surround the deers and horses who hadn't yet left. I wailed again and shouted hurriedly, "Quickly, tie up these deers!" At that moment, the trap also began to shake. 2 deers suddenly jumped out of the trap. They were about to fall to the ground and escape. Suddenly, a large tail flew in front of them. They were immediately swept back into the trap. Immediately, a wild horse jumped out of the trap. Only a roar of anger was heard from the armored dragon. Its large tail was lifted, and the falling wild horse was immediately knocked aside. The fallen wild horse struggled to get up, but couldn't get up at all. It was obvious the armored dragon had broken its bones. "Oh no!" I shouted, about to go out and stop him. Again, a horse leaped out of the pit. Bang! Again, a dull, shuddering sound as it fell. This horse, too, was knocked to the ground by the armored dragon's tail. And this horse had an even more tragic fate. When it fell, its eyes rolled back in its head. "It's already dead, it can't die again," I quickly shouted. "Big guy, don't scare him, leave me 2 alive." The armored dragon swung its tail in great dismay. It struck a nearby tree and broke. Part of the treetop happened to fall into the trap, and it landed right on a wild horse that was just peeking out. The wild horse was dragged back. Oh wow, I was speechless. This guy has some serious strength. All members of the home team acted quickly. They captured the prey alive. Upon counting, it turned out that 6 deers were dead and 11 were alive. 5 were males. Of these, 2 were killed by the armored dragon. They also captured 12 large serfs, which was well worth the effort. 4 females were returned to the clan to raise whelps. They will also be able to breed small serfs in the future. Now the most important thing is how to carry them out. These deers must be brought back to the tribe. He frowned, thinking. Just then, huddled to one side, the scale-armored dragon suddenly stood up. It only moved slightly. Its large tail struck again at the horse it had killed earlier. The horse, which was already dead, suddenly became an indistinguishable pool of blood and flesh. He only saw the large deer cautiously leap back. He obviously realized that the one in front of him could kill him with a single blow from his tail. Then I realized that the deer suddenly turned into a good boy. He stood there, not daring to move. This guy turns out to be a bully who fears the strong. I moved my eyes and reacted. I began communicating with the deer using advanced training techniques. Then I had Ming Wang release all the deers. The deers, once freed, clearly intended to escape. But there are wolves around, and they can easily kill those big ones. No one dares to move. They all stay there, clearly resigned. Then I signaled Ming Wang to bring the things he was carrying and place them on the deer. Although they weren't heavy, it was to get the deer used to carrying something, to get them used to carrying things. This, of course, provoked the deer's resistance. But after the armored dragon hit the ground, all the deers remained silent. They let Ming Wang and the others put things away. When all this was over, I approached the Wolf King. I placed my hand on the Wolf King's head and healed him with the wood technique. At that moment, in the eyes of all the members of the Jinjian tribe, their great chief had already become the owner of the Wolf King. I quickly finished healing the Wolf King and withdrew my hand. At that moment, the Wolf King's gaze toward me had changed slightly. He felt a little closer and more trusting. It turned out the large wound at the corner of his eye had already healed. He could also clearly feel the changes inside him. He was now stronger, sturdier, and more powerful. Before I could say anything, the Wolf King scampered back. As he entered the wolf pack, they all raised their heads and howled. The Wolf King had already declared that I would be his mate. Of course, I couldn't be stingy. Once we reached the designated spot and parted ways, I immediately gave part of the house to the wolf pack, and I took the rest of the 11 deers. I returned to the tribe with 7 horses and 12 deers. From outside the first layer of protective walls, all the slaves in the shed saw me carrying a large house. Each of them had a panicked expression. Didn't their tribe have more than 50 hunters alone? How could they catch so many animals at once? They were so strong that we wanted to attack them. Each one kept his bitterness in his heart. The last shred of desire to escape. Upon returning to the tribe, I had Ming Wang organize people to fence off a deer area near Dongsan Cave. That cave is the largest and can accommodate so many deers. I oversaw the entire process, from the moment I returned until the afternoon, because the deers are very important to the tribe. This affects whether the Hylian family will be able to have a sufficiently strong cavalry in the future. After the corral was built, I had today's hunters take a hot bath to remove the chill and prevent colds. At the same time, I had He Yang slaughter some sheep. I cooked 2 large pots of mutton soup to minimize the chance of these people catching colds. The next morning, all the children returned to the moon tower to learn skills. I need to start preparing the hemp clothing. I only understand the principle of Hilari's fabric machine, but I don't know how to make them. However, none of this is stopping me. Then, I went straight to the system to exchange skills and increase my dexterity. Then he asked Ming Huang and Anzu to prepare wood, beast ropes, and such things, and I concentrated on describing it in my mind. I created a spinning machine. Next, I taught Liu and others how to make a second machine. After completing the spinning machine, I began making the weaving machine. Just preparing the materials and making the holes took me almost 2 days. By the 3rd day, I had barely finished the weaving machine. By this time, Liu and the others had been spinning for nearly 4 days. They had also processed all the vine bark into thread. So I started placing the uses one by one and fixed them on the knitting machine to begin weaving. It really takes time and energy. No wonder they say that women weave and men farm. This delicate work is truly torture for a tough man. I couldn't help but groan. I don't want to knit again. In fact, when I taught the tribe members how to spin and weave, these women of the tribe felt as if they had found a door to a new world. They were very surprised. Right. I must go see my great deer. I slapped myself on the head. I remembered that Ming Wang had been guarding the serfs' corral with the people these days. In fact, I'd come here several times. I discovered that the great deer was weeping in repentance. It's clear the armored dragon is no longer intimidating. This group of temperamental types has returned to their natural state. During my visit, 2 large deers even ran toward me with their heads held high. Unfortunately, they both crashed into the bamboo fence without making a single move. Now I have returned again. I found the great deers unconscious. They were standing at the entrance of the cave. They had clearly lost weight and looked drained of energy. I looked at Ming Wang and the others outside. There were some deers who were stunned and wanted to sleep. I immediately began beating a bamboo tube to wake them up. It was clear that these deers had suffered quite a bit. I went straight up the bamboo ladder and looked inside. Indeed, the deers looked at me one by one without energy. Their gazes were lost, reflecting a lack of hope in life. It is said that a strange kind of Sunai gene appeared that existed in ancient times. It was just a scream of rage. It frightened the deers to the point where they all suffered from fecal and urinary incontinence. Just now, I had Ming Wang bring the food. The deers were no longer at ease, because the smell of corn mixed with salt spread. I also forgot my original purpose and lowered my head. Soon, the 12 deers began to stir and snatch at each other. These deers were then tamed by me through a combination of gentle persuasion and harsh methods. I then had Ming Wang summon Liu, Ansui, and others, because they are currently the strongest fighting force in the tribe. Under my leadership, each of them received a deer. In the end, everyone got used to the deers without any problems. As expected, the initial form of the Hylian tribe's cavalry had already been formed. In the following days, the entire Jian tribe began to bustle about. Lin H, Ming Gung, Anzu, and the others ran to the serf stable with nothing to do. They were busy taming the mounts. The other warriors on the hunting party were also busy training. They all knew the mounts would be chosen through a competition. Once chosen, they would not only be able to choose a mount, they would also receive my blessing and gain more power. Plus, they would also receive the bow I made myself. Putting these 3 rewards together couldn't help but attract their interest. Of course, the men had things to do, and the women weren't idle either. They were weaving, shelling corn, grinding flour, and steaming bread. They had already begun to transition back to the traditional roles of men farming and women weaving. For 3 days, I blessed those selected with mounts. I also specially made bows and arrows. Until, on the 4th day, the continuous rain began to ease. I took 50 members of the hunting team, dressed in straw raincoats, and a group of more than 30 wolves headed straight for the edge of the meadow. Unfortunately, this time, the serfs were not discovered. In total, 20 wild sheep were captured alive, along with 34 serfs. The largest capture this time was 57 horses. But horses get so easily agitated when they're together. There's no way to manage this before domesticating these wild horses. The only option is for tribe members to take turns expending a little effort and resources to care for them. So take advantage of this time to tame them one by one. During this time, I passed on the horse training system to Amin Wan Liu. He then asked the tribe members to build a fence next to the training camp, to create a stable where the warriors could train on horseback. The next day, I went out with Ming Wang and 5 other people. Given my previous experiences with encountering things like corn fungus, I went to see if there was anything I could transplant back. I was riding the armored, dragon-like creature. Ming Wang, Mu Ye, and the others were riding deers. Off to one side, 5 wolves headed toward the eastern mountain. There were no new discoveries along the entire trail. Mainly due to the rain, the mountain was covered in dense undergrowth. However, no other edible green plants could be seen. Along the way, we walked, stopped, and continued. The other 4 and 5 wolves seemed bored. After all, they didn't know what was edible. Ming Wang was even with Mu Ye and the others. On the mountain, they hunted 2 wild chickens. They headed toward the bush where the wild boars had been. They looked around the thicket where it had been. At that moment, they discovered one of Min Wang's deers. He was stuck, eating vines at the edge of the cornfield. Seeing the pods the deer was eating, I felt a surge of emotion and confusion in the depths of my heart. I walked over and pulled the deer along. There's no doubt these trailing plants wanted beans. And they were trailing peas too. I quickly dug them out, complete with soil and roots. I then led them on a change of direction, heading south down the mountain. The group quickly reached a clearing at the Liangshan intersection. Here the trees became scarce and diverse. Weeds and green plants began to abound. Carefully examine each clump of different grasses. What surprised me was finding Artemisia here. The moment I saw it, I almost screamed with excitement. It looked and tasted familiar. Importantly, it can be used medicinally to eliminate dampness and cold. It is also cultivated both within and outside the tribe. It has a significant antibacterial effect. How can you eat it if it tastes so bad? Mingwun couldn't help but complain. I smiled and shook my head. Don't be put off by its current stench. When it's truly squeezed out and steamed bread tastes great. I was preparing to get up, but suddenly I heard Dame's low voice from far away. I quickly signaled Minghun and the others to be quiet. Then Damoisi quickly ran toward me, moaning softly non-stop. What surprised me was that Damoisi was trembling all over. I didn't have time to ask when I heard something a short distance away. A high, shrill scream. I didn't know why, but when I heard this, I felt my heart shudder, as if someone had hit me with a big hammer. At that moment, I saw that Dame was crouching on the ground. He was trembling, not daring to move. I was surprised to realize that it wasn't just Dame Tursi. Even the deer beside him was trembling and not daring to move. While Ming Kung, Mu Ye, and the others had pale faces, their legs were trembling. I reacted immediately. Or not. Where are Masi Dao Dao and the others? Dame Gressi continued to tremble on the ground. I reached out and placed my hand on her head, beginning the empowerment ritual. Only then did Dame Yasi calm down and inform me with a wail. They don't dare move there. It was then that I thought to look at the armored lizard beside me, but I discovered that the armored lizard that had been standing there a moment ago had left the grassy area in a mess. There was no trace of its shadow. At that moment, a resounding sound, no less loud than the previous one, erupted. It was, in fact, the voice of the armored lizard. With the roar of the armored lizard, I noticed that Ming Gung and the others' faces improved slightly. The condition of the deer who had previously been trembling incessantly also improved. He was no longer as afraid as before. Then I heard from Demoisi that there was a strange, long giant who was chasing the Langwani and his companions. Ming Kung's expression changed drastically. A ferocious beast is chasing the entire wolf pack. Chief, it's too dangerous here. You should return to the tribe quickly. I frowned, shook my head, and pointed in the direction the armored lizard had run. That idiot armored lizard ran that way. I need to go see. Without waiting for Minghun to speak, I directly signaled Demiasi to lead the way. Minggung, Mu Ye, and the other four looked at each other. After a moment, they showed expressions of identification. Quickly, they each took their mounts and followed. From here, the MC continued to the bottom of the valley. Then we climbed south along the slope for about 10 minutes. Finally, I heard a loud commotion not far away, the sound of flapping wings and deep sounds. As they passed through the low bushes, they saw no fewer than 20 wolves. They were arranged in a fan-like formation around the area. The leader was none other than Ang Wan, only I don't know why. Now the Wolf King leads the tribe members to crouch one by one, in front of those fighting in the center. Two large creatures became spectators. As for the big pups, they're there too. They've spotted my trail all around. They cautiously came out of the bushes. Then I noticed these four little ones were also trembling. Min Kun and the others barely managed to reach my side. Indeed, the Pajitalan was fighting with that ferocious beast, but there were bushes in the middle, so it couldn't be seen very well because of the trees. The Wolf King, seeing us arrive, hurriedly approached me. I learned from the Wolf King that an invader had entered our territory. He wants to claim this area as his own. Then I grabbed my bow and arrows and crouched down. With Minkumbe and a few others, we quickly arrived near the fighting. The armored lizard had just collided with and bitten that ferocious beast. At that moment, it was glaring at the monster furiously, its scales spread out. As for that monster, it wasn't far behind at all. Even in terms of presence, it wasn't inferior. He only took one look at the ferocious beast. I was amazed and exclaimed, "What kind of monster is this?" The monster facing the armored lizard. Its shape clearly resembled a horse, but this horse was much larger. Its fur was completely white, but it had a black tail. But what differentiated it from a horse was its forehead. It had a horn about 10 centimeters long on its forehead. What surprised me was what it showed. Its teeth were also uneven and messy. This is a characteristic of carnivorous beasts. Its size was somewhat smaller compared to the armored lizard, but the ferocity she displayed now was nothing to be envied. Even in confrontation, they were both at one. She actively provoked the armored lizard. Immediately, I connected my mind to the system. From within, I knew the ferocious beast in front of me was a primitive species called the one that existed in ancient times. It is a strange species of Sunai gene from primitive society. It is registered in the Sunai gene of Earth. I almost screamed out loud. Legends say it can roar in the mountains and frighten tigers and leopards. No wonder neither deer nor horses dare to approach. After a moment of reflection, I narrowed my eyes. I used all my strength to apply advanced Asian taming techniques. The armored lizard roared to communicate. The big guy didn't hold back. "We'll capture one alive." Inside, I was preparing to communicate with him about how to subdue, but unexpectedly, he stared at me from the side and made a sound. With a slight nod, he approached me. The wolf pack on one side instantly crouched down and didn't move. Even the wolf leader, at that moment, was moaning softly and didn't dare to confront. Immediately, the armored lizard lunged and blocked the attack. Its tail lashed out to stop it. He, furious, let out a long, thunderous bellow. The sound tore like fabric, jarring my eardrums. I just felt like my ear was filled with deafening noises. And along with that, my heart felt incredibly restless. Oh, God. Gritting my teeth, I regained my composure. I turned around to look at Ming Hun and the others, and their faces were pale again. I shouted loudly, "Return to your mounts and cover your ears." Ming Gun and the others wanted to say something else, but I interrupted them. "Quickly, go back. Staying here will only slow me down." Ming Hunda felt through gritted teeth. He too understood the situation. It was definitely not something he could get involved in. The Wolf King also cleverly signaled in a low voice for the pack to back off. That's when I opened my mouth to howl at him. Although my voice wasn't as resonant as his, it managed to make him stop for a moment. Turning to me, he let out a powerful howl again. "What are you, and how did you learn to imitate me?" I was stunned. Clearly this creature is smarter than the armored lizard. I could only raise my head and howl again. "Ow!" What that means is, of course, I'm not of your kind, but I can understand what you're saying. Come with me. After screaming, I only felt a slight tightness in my chest. I also felt a little dizzy. I screamed that I was short of breath. He just shook his head sharply. He snorted loudly and stopped boasting. Head held high, he lunged forward again. The armored lizard, of course, was preparing for it. Again, its tail swung in a forceful strike. But this time, it didn't swerve as before. I was prepared. And when I saw him coming, I stepped aside. The armored lizard swung its tail in a straight sweep. It directly struck its belly. It fell to the ground, dragging along a clump of bushes. It should be noted that rhinoceroses have thick skin and tough flesh. Under this blow, its spine immediately snapped. What I never imagined was that the beast that just fell rolled and got up immediately. It moved slightly and let out a loud snort through its nose. Two soft puffs of white steam immediately emerged from its nostrils. The beast was clearly enraged. This cry of rage was loud and resonant. The sound vibrated my eardrum, causing pain and unease in my heart. Without realizing it, I opened my mouth to ease the impact of the sound. However, the wolf pack retreated one by one with terrified expressions. Even Ming Wang and the others, who were further away, also paled immediately. Their faces went from gloomy to deathly pale. As for the deer who was still standing, he began to decompose. After the beast's roar, the place fell completely silent. A strong smell of excrement and urine floated in the air. The stench emanating from it was truly unpleasant. Under this scream, I couldn't help but feel a chill. Obviously, the only one who was not affected could be said to be only Father Gideon. At that moment, instead of retreating, I advanced. I quickly unleashed advanced beast-taming techniques. I shouted toward the Pejid and Lon, "You here, me there. Let's work together to take him down." PGD-11 moved toward the VO of its own volition. Its tail began to actively provoke. Bo, filled with fury, lashed at me with his black tail like a whip. And Sergia himself, his two front paws violently attacked the squid. I quickly moved away, moving from side to side, waiting for my opportunity. The guard didn't retreat or avoid the attack. That hoof fell on him. Only his tail rose and struck the bone's belly hard. You can see that the armored lizard has traded wound for wound. But the armored lizard's great hammer also struck his belly, knocking him to the ground again. The armored lizard leaped forward, colliding with him. Before Bo could get up, he was knocked back. But during the process of investigating Bo also opened a large mouth full of sharp teeth. He bit the armored lizard's front leg. The armored lizard roared in fury and pushed away, retreating to the side. I seized the opportunity and took a big step forward. I murmured as I extended both hands forward. With my palms facing down, I pressed down in the direction I was standing. Shamanic healing. Great technique of the way of the earth. Technique of the solidity of the earth. At this moment, I devoted all my attention to performing the earth's solidity technique. With a plop. As he turned around, Bo was caught off guard and knocked to the ground. Meanwhile, I was using the dirt road technique. A thin layer of sweat appeared on my forehead. Just as Bo tried to get up, I felt as if I were standing over Bo. I was almost knocked down by a backhand from him, yet I had managed to secure this opportunity. How could I let Bo succeed? I spent all my concentration on the execution of the great earth path technique. Bo couldn't even complete the stand-up. Now he couldn't even lift his head. He struggled. Each time, he felt an invisible force crushing him. After a man and a beast had been at odds for over an hour, the last bit of stubbornness in Bo's eyes disappeared completely. It was replaced by the image of Bo lying on the ground, panting. His gaze toward me also turned terrified. In my heart, the shock also lost all hold at that moment. Peje is sitting on the ground. Others are training falcons. I'm training horses. I'm too tired. Bo, lying on the ground, became aware of his body. The pressure suddenly disappeared. He didn't get up and ran away. Instead, it jumped up and stood there panting. At the same time, it looked at me with a complex look. Just now, the animal was even proactive in showing goodwill. It's not just a courtesy, it's surrendering. You should know that the taller the animal, the more proud it is. But once you gain their recognition, they will see you as their leader in everything. All their actions will follow your commands. I tried to gently place my hand on the animal's head and pat it. The animal enjoyed it and nodded its head. I was filled with joy and shouted to Minwan and the others in the distance. They can come. Minwan and the others looked at me with respect, as if I were a god. I chose a clean stone and sat down. Minwan quickly passed me the bag. I opened the bag and began to drink in large gulps. I finished drinking in a few gulps. At that moment, the animal also approached, floated its head towards me, and looked anxiously at my bag. It's obviously thirsty too. Inside, I screamed and turned to Min Wang. Ming Huang understood and quickly grabbed another sack. He walked straight over, unraveled the sack, and prepared to give Bo some water. However, he let out a long whinny and prepared to kick. I stood up suddenly and quickly reached out to stop him. I don't know if he understood or if he saw me get up. He actually retracted his two front legs and stayed put. I took the sack from Ming Huang's hands again and poured the water into it. Bo extended her head and opened her mouth, letting the water flow into her. She showed no sign of distress. Ming Huang looked at Bo with concern. This creature, it turns out, only listens to the big boss. All this time, the armored dragon stood by, watching intently. From time to time, it raised its tail, ready to strike Bo. I stopped everything. The armored dragon was very angry about this. It stated that it had kept Bo alive just to test him. I told the armored dragon, "It's now exhausted all its strength against me. It's not really your skill if you just kill it in one hit." The armored dragon finally lowered its tail. It stood to one side, wearing down the trees beside it. Poor these seedlings that hadn't yet grown into full-size trees. They were all ruined by the armored dragon. To take care of the armored dragon's feelings a little, I recovered and offered him treatment with the way of wood. The derivation technique quickly healed the wound. It stopped the bleeding. Only then did he retreat, a little tired. After all, I had also put a lot of effort into subduing the beast. And the animal, seeing me treating the armored dragon's wounds, clearly showed some interest but didn't come closer. Naturally, I felt what he was thinking. I reflected and decided to communicate with him using advanced taming skills. I'd wasted too much energy in our previous fight. Only returning to the tribe can heal you. He was fuzzy against me with some impatience. He seemed to be urging me to come back quickly. On the way back, just because I named him Thunder Leopard, which made him raise his head and let out a long yell of joy. But that scream again caused great chaos among the deers around. I quickly gave the order. No shouting without my permission. The Thunder Leopard complied, without much choice. Finally, our group returned to the tribe. As soon as we entered the second protective wall, we heard from afar. A chaotic roar of horse neighing echoed. I frowned and asked him to go and see. He quickly urged the deers to speed toward the corral. It wasn't long before he came hurrying back, riding a deer. He shouted to him from a distance, "Great Chief, please go and see." In the stable, the horses and deers have become entangled, I exclaimed in surprise. "Oh dear, what's going on?" "The horses are fighting too." As I said this, I patted the armored dragon. "Big guy, let's go to the arena." The armored dragon unleashed its hooves and charged toward the stable. The one named Thunderbolt at my side didn't need any prompting and quickly followed. Upon arriving at the arena, I was shocked by the scene before my eyes. In the stable, all the horses and deers were crowded together. They were running and escaping, biting each other. Because the scene was too chaotic, Liu, Mingwang, Ansui, all the warriors of the hunting team came running, but none of them dared to enter the stable because so many horses were in chaos at the same time. Any carelessness could result in a fatal tragedy. At that moment, Liu and the others saw me arriving. They all hurriedly ran over to me. "Big boss, you're finally back." "Big boss, what's going on here?" A mess of noise. I quickly gestured with my hand for everyone to be quiet. A moment later, I slapped the armored dragon. The big guy yelled, "Make these horses and deers calm down!" The armored dragon roared. Its voice was resonant. The bustling stable immediately fell silent. The armored dragon, proud, moved its head and tail in front of me. But a moment later, the stable was once again in chaos. The whinnying of horses and the shouts of deers followed one another. I snorted and turned to approach the so-called Thunder Leopard. He yelled once to calm the situation. Ever since I joined the tribe, I've always seen the Thunder Leopard with its head down. Finally, it seemed revived. I saw it running toward the stable, raising its head, ready to roar. I didn't have time to scream and cover my ears. "There's no time now." A loud scream echoed. The sound immediately filled the entire tribe. In an instant, the entire Gillian family fell silent. After a long howl from Thunderlion, he staggered back to my side. All around me was the sound of his hooves. I just felt like the entire Heian family, and even the world, had gone silent. I don't know what was happening to the other members of the Heian family, but in front of me were Liu, Anshu, and all the warriors of the hunting party. Each one, their faces pale, staggered as they watched the Thunderlion return to my side. Instinctively, they took a few steps back. In the stable, the horses and deers no longer displayed the agitation and chaos they had previously displayed. Each one trembled in place, some even immediately sitting on the ground. Then, a strong smell of excrement and urine wafted from the stable. Obviously, many horses had been frightened. Even the chaotic noise in the pig pen stopped. There, too, silence fell instantly. There wasn't the slightest sound. At this moment, I frowned and thought silently. I thought, with a shout like that from the Thunder Leopard, let's not scare the clan in any way. Otherwise, I'll really regret it. However, this isn't the time to think about that. We have to deal with the emergency situation at hand. Liu and Mingguan led the people inside and directly put these horses on. They put the bridles and reins on them, I shouted firmly. Liu was still in a daze and was pulled by Ming Wang. He quickly recovered and responded, "Muj, take the people to water these bean seeds. Water the bean seeds near the branched leaf vine. Wang Shi, take the people to check if the pig, sheep, and clan surf pens are okay, and also check the chicken pens to see if these animals are frightened. Come back and tell me." Everyone responded in unison. Then, I headed up the mountain with the armored dragon and the Thunder Leopard. The armored dragon naturally went to the cave where it used to live. Then he led the loud howler to another cave and told him this would be his home in the future. "Don't run around or scream uncontrollably." The loud howler communicated to me in a low voice in the cave. I learned from his mouth that he ate all kinds of meat and vegetables. I was stunned for a moment, and upon reflection, I understood. I followed him to the entrance of the black bamboo forest. I pointed to a bamboo shoot that had just emerged from the ground, about half a foot long. Then I peeled the skin off the shoot and said, "Try eating this." The loud screamer didn't hesitate, curled his tongue, and began to bite directly. Crack! Surprise! The bamboo shoot split in two with his bite and he devoured it voraciously. At first, the loud screamer only took a couple of test bites. After swallowing it, he seemed to enjoy the taste. Very good, like the wind sweeping away the clouds. He completely ate the last bamboo shoots. Now I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness this creature is omnivorous. Otherwise, we really couldn't sustain it on meat alone. The animal finished a bamboo shoot. It looked at me, clearly wanting to eat more. I pointed toward the bamboo forest. You can look for bamboo shoots to eat here, but running is prohibited without my permission. The lightning storm was happy. There are plenty of things like that to eat here, I nodded in response. But my fellow countrymen will also pick bamboo shoots there. You can't harm them. The hurricane of lightning tilted its head, thinking for a moment, until it understood. It's that, like you, they only have two? Those who stand on 2 feet are your compatriots. I was stunned for a moment, then nodded in response. Like me, they only have 2 feet. They're all my fellow countrymen. You're not allowed to harm them, and you're forbidden to scream. As for the bamboo shoots here, you can eat as much as you want. He paused and added a sentence. But if you call me, you must leave immediately. The thunder lion leaped around me, showing that he understood. Then he went into the black bamboo forest to look for bamboo shoots. Only a creaking noise could be heard. The sound of breaking bamboo echoed incessantly. It was evident that this animal had knocked down the bamboo. My face trembled, and I consoled myself inside. This animal is nothing more than a beast. It's not worth arguing with him. It would be best if he stayed in the tribe without causing me any trouble. However, before I could calm down, Wansi ran towards me with a hurried expression and shouted, "Great Cacique, it is not going well. 22 deers and 4 pigs have died." Damn it. Finally, I couldn't hide my expression. Damn it. Before, I was only thinking about quickly controlling the chaos in the stables. I directly made the thunder lion scream. The result frightened and killed so many deers. The price of this panther's scream was too high. I quickly asked, "What about wild chickens and sheep?" Wansi shook his head. These two didn't die. Nothing was different from before. Deep down, I understood. The intelligence of these 2 types of cattle is very low. Otherwise, they wouldn't have caught so many in a trap. Fortunately, these losses are not unacceptable. My heart ached, but I consoled myself. It's all because of the mount. Otherwise, this time it would really have been a great loss. Before I could react, I saw Manhwa running hurriedly toward me from a distance, shouting loudly, "Big boss, he's not well. Come and see." Oh, what happened now? I got a huge headache. Then, Ming Wang and I ran to the stable. Then I discovered the deers and horses inside the stable. They were no longer making any noise or neighing though. They were still gathering around to fight amongst themselves. However, anyone could see that the lioness's loud scream really frightened these horses and deers. But for some reason, they started making noise again. I think these horses will soon start fighting each other again. What reason could possibly make them overcome their fear of the lioness? Will they come together once more? But fortunately, I learned through the system that this isn't an illness, but the reason for spring. Understanding this, I started laughing, and I said to Liu and Ming Wang, who were worried, standing aside, "Don't worry about them, just leave them alone. Now is the breeding season for the beasts. The male horses will select the winner through fights. Only the victor will be allowed to breed with the females." Liu, Mingwan, and the others were stunned. Then, their faces showed great joy, but it wasn't long before another woman came running up. "Leader, she's not well. Just now, I don't know what she screamed. That scared the woman. Now she keeps complaining of a stomachache. I think she's about to give birth." Leo was very nervous when he heard the news. "Didn't Grandma say there were still a few days left?" The woman had a worried expression. "I don't know either. The grandmother is at the woman's house. She said she couldn't save the frightened woman and the child. I can't guarantee she'll save him." Leo was completely alarmed. "Big boss, please think of a solution. The woman is about to die. You have to know that, in primitive society, the survival rate for newborns was already low. Just going through childbirth alone has a 30% mortality rate." "Take me to see," I said. Then, the 3 arrived at an earthen building in Eastern Z. In the room was a hunter, 2 middle-aged women from the war team, and there was a woman lying on a bed of grass, covered in a beast skin. Her pale face was covered in sweat. "The great chief has arrived." The woman in front called out softly to the crowd. Everyone instinctively knelt in homage. I gestured with my hand. Seeing this scene before me, I knew this was no time to be cautious. I reached out and placed my hand directly on the forehead of the woman about to give birth. My eyes narrowed, and I applied the knowledge transmission technique. The pregnant woman's pained expression gradually softened, but the sweat on her forehead did not diminish at all. I finally breathed a sigh of relief inside. A full-term baby shouldn't be so delicate. She was just experiencing fetal distress. Furthermore, knowledge about childbirth at this point was also uneasy. It's understandable that Grandma wasn't certain due to her lack of knowledge. The pregnant woman's condition was relatively stable, but then the next problem arose. How will I give birth? The system has systematic knowledge and skills about childbirth, but the problem is that I'm an older man. I can't become the clan's midwife, can I? Calling myself a midwife doesn't seem appropriate, since I'm a man. If I have to call it a midwife, it should be a midwife. I had no choice but to contact the system. I asked, why the knowledge about reproduction? The knowledge starts at 500 experience points. The system responded, knowledge about reproduction is extremely scarce for primitives. It's very limited for them. The emergence of any knowledge can affect a clan. It can even change a part of history. Therefore, the achievement points required are high. But here comes the problem. Who will accept this knowledge to become the clan's midwife? I frowned, and, after thinking for a moment, asked the system if knowledge and skills about childbirth can be assigned to a specific person. The system responded, of course. It's like going shopping. It doesn't matter who brings the items, as long as someone pays in the end. Once I finished communicating with the system, I went straight in. I looked at the various people there and asked, Grandma, is there anyone else in the tribe besides you who can help deliver the baby? This old man quickly bowed and replied, respect to the great chief. My daughter Jihua also knows a little about childbirth. Then Grandma called Jihua over. Seeing me, Jihua was clearly very nervous. She didn't know why the one who was always revered as a goddess of the tribe had been specifically appointed by the great chief to do something. Nervous, she knelt on one knee and paid homage. Great chief. I looked at her and noticed that she was an honest and simple woman. I signaled her to stand up and, nodding, said, I heard your mother say you know how to give birth. Jihua responded quickly. I respect the great chief. Everything my mother taught me. I'm not very familiar with it yet. Asenti. Don't worry if you don't understand. I'll pass on the knowledge to you. I'll have you replace your mother so you'll be the tribe's caretaker. The tribe's caretaker for births. Does that sound okay to you? Jihua was stunned, clearly surprised by this question. In surprise and confusion, I subconsciously looked at my mother, but that old woman had a look of overflowing joy on her face. She quickly brought Jihua down on one knee. Thank you, great Kasike. It's clear this old woman has also heard. Those who receive the transmission of knowledge from the great Kasike, there's no doubt they are indispensable people in the tribe. She wanted her daughter to become one of those people. Jihua finally reacted, her face flushed with excitement. She agreed immediately. I'm willing. I nodded with satisfaction. I'll teach you how to give birth through the transmission of knowledge. You can also teach your mother. And other women of the tribe. Now Jihua was even more excited. Even the old woman beside her was moved. She immediately knelt on both knees. I nodded and said, you must teach more people in the tribe so they can help you with the birth. Jihua was quick to accept. Close your eyes and stay still. I placed a hand on her head. Then I communicated with the system. The system exchanged birthing knowledge and skills and transmitted them to this Jihua. Are you sure you want to use 1,000 points to exchange birthing knowledge and skills and pass it on to Hitragwa of the Xian clan? Confirmed. I felt relieved in my heart. This was the first time I'd spent so many achievement points so quickly. Everyone thought the great chief's ritual was a sacred ritual that could not be interrupted. Everyone was extremely nervous. Fortunately, this so-called ritual didn't last long. It was over in 10 minutes. In my mind, I saw a message saying the transmission was complete. I relaxed and withdrew my hand. Meanwhile, Jihua also opened his eyes, frowned, and examined them carefully. Then he knelt down again. Thank you, great chief. Now, I think I know more about giving birth than my mother. Jihua stood up again, his face brightening. He began to give orders. Uncle Liu, I remember there are scissors in the Nunara hall, right? Please bring them, wash them well, and heat them up a bit. Aunt Kylie, hurry up and prepare some clean skins. They should be soft and clean, with no strange odor. Mother, go prepare some hot water quickly. Listening, Jihua gave instructions one by one. It was then that I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I gestured for Liu to leave. In less than half an hour, the house was filled with the sound of a baby's loud cry. Then came a series of surprise screams. He's born, he's born, he's a skilled hunter. Thank God. Mother and child are healthy. The warriors outside, impatient to wait, exclaimed with joy. He was born, Liu also exclaimed with joy. "Great Chief! She has given birth!" I stood there, stunned for a moment, unconcerned by the ambiguity of this sentence. I nodded decisively. "Our family has gained another little warrior for the future." The warrior named Hisang suddenly knelt, his eyes reddening. "Thank you, Great Chief." "Okay, don't just stand here. Go see your son," I said, smiling. Hisang hurried into the house, where there was a commotion. It was very noisy. My heart, which was in suspension, finally eased its grip, and mother and child are safe. This proves that knowledge about childbirth is useful. The survival rate of newborns will undoubtedly decrease. It wasn't long before Hinsang came out. He looked at me, his face filled with excitement. "Big boss, I want to ask you to help me see the child. Give the child a name." I was stunned for a moment, then nodded firmly and followed Gisan into the house. The woman who had given birth in the house tried to get up, but I gestured for her to stop. I smiled and said softly, "The important thing is that mother and son are well. The child resembles his mother. His eyebrows are like his father's. He is a fortunate child. I also hope he brings good fortune and prosperity to the Xian clan." After a pause, I said, "If you agree, let's call the boy Qianfo. Good luck and prosperity together are also called surrender. He can help us subdue all the dangerous beasts and enemies." "Yes." "Then call him Qianfo." Hinsang looked at his mother with a happy expression. The mother also had a big smile. It's obviously the name I chose for the child. And with such a wonderful meaning, how could they not be happy? At that moment, I intervened. "Grandmaster, the knowledge of childbirth you passed on to me is truly useful. You truly are the saint of our great Xian clan." I gestured with my hand. "Further ahead, find some women of the tribe to teach them." Hinsang bowed in respect and then said, "You also passed on to me knowledge about childbirth. It's said that after a mother gives birth, she must take care of her health and pay attention to her diet. But the tribe's food depends on Uncle Jian." I was stunned. The diet and postpartum care Jiwa mentioned were terms from another life, yet she mentioned them so casually, as if they were common, everyday words. I wondered how the system managed to gain such proficiency in Jiwa, but at least it's good news, and I don't mind thinking about it further. However, the things Gio mentioned really warrant attention. I waved my hand and continued. "Starting today, all mothers who give birth must do nothing for a month. As for the food, you decide how the meat, vegetables, fish, etc. should be prepared. Tell Hyani and the others to take care of it." Jiwa, excited, nodded quickly. I led Liu out of the earthen building, looked around, and then said, "In these last days, you can't break horses or go hunting. Then I'll plant corn. If the horse breeding hasn't finished yet, then I'll gather all the slaves to build the wall again, near the edge of the jungle, connected to the base of the southern mountain." Continue saying, "Come find me tomorrow. We'll make a plan on how to get wives for the young men of the clan. The matter of getting the young men married," Ligua felt in response. Then I couldn't hold it in any longer, and my eyelids felt heavy. I was extremely tired. I flew back to the moon house. I lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Just now, regarding the search for wives for young adults in the tribe, what are your thoughts on this? Liu thought for a moment before speaking. North of the Great Dragon Lake is a tribe called Fang Lei. Our tribe has had intermarriages with them before. They have about 50 men from our tribe. The Hyunzi tribe moved from distant lands. They were marginalized by the local tribes. They can only reside here. Food, salt, and furs are very scarce. Tribe members can only send a portion to survive. They then exchange it for a little food to sustain the tribe. I was stunned for a moment, using men to exchange for food. Ming Wanga felt bitter. When I turned 22, they still hadn't found me a wife. That same year, this area suffered another severe famine. The tribe starved to death. There was no other option, so we immediately exchanged 80 sheep with the Fengli tribe. Oh heavens, I screamed inside myself. A man who goes to a street wedding can't even exchange for 2 sheep. But upon reflection, I realized there was a severe famine at that time. The situation in the Fengli clan can't be much better. Furthermore, when men arrive in other tribes, they seem to have only temporary marriages. Reproduction is their only important role. Temporary marriage is simply a way to avoid inbreeding. It's a forced environment that affects future generations. This has also led to these migrant marriages. The men who arrive have a low status. And how does the Fan Play clan relate to other tribes? I asked. Liu thought for a moment and said, I heard about them 2 years ago. They were already a large tribe of over 10,000 people. They don't like associating with small tribes like ours. I shook my head inwardly. No wonder such a large tribe doesn't value our meager food. Therefore, they don't usually allow the women of the tribe to marry heavily. I learned about the situation around the Innu tribe, not to mention the tribes near the western grassland. Near the three mountains alone, there are about 10 large and small tribes. They are all as weak as the Hellenian tribe and cannot compete with outside tribes. If necessary, they can only bring the tribe's specialties, men or women, as their signature products. They can go out and trade with some of the larger tribes for what the tribe needs. These tribes are short on resources and their members are weak. This means that the larger clans have no interest in them. The tribe's previous situation is not very different from these tribes. The difference in WI is the hunting party led by Ming Wang, who can still hunt some prey, obtain some furs to trade for salt and other goods. So earlier, the Xian tribe brought 50 furs. The furs were directly targeted by the Mannan tribe. As for the Mannan tribe, which has around 400 to 500 members, there are also 2 or 3 more around the tribe. They're all tribes that are like small markets. From time to time, the tribe opens a market. Then, the surrounding smaller tribes come to the market to trade. What they exchange is nothing more than some skins, salt, and food. Of course, there are also some very rare linen fabrics, well-crafted bone weapons, and very thin stone vessels, among other things. Among them, furs, salts, and food are hard currency. Basically, every tribe needs them. Other things, unless they're special situations. Generally, not many people exchange. The reason why the tribes choose Manglongbu as a trading place is because they have salt, which is hard currency. And Jianzi's itinerant marriage with these tribes also took place basically in this market, to carry out exchanges with others. The tribes Liu speaks of also met before Xiangxi was plundered, through the Manglongbu market. No one knows where the tribes are. But now, the Manglan tribe has collapsed due to Xianzi. The tribal market no longer exists. Hikian wants to consult with the tribes about finding wives, so there's no way to do that anymore. In short, they now want to find wives for the tribe's bachelors. I don't know if they'll be able to do it, that's not up for debate. First, they need to know where these tribes are. But the problem is that the desert is full of dangers. Or even if they get close to other tribes, they'll be seen as invaders and captured or killed. That's uncertain. The situation is worse than I thought. I gathered my thoughts and said, now that the rains have stopped, there are bound to be several tribes hunting in the grassland at the edge of the forest. We can take this opportunity to talk to them about finding wives. Liu said with some concern that it's extremely easy to be seen as a plunderer when hunting among other tribes. Appearing to be a plunderer is extremely easy. No one will easily believe others. I smiled and shook my head. It doesn't matter if they don't believe. In the end, we can simply open a new market. Lingus came forward. But the market needs salt. Without salt, no one will want to come. Last time, the Qing Niao tribe brought 30 jars. This time, we've used 4 jars. I nodded and said, I'll go to the area near the grassland and the old Manglan tribe lands in the next few days. If I can find the tribes I knew, I'll tell them the market has reopened. Let's arrange a day to go there together. Let's first talk about bringing horned deers to the bride hunt. If they really need salt, we can offer them 5 jars in exchange. It's worth remembering that the last time Chanin brought salt, the entire tribe was shocked. 30 jars, plus 10 jars of ransom from the Manglan tribe, suddenly made the Xiangxi tribe stop worrying about salt. In reality, a jar of salt weighs around between 30 and 50 kilos. At least 200 kilos of salt are needed for 5 containers. I said this time, the opening of the market is mainly for the search for a wife from the tribe. Now, apart from salt, the rest of us can be self-sufficient if we really want to open the market. The conditions are sufficient. Liu became excited. Then I'll go talk to Ming Wang. I'll decide exactly who will go out tomorrow. I waved my hand. Take care of the arrangements. It wasn't long before Anzu brought 4 wolf cubs from outside. Great Chief, come and see. Of these 4 wolves, one had white fur. Anzu approached and untied the animal skin bundle containing the 4 cubs. 3 were gray-furred and 1 was white-furred. Great Chief, this white wolf is so special. Why did the Wolf King send her? Anzu couldn't help but say. This little one is much prettier than MSI's. Those other wolves are much more attractive. I shook my head. This little white wolf has a striking coat. When he grows up, hunting in a wolf pack will be a big problem. Walking in the forest or the prairie easily exposes oneself. Antessa was stunned for a moment. The Wolf King did it on purpose. What use is a wolf like that to us? I shook my head. This Wolf King seems trustworthy. Besides, this white wolf can't survive in his environment. It wouldn't be like that in our tribe. You have to know that in these packs of beasts, those who look different clearly don't fit in, or they die soon, or they will grow up to become very strong. Take 3 of these 4 wolves back to the hunting party. As for this one, I'll leave it in my care. So I told him how I bred before. I taught Anso the MSI method, so he raises the other 3 gray wolves. Anso left happy after learning the method. I was left leading this little white wolf toward the northern mountain. When I reached Ulebao Cave, I found no movement, so I went to the black bamboo forest, but I hadn't arrived yet. From a distance, the black bamboo forest looked quite tidy on the outside, but at least 20 strong black bamboo canes had already fallen in a haphazard manner. As I got closer, I saw many freshly dug holes in the ground. Wow! The black bamboo forest had been attacked by robbers. I quickly ran to the edge of the forest and whistled inside, calling out to Ulebao. But before the whistling sound had ended, Ulebao had already charged forward with great force. With his onslaught, the black bamboos were either pushed aside or simply broken. This fool. I was biting my teeth in frustration. Ulebao ran happily towards me, dashed off and floated against me, not even paying attention to my gloomy face. I looked at Ulebao, whose horse-like face was covered in mud. His 4 legs were also covered in mud and leaves. How could I not understand that this creature was digging in the ground looking for bamboo shoots? You're a mixed-breed horse, aren't you? Why are you lounging on the ground like a wild boar? I'm speechless. You should know that the armored dragon comes here, and it only eats the bamboo shoots on the ground. It never deigns to burrow into the earth. Ulebao communicates with me. There are so many edible things here, and those little furry ones have very tender meat. I was stunned for a moment. Mouse, you're not poking at the bamboo shoots, are you? I hurried to take a closer look. Sure enough, I discovered he was covered in mud. There were still a few gray hairs hanging from his mouth. What are you catching here? Take me to see. Then, Ulebao turned around and ran ahead. Holding the little wolf, I quickened my pace to follow him. I ran for a long time, and finally saw Ulebao. He was poking his head out of a large hole in the ground. All around me, the accumulated earth was clearly being stirred up by him. Finally, he whistled to call himself back. I was crouching with the little wolf, watching Ulebao digging in the ground. Seeing this big hole, I knew in my heart that it must be a bamboo mouse. But just as Ulebao left, the bamboo mouse should not have escaped upon returning. Sure enough, after a while, I couldn't find the bamboo mouse in the hole. Ulebao was clearly in a very bad mood. He made a rude sound with his nose, raised his head to the sky, and prepared to neigh. I realized that he was not well and yelled at him sternly. Ulebao suppressed his frustration. He jumped and kicked in place to vent his dissatisfaction. I sighed and was about to say something. Suddenly, a piece of bamboo that had been kicked came rolling toward me. I quickly rolled on the ground with the little white wolf. He also rolled on the ground a few times. I was going to pick the little wolf up myself. He didn't expect the little white wolf to move slightly to the side. It began to bark furiously at the small hollow covered with bamboo leaves below it. Just as the little white wolf began to howl, a creaking sound emerged from beneath the leaves. Clearly, there was something down there. Ulebao moved almost instantly. He launched himself directly into the hole in the ground in front of the little wolf and began digging. He was completely stunned. His digging speed was at a professional level. In no time, Ulebao had thrust his entire head into the hole he had dug. As expected, he pulled a huge bamboo mouse out of its hole. When it fell to the ground, it was already covered in blood, dead from its bite. Then he threw in another one, also dead. I rushed to shout, "Fool, catch one alive!" Ulebao was already grumbling in the tunnel, sounding like someone was complaining. But what surprised me was that when he peeked back out, he was actually carrying a live bamboo mouse in his mouth. I quickly grabbed the bamboo mouse and wrapped it with the string I'd brought with me. In the end, in less than 10 minutes, he pulled out 2 more. I got excited, and with a big swipe of my hand, I directly attacked the 3 bamboo mice and cast them aside. Ulebao was very unhappy, asking why he left so many alive. I wasn't polite either. "You've already scared enough animals for me. Consider this payment." I said this without worrying about whether Ulebao could understand. To confiscate these 3. What I didn't expect was that after confiscating the 3 bamboo mice that Ulebao had caught, It only moved a little and then fell silent. What surprised me even more was that this creature actually grabbed a dead bamboo mouse and threw it to the little white wolf. At the same time, I told him to let this little one eat. I was stunned for a moment. I knew that finding this bamboo mouse was truly thanks to the merits of this little wolf. I didn't offer any courtesy to the little wolf. I simply kept the dead bamboo mouse. Then I started communicating with Ule Bao. I have to go out for a while tomorrow. There are many beasts and prey there. Do you want to go? Ule Bao finished eating the bamboo mouse. If you go there, you have to give me meat. Okay, but if you go, you can't bark or bite randomly. Otherwise, you'll be stuck here. Ule Bao bowed his head in a human manner, displaying a wise thought. Then, he jumped for joy and accepted. I then used the wooden path healing technique to treat his hidden wound, which was caused by the blow of an armored dragon. As a result, after the wound healed, Ule Bao, the leopard leaps and runs through the bamboo forest. Fortunately, this creature is wreaking havoc in this bamboo forest. Since it wasn't really screaming anymore, I let it do its thing. Then, upon returning to the moon tower, he first asked Liu to build a cement enclosure for 3 bamboo rats. Of course, everything must be done according to the Earth Tower's construction standards. There's no other way, as bamboo rats can gnaw with their teeth. Whether you put them in a cage or a normal enclosure, it definitely won't work. At the same time, I informed Liu about the method of raising bamboo rats. As for the dead bamboo rat, it wasn't wasted. I cleaned it myself, seasoned it with salt and lard. Then I added sliced onions and perilla leaves and began roasting it. As for the white wolf, I fed it directly, following the same method I used earlier to feed Dafimsi. I soon established a good relationship. And because this white wolf is smaller, trust is established more easily than before. The next morning, I took Ule Bao out and argued with him for a while. Finally, I managed to put on the bridle and saddle. Then, I set off with a group, considering that this time it was to communicate, reopen the market, and discuss the matter of finding wives. Therefore, I only took Liu, Anshu, and 6 others. We weren't many, but everyone was agile and skilled. Considering the strength of the surrounding tribes at this time, even if a conflict with other tribes breaks out in the countryside, if we intend to leave, no one will be able to stop us. The key is to have Ule Bao as our lethal weapon. In a critical moment, a shout from JAD can control everyone. This is why I dare to go out with only 8 people. I left the tribe with my group. I arrived at the place agreed upon with King Iobo. After promising each wolf a sheep, the Wolf King, happy, called 10 wolves. This is how a strange, primitive combination is formed. We crossed the jungle and reached the edge of the grassland. According to Liu, there are tribes roaming around to the southwest. Many of the tribes that appeared at the market are also in that direction. After more than 2 hours of walking, the group had already made quite some progress. So far away that packs of wolves were already beginning to appear, approaching and leading the way. This was also their instinctive reaction upon arriving in an unfamiliar environment. The instinctive response that emerged afterward. M was scanning the path ahead in the grass. He zigzagged toward me. He raised his head and began to howl softly. I heard Grand M shout for a while, then smiled. Grand M said there was a large group of horses up ahead. There were also some guys with horns. Liu's eyes lit up. The guys with antlers. Dear, I pointed at Liu's mount. It should be a horned minion. If they really were minions, your mount should have reacted. M started howling. I listened intently, with a strange expression. After learning the situation from the AMC, I signaled with my hand. It seems there are 3 groups of people hunting. If we go now, I'm afraid we'll cause misunderstandings and conflicts. It's better if we go later. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. So I signaled for all their mounts to gather in a circle and crouch down. Leo approached cautiously and asked me in a low voice, "Big boss, aren't we going to help? It would make it easier to curry favor with those 3 groups." I shook my head. They're lying in ambush, ready to hunt. If we go now, we'd only disrupt their plan. At that time, let's not talk about negotiating about opening the market. I'm afraid that when we meet, there'll be a conflict. Also, don't use mounts at that time. We might have to go on foot. Why is that? Liu looked a little confused. I smiled softly. We have such good mounts now. There's no guarantee that members of other tribes won't get covetous upon seeing them, once they know our tribe has something like this. Once they start looking for wives, there's no guarantee they won't ask for more dowries. It can't be. Liu quickly waved his hand and shook his head. These mounts were brought by you for us. They were captured by the warriors of the Xian tribe in the rain. How can they be so easily given away to others? At that moment, not far away, Dudu jumped out of the bushes and approached me. Then he came closer to me and began to moan softly. As I listened, I nodded slightly. After thinking for a moment, I spoke. Everyone now quickly stood up and set their mounts aside. Then they used the wave to hunt alive. Everyone sprang into action instantly. Liu couldn't help but ask, "Aren't we waiting here? Why do we have to get married now?" I shook my head. Those 3 groups of hunters might not have enough hands to hold back the multitude of animals. The prey are running in our direction. Liu changed color. If the pack charges toward us, with this number of people, they certainly won't be enough for a direct confrontation. I said straight away. We stepped back and threw rocks at the herd twice. Then we threw a round of spires. Then the wolf pack hiding in the grass sent signals. You all don't move and don't show yourselves. If necessary, just move away from the pack. For now, you don't need to intervene. After an answering howl, all fell silent. I nodded in satisfaction and began giving orders to Dutu. Go and tell Masi to come back. Stay close, and don't show yourself yet. Dudu replied in a low voice and turned around to disappear again. From a distance, the sound of hooves as animals ran could already be heard. It sounded like a large-scale animal stampede. The calm Ule Bao suddenly perks up. It raises and lowers its legs, eager to jump. I patted him on the back and whispered, "Behave yourself, or I won't give you any meat later." Ule Bao, of course, became much calmer. But the excitement in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Then I gave another instruction. Take these deers and horses to that side and hide. If any of them want to run away, you can bite them or kick them, whichever you prefer. Ule Bao beamed and nodded. I don't need to do anything. Just point my finger at the deer in front of me. The deer gave a shout. The deer, startled, lowered his head and leaned forward. The deers and horses behind him did the same. Then, before our incredulous gazes, Ule Batio led these deers and the horses in the direction I had indicated. Oh God. Even though the stampede was approaching, I couldn't help but scream. This creature can even speak the language of serfs and horses, like this creature does. I'm filled with curiosity inside, but now is not the time to reflect. We can already see in the distance, from the blades of grass raised by the stampede of animals. Get ready. They growl in low voices. Everyone raised their waves, waiting for the flock to come into range. The herd stampede is approaching rapidly. There are horned deer and several large birds, along with rhinos. The amount is even higher than the last few times I saw it. With a given command, the waves of stones flew towards the herd that was running almost head-on. The stampede of the herd was moving rapidly, and he hadn't even noticed yet. A few antlered deer were in front of Z. Flying stones caught their front legs. The deer screamed and fell to the ground, but because there were too many animals, their voices were almost instantly drowned out and then trampled by the herd. And as they fell, the companions who were still running around were instantly knocked down and then fell with a thud. This effect slightly exceeded my expectations. I quickly waved my hand, ready with the bamboo spears. Everyone stepped back for a moment, and another round of bamboo spears flew forward. Because the herd stampede was truly too great, no need to aim, the bamboo spear directly hit 7 prey, but in reality, many more fell. Suddenly, more fell. The madly fleeing herd didn't have time to react and stumbled. At least 30 were trampled and fell. Instantly, they were knocked down, stumbled, and were crushed to death. The weights added up to 60 or 70. I never thought I would become the unexpected beneficiary after Z. This outcome really surprised me. The kills fell in just 2 rounds. There were so many that they surprised everyone. The 7 members of the Helogian clan looked at each other. What will the great chief do now? Because I just realized a problem I've never encountered before. Something I'd never imagined before. There's too much prey, it can't be carried on a flight. So the moment the wave of beasts passed, I asked everyone to hurry and tie up the prey that was still alive. Besides, the hunting tribe will soon catch up with us. So Anzu, Li H, and his FNG all have our weapons on guard. The other 4 quickly began to clean up the house. Unfortunately, there were only 6 live, unharmed prisoners. Therefore, it was very easy to organize them. Before those from far away arrived, we had already tied up all the live prey. The dead and wounded were also gathered. After clearing the house, we move a little. Step back and put the dam in front. Then we saw nearly 100 people approaching not far away. They were running toward us with stone sticks in their hands. By then, the stampeding herd had already moved away, and this group arrived late. Those people on the other side. Do they want to come and rob us of our house? I screamed first. No matter how many there are, with a shout like that, we put the other party in a very awkward position. One thing all tribes understand. Cattle captured by others are taken away, and it will be seen as an attempt at plunder. So conflict is inevitable. But the problem now is that there are only a few of us. More than 100 people under this amount of pressure. They won't be able to maintain such perception and rationality. As expected, when they saw the prey piled up on the ground, everyone's eyes were wide open. But since they were outsiders, none of them were willing to make the first move. After all, it's not like they don't notice. How could the people who capture so much prey be simple? Or perhaps they're lurking nearby, ready to take them all at once. I looked at IH and muttered a few words to him, and then said, "See if you know anyone and go talk to them." Liach understood my intention and approached, shouting, "This is the prey we've obtained. If you want, we can give it to you." Just this sentence. They were originally looking anxiously at this dam. About 30 or more people looked toward the IH. Apparently, they were attracted by his words. Seeing so many people looking at him, Li H focused. But there's something I want to tell you. How many of you know the Manglan Tribe Market? Manglan Tribe Market. Murmurs could be heard in the crowd on the other side. Liach gritted his teeth and continued speaking. The Manglan tribe no longer exists, I suppose. And there's no place to trade things anymore. So we want to reopen a market at the old Manglan tribe site so you can bring things to trade. What? Can we trade things again? Someone in the crowd finally responded. LH was quick to respond. Things can be exchanged. Oh, salt? Someone came up and asked this. Can bones be exchanged? Then, little by little, more people started asking. Deep down, I was very happy to hear this. Although food and salt aren't enough, they aren't scarce either. As for the bone sticks and stone tools, I'm afraid what you need isn't even half of what I have. Leech spoke directly and bluntly. You're all right in what you say, but I still don't know what you have to offer in return. If by chance we carry something and you don't have anything, wouldn't we have to go on our own? After a pause, he continued. I am the leader of the Xian clan. Do you have your own tribal leader? Or if there are any household heads around here, come out and discuss with us. In the crowd, people looked at each other. Quickly, 5 people emerged. They must be the leader of their tribe or the head of their house. As for the great chief of the tribe, he would not normally appear like me, in such a dangerous place in the wild. Seeing these 5 people appear, Lai H turned to me. I nodded and left too. Everyone was surprised to see me, the young man. Looking at me, this young man. One of the 5 asked, "Who is this child? What does this child mean to you?" Before IH could speak, I smiled and said, I'm the deputy manager of the home team. My name is Anzu. This left Anso standing aside with a confused expression. Looking around, he didn't understand. After I introduced myself as deputy chief, Liash was taken aback for a moment, then came around. He knew I didn't want to reveal my identity, just like the time DY went fishing. With an impassive expression, he said to ESO5, I'm here now with the vice chief of the tribe. I can confirm with you what's on offer at the market, but you must also tell me what you have. The 2 people disease left are of a comparable age to IH, one tall and one short. Both have full beards and tanned skin. The taller of them spoke. I am the leader of the Jili tribe. My name is H. Ya. This is our head of the house. Her name is Natty. I took a look and remembered what the IH had said before arriving. The Heli tribe is relatively close to a Black Wolf tribe. The 2 tribes are in constant conflict, plundering each other's members. Liach nodded. Nadi, we met earlier at the Manon tribe market. Do you remember? We met there once before. The short halfling, who had originally looked curious, immediately showed an expression of understanding upon hearing what Liach said. Then he started laughing out loud. So it's you. You're not the leader of that tribe or anything like that. I, who was standing to the side, just laughed. It turns out this group of primitives is also just as funny and clever. Hearing Liach say that they could take those prey, he immediately showed that he was very familiar with Liach. In fact, his expression betrayed that this JD guy didn't recognize Liach. TSK. That's all I'm left with. Inside, from a perspective, then, a person in the center spoke for himself. I am the house chief of the Anzung tribe. My name is Mujay. I couldn't help but stare at him a little longer. I thought to myself that even in this primitive society, there are people with the same name. One of the two on the right of that table. We're from the attribution. I'm the leader. My name is Xiongda. This is the head of the house. His name is Sioner. Oh wow, the Asian Mountain Brotherhood has arrived too. I almost burst out laughing. I was about to ask if the bald head had arrived. With no choice, I could only cover my mouth with my hand and stifle my laughter. However, my action caught Xiongda's attention. He frowned and looked at me. Why do you have that reaction when you hear our name? I was slightly surprised and quickly responded seriously. I heard my grandfather talking about the Xiong earlier. He told me that the Xiongda and Xiong'er brothers from the tribe are very brave. He said they are both powerful warriors, uncommon in this region. I've always admired them. I didn't think I'd meet them in person today. The big bear also rushed to say seriously, we also greatly admire your great leader. After exchanging a few cordial words, Lia H got straight to the point. The Manglan tribe no longer existed. And the market can't continue operating either. Hang. I think everyone should have gone a long time without trading. So we, the Hinilian family, want to reopen the market. Please, bring your things to the place where the Manglan tribe used to be, so we can trade. Just like before. We don't have to worry about the other person knowing where the tribe is. We'll be able to trade things again. Hya from the Heli tribe said, we want to trade salt and furs, as well as some large stone jugs that can hold water. LEH felt how much salt and how many skins they want to exchange, how many big skins they need. LEH already answered. For the salt, we want a large fur jar. We need 3 of the 50 stone jars. LIH wasn't far behind either. According to the market agreement, you owe me that too. Tell me what you can offer. H looked blank for a moment and shook his head. I've already told you what we need. It's your turn. Li H didn't inquire further and looked at the other 3. And you? Cheyenne Day of the Tribulation was the first to speak. The skin you want is available in the Tribulation. It's bear skin. So one can be equivalent to the 2 you mentioned. Also, the thickness and strength of bear skin. It can't be compared to any other skin. H already felt. So what do you want to exchange? Sionda said, we need weapons. The more the better. And 2 large jars of salt. H already handcuffed a smile. We have weapons we can exchange for some skins. At that moment, the one who had shown up, Moye of the Anson tribe, said, we also need weapons, salt, and food. Everyone present looked toward the unison. A tribe that doesn't even have food is undoubtedly sending a message to the others. The tribe is facing a crisis and doesn't even have enough food. This is undoubtedly a sign of weakness toward the other parties. In reality, everyone knows it deep down. Right now, everyone is desperately hunting. Food in the tribe is scarce, but no one is willing to say so openly. They're afraid that others in the market will see their vulnerability. They're afraid that during the process, others will take advantage of that weakness to exert pressure and lower the exchange rate. After the parties expressed their needs, Li H finally spoke. The 3 of you need weapons. My Jian family can provide them. As for salt, the Geli tribe and the Assisian tribe together require 3 flasks. That's already been decided. And you, the Anson tribe? The head of the Anzong tribe house, Muye, thought for a moment and said, if possible, we also want a jar. Li Hakacha felt it. Okay, I understand. We also have Sal in the Jishian family. After a pause, he continued, but what we want to change this time is something special. I don't know if you have it. What do you want? Natty of the Hili tribe replied. Liash didn't question the malicious intent in his eyes either. He said to himself, this time we can offer salt and weapons, even stone containers for transporting things. We only need one thing, women. All 3 sides were shocked. They wouldn't think anything of it, of course. They stayed out of it. They all knew what it meant. Women for the IH. They must be for the young men of the tribe to marry and have offspring. But right now, it's not a disaster year for the tribes. Although each tribe is experiencing food shortages, it's not so severe that they have to hand over their entire population to trade people for food. But on the other hand, they also realized a problem. The Hisang family could take what is considered the salt that represents the life of the entire tribe and exchange it for women. How much food they had in their tribe. Don't they think about allowing members of the tribe to have mobile marriages? At this critical moment, they are thinking about getting married. Moye, who was the first to notice the problem, brightened his eyes. How many people does it take to have enough food? Li H looked at Moye uncertainly and said, "We can ask for many more people than 30. "So many?" Merge exclaimed in surprise. Then he shook his head. "We don't have that many women." Liash wasn't at all surprised that there were more than 30 people in her tribe, and that they all married suddenly. It would certainly cause a huge shock, and no one would accept it. "So how much can they offer?" Liash persisted. Muje frowned and gritted her teeth. "We have 3. This will have to wait until I get back and consult with the big boss." This difference is actually quite large. We've been working hard to reopen the market, all to allow the young men of the tribe to marry, so that these people can participate in the market. They're even willing to offer hard currency and salt. Just 3 women aren't worth it. As for the Heli tribe's weapons, we don't even consider them. What kind of joke is this? What can they offer? They're just some bone and stone sticks. These things in the current Jian family are things piled up in the cave that no one uses. The Harian family is not short of furs. After all, the Harian family now has hundreds of furs, and their belongings are worthless. Let the Harian family consider. Hearing this, disappointment was evident on IH's face, and he instinctively looked at me. At this point, I spoke. 3 women is fine. How do you plan to do the exchange? Malay thought for a moment. 1 woman for 6 wild sheep, a deer. Liash, to one side, interrupted. Last year there were 4 sheep. However, Muye wasn't swayed and shook his head. You said yourself that was last year. This year isn't a year of disasters either. You also saw that there are even more dams than in previous years. So our Anzong tribe isn't short of food either. I was just thinking about stockpiling a little more. By the way, what we need are people alive. I had a vague feeling that my previous opinion might be wrong. That is, this Anson tribe might not be a food tribe, but they have plenty of food. They've developed the idea of domestication. As for why they want to stop by the market to trade for live prey, it's self-explanatory. These people's weapons and speed make it impossible to catch live prey. Understanding this, I shook my head and said, "It's very difficult to catch the living. 6 are too many. Dead, 6 would be fine. If they're alive, Zeta is too big." Murridge was stunned for a moment and wanted to shake his head, but I spoke before he could deny it. "Don't rush to answer me. After you go back and discuss it with your big boss, you just have to decide and then bring people to the market." Saying this, I looked again. "Asian de Ijaner of the Ijan tribe. And you? Do you have any wives you could marry?" "Yeah, I'll hesitate for a moment. We only have skins." I pretended to hesitate. "We're not short of furs, but if you want to barter, you can use a bear skin or 1.5 other furs. What we have are bear skins." He opened his eyes wide. I shook my head. "We're not short of furs. The reason I'm willing to trade is because Grandpa told me about you guys before." He turned a face on air and gritted his teeth. "Okay, we want 2 large jars of salt." I nodded. According to the previous market agreement, 1 jar of salt can be exchanged for 50 skins. They need to give me at least 33 bear skins. 2 jars are 66 skins. And Kazaki, behind Sion Dai's naive appearance, had a pair of small eyes. Her small eyes rolled restlessly. YMSYM, these prey were captured by our Hylian family, so if you want something, you'll have to offer something here. But just now, Liash said she could give us something. She closed her eyes and raised her voice. "They may give you some, but not everything. Each tribe can give 3. For the rest, they'll have to offer enough in return." I smiled at Mireya Mulaj of the Anzong tribe. "If I were in the market, I'd add 3 more. That way they could redeem a woman. Right?" Muya instinctively felt a sense of humiliation. He's a tribal leader, yet he's being led around like this by a young household chief. However, at this moment, the person who had spoken before seemed friendly. Natty, with yellow teeth, suddenly smiled strangely. There are only 3 of them, and they already want to take all this game. The threat is obvious. I raised an eyebrow. "What do you want to do?" Natty laughed awkwardly. "We'll divide this house between our 3 tribes. You all leave quickly." At the moment, they're still discussing how to redeem it on the market. In a twist of fate, this native was about to rob him in broad daylight, because these dams are enough to satisfy almost 100 people. Nadi has a malicious smile, as if she's sure she has me. He looked at the leader who was with him. He asked with a smile that didn't seem to be one, "What do you think, leader?" Aya didn't respond either, and looked to the side, looking at the other 3 with intelligent eyes. The Black Bear brothers looked at each other, and also hesitated for a moment. After all, there is so much prey here. If the three clans really joined forces to consume it, each clan could obtain a good portion. Bear 2 tried to speak, but was quickly stopped by Bear 1. His expression struggled, and then he shook his head, saying, "We still want to exchange for salt." Then she frowned and looked towards the leaves of the Frost tribe, waiting for him to make a decision. Merge said in a low, confused tone, "How will it be divided?" I smiled coldly as I looked at Muyo. "Are you sure you want to steal my family's prey, Jean?" Liu, for his part, remained silent. He looked at Naughty and beyond with a sinister look. Of course, he didn't give Muyu a kind face either. He had already thought of how to kill these three people in front of him. And at that moment, I silently placed my hands behind my back. I gestured to Anzu and the others behind me. Anzu and the 6 from the North Wind saw the gesture and didn't retreat, but instead advanced. I silently took a step forward. This behavior, seen by the others, was as if the 6 behind me were cheering me on. Haya, who had been feeling ambiguous, finally made a decision. He said with a sinister expression, "Brother Shande Shoner, it's also fine for you not to participate in this matter, and I can distribute 10 pieces of food to you from here." Shianda shook her head. "We won't interfere. But you can't kill them either, because we need to trade salt with them." I was very surprised. It turned out that what Xiangda said was to protect us. I said to Xiangda, smiling, "Your decision is wise. You'll be glad you did." He frowned and said, "Your tribe shouldn't have that much salt. It's really stupid of you to want to trade with them." The Hylian tribe, right? I've never heard of it. Natty waved his hand with a sarcastic look on her face. "Children of the Heli tribe, these prey are ours." With his command, Heli's home team, which was not far away, rushed over together, and the hunting group of the Anshuang tribe also hurriedly followed, fearing that the Heli people would monopolize the prey in front of them. The Black Bear clan warriors were eager to act. They were all stopped by Zhang Da's gaze, but that was all, because Aya Inadi's words seemed to have reminded him of something. I mean, he really hadn't heard of the Xian clan. I asked, where could he get a small clan tantalizing salt from? Just as he was hesitating, 2 clans beside him had already rushed toward the prey. They began to carry it, measuring the bones. Xian was on one side, looking undecided. Xianda frowned and raised her hand to signal her not to speak. I just watched the 2 tribes. The people lifted all these dams, laughing with joy. Soon there were only 6 deers left alive, still with Anzu and the others. This, of course, was noticed by Nadi and Muge over there. YZ seemed especially interested. He turned his head in that direction and said, "Your tribe has already captured many animals. These 6 captured animals are ours." Jainadi obviously didn't pay attention. I just took a look and said, "Take it." Hearing that, Muye approached me with a proud expression. I just took a look and, waving my hand, said, Then I looked back and saw the people. "You guys are robbing our house. I can see who you are." I saw it clearly. "Now they all carry hunted animals on their backs," Anzu said through gritted teeth. Then my idea came to mind, and I told him, "The leader of this Frost division is also named Wood. Tell me, what should we do?" Musil was stunned for a moment and then said coldly, "There is only one who can be called Musil." Then I looked at this cold clan mule, who had a proud expression. "I'll give it to you in a moment." Then, without waiting for him to approach, I put my right hand directly over my mouth and blew. It made an extremely loud whistling noise. Almost everyone, except for the members of the Xian clan, was incredibly shocked. I didn't know what was wrong with this young man in front of me. What crazy thing was he doing at that moment? He was even whistling. Before they could react, all the Xian clan members, including me, covered our ears with both hands. Then, an even more resounding sound. A resounding sound was heard throughout the sky. An Suang, who had originally been looking around with joy, cried out in agony. The Heli tribespeople cried out in agony. Each of them doubled over in pain, their facial expressions extremely pale. The game they were carrying on their backs also fell to the ground. There she stepped back repeatedly, covering her chest. In an extremely hoarse voice, she asked, "What's going on? And Na, you propose stealing his fighter?" Time looked stunned. Pale-faced, frightened, one of them sat down on the ground. As for the leaves in the cold storage department closest to me, one of them immediately lost its balance and fell to the ground. It struggled for a while before it could get up, and the Black Bear department, who was originally eager to try, retreated one after another. Holding their fear in their hearts, they quickly followed the coal department. The Healy tribesmen drew a clear line. Cheyenne stared at me in shock. Instinctively, I moved a little to the side of the bear one. The bear had its eyes wide open. In my heart and in my mouth, I was repeating a word at the same time. Fortunately, at that moment, I howled loudly again. The 15 of us who were hiding in the bushes. Suddenly, all the wolves came out. After the wolves appeared, I howled again to give orders. First, bite to death some of the ones with prey bloodstains. These people are going to steal your prey. The Wolf King soldiers and the Big M's grew jealous at that moment. One by one, they fled toward the still frightened group. The Frost tribe, which hadn't reacted, retreated. Here, the Black Bear department members retreated again. Then, the people of the two clans who lost their ability to resist were bitten and died more than 20. It was then that I gave the order to stop the wolves and perish the others. The wolves, who had already tasted blood, showed their ferocity. The people of both clans bared their teeth and growled. The members of the two clans, who had not yet recovered, were trembling. Over here, the people of the Black Bear clan retreated again. The Big and Little Bears were already trembling. They were both scared and relieved. The two of them trembled as they watched them being slaughtered the moment before. In the next instant, this vice hunter transformed directly into a god of death. I don't understand why the Haitian family is so strong. I immediately approached Aya, who was already collapsed on the floor. Smiling, he bent down and patted her on the shoulder. Look how this situation has been handled. Actually, I was just thinking about reopening the market. To make a good exchange with you. But now that things are like this, what do you suggest we do? Arya was filled with bitterness. She glared at Naughty, who had dragged her group into the abyss. She wished she could devour this guilty man alive. As for Konoha of the Ice Clan, just as he stood up from the ground, Mujay grabbed him by the neck. At that moment, Mujay of the Ice Clan was pale. He quickly turned around to face me and shouted, "I shouldn't have been greedy, I just need to be let go. I'll definitely argue with our big boss again, to exchange women, or even 6 dead sheep." I frowned. Woman. Don't you think it's too noisy with another woman here? The leaves that understood each other kicked the leaves in Helada's department. Then, they shot him dead. The leader is dead. What are we gonna do? How are we gonna tell the big boss when we get back? It was clear that the home team from the Helada department was shouting one after another. How can they still think of going back? I shook my head and looked back at the Yu. This group was then tied up by Liu and his group. The Heli tribe and the Frost tribe joined forces to rob the Jishian family. So far, the leader of the Frost clan has been killed, and its members have been tied up. In less than 10 minutes, these assailants only felt that the prey they were carrying on their backs hadn't yet cooled down. They were already cold. I stood up suddenly and, with a cold expression, said, "Nati killed this one. The other wounded were also killed. They were buried. Those who weren't wounded were tied up and taken to Hercios." That's when I looked at the one who was retreating in fear. Brother Black Bear smiled broadly. "See? I wasn't wrong, was I?" Sionda was the first to react and nodded hastily. "Since you didn't steal anything just now, you can take 10 of the loot here. Let's talk about the market next." The big bear, surprised, moved his hands with some discomfort. "But we have nothing with us now. These weapons are no good either." The big bear was the first to react and nodded quickly. "I don't want your weapons, I just want to agree on a price with you. We'll trade at the market together. Don't you have any bear skins? I want 100. That's 3 large jars of salt. What do you think?" 3 large jars. "What you say is true," the big bear got excited. I smiled and nodded. "I, from the Hylian family, am not like those people who say one thing and do another. You are kind and courteous to us. I, from the Hylian family, will not be stingy with my friendship either. But those who view the Hylian family with greed, I, of the Hylian family, will not be lenient either." After saying Z, he looked over. Haya, with a look of hopelessness, knew she was referring to him. Xiongda moved, bowed again. "Given this, I, in the name of our great chief, make you a promise. We will certainly take enough furs to the market. The time is yours to determine." I nodded and said, "I'll give you 5 days to prepare. In 5 days, we'll reopen the market in the old Manglan clan division. I'll bring salt and weapons. You bring furs." I paused and added, "If you have anything else, anything left over, if you want to trade it, you can mention it. If it's appropriate, I'll trade it with you as well." He hesitated for a moment, then said, In our tribe, there is a shining stone. With this stone, demolished vessels are very durable, and it's also relatively easy to sharpen into weapons. But as you well know, we often hunt bears. Sharp weapons are needed. These stones aren't very useful to us. I thought carefully and asked cautiously, "Did any of you bring a weapon like that?" Xianda quickly shouted something to the person behind him. "Xian Li, bring your weapon." Then, a person even taller than Xian Da ran toward us in a rough manner. He handed over his weapon with both hands, a hammered, stick-shaped stone. This stone is slightly yellowish throughout. It has some rust spots on the surface. "Young man," I internally screamed with excitement. "This is, damn it, natural copper ore." I picked up a stone from the ground and struck it. The sound it made was definitely copper. Oh my goodness, copper of such high purity, it can be used to make stone axe weapons. So you can see the purity and softness of this copper. Then I struck the stone next to it again. The stone simply made a noise. There was a mark on the copper rod. Sure enough, the weapon Dio Shujin left behind. A man with a scarred face felt uneasy. In his opinion, my behavior was undoubtedly hastening the destruction of his weapon. Xianda was also annoyed. In her tribe, this type of stone is easy to find and process. The crucial point is that weapons made from this stone wear out very quickly. The frequency of use is also much higher than that of other stone pieces. I could clearly see their expressions. I suppressed my joy and shook my head. This type of stone warps too easily. If it's used to make weapons, they'll be damaged too quickly, and it's a waste of effort. Yeah, he felt uncomfortable and scratched his head. Actually, he was just thinking about my "let's try it" attitude. Indeed, this kind of stone has no use and people are not interested. I frowned and said, "Do you have anything else? Something you don't need but different from what's available elsewhere. The ground is too muddy." You also know that this time we're reopening everything markets wants. And they're women. We're not really lacking in skin or anything like that. Okay, I'll give you 3 big jars of salt. As for weapons, I can trade you some as well. They're just some sharp spikes and thorns. They'll be useful for hunting Zeta bears. Give me some more bearskin, man. And I also want these colored stones. You want stones like that? Kuma's eyes lit up. You want him to make weapons? My heart leaped, but I showed no emotion on my face, he said with great disdain. Those stones are so easily deformed and worn away, but in our tribe we lack stones. The ground is too muddy. I need some stones to put on the ground so I can step on them. Place stones on the ground. Kuma was filled with confusion. He didn't understand what was happening. The tiger, who was standing nearby, added a sentence. These stones seem to be worse. Our tribe's stones are hard. It's a waste to pave the road. Xianda felt even more embarrassed about his leg. He even disdains it for paving. They also use it to make weapons. What divine help. Deep down, I was excited. But on the surface, I sighed. There was nothing I could do. Who said our tribe should be stone-free? No one was around. In fact, the big bear heard what the tiger said. Then he patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, there are plenty of stones like these on our side. If you're willing, I'll send you plenty." Aranda shook his hands dryly, feeling a little embarrassed. "Many," I almost shouted. "How many there are?" "Maybe a small mountain. There are many inside." Upon hearing that her stone really wasn't attractive, Xianda didn't think anything of it either. "Anyway, I said I wanted them. We'll trade as many weapons as possible." A small mountain. I began to breathe heavily. This guy is inadvertently hoarding treasure. "Okay, how much of these stones can you give me next time? I can also give you some more weapons." The big bear began to think and asked cautiously, "Shall I have 50 people go, each one? Can you carry it wrapped in fur?" Wrapped in bearskin. I made an estimate wrapped in bearskin. Anyway, each one has to wrap about 180 pounds of copper. So by calculating it in detail, he could suddenly get between 4,000 and 5,000 pounds of copper. Inside, he shouted with joy, but on the surface, he was still reluctant to say, "Okay, how many guns do you want?" "I want 50 bone knives and 50 stone clubs." The big bear hesitated and said, "What? 50 bone knives and 50 stone clubs?" I looked surprised and shook my head. "Too many. These stones aren't much use. Take the stones you don't use to exchange for the bone knives and clubs we made." "How about those 40 bone blades and 40 stone clubs?" the big bear asked again. Seeing me shake my head, the big bear could only grit his teeth and continue. I took a deep breath, gritting my teeth. Okay, Okay, it'll be 30. Then I smiled and looked at a bear who still had a pained expression. So your weapon seems to be of no use to you anymore, so give it to me. Point to the newly captured ICE Department weapons group. Point to the Heli tribe weapons. In exchange, I can let you choose a bone knife from here. Hearing this, the bear ran excitedly. He began choosing between the bone knives and clubs. Suddenly, I turned and looked at the bear. The big bear and the second bear smiled and said, "If you're willing, you can take it like this. Bring the unused stones to replace my weapons." The big bear and the little bear looked at each other and then back at their tribe. Whoever has yellow stones can come and exchange them. All the members of the Black Bear clan looked at each other. They took out the stones they had been carrying in disbelief. "Come here to trade with me. I'm absolutely delighted. These 30 individuals have it. About 20 of them are carrying copper pieces of varying sizes. Anyway, they all came from the Frost and Gray tribes. I'm not sorry I confiscated them." Looking at them, over 100 kilos in front of me. The Victorian copper blocks inside. In addition to obtaining so much loot on this trip, we also obtained many uninvested copper lumps. Hessanian, who wields metal as a weapon, will undoubtedly increase his combat prowess. Seeing that the members of the Black Bear tribe have finished choosing, the weapons happily walk away. The Black Bear brothers showed joy on their faces, and I was also very satisfied. Since this is the case, between our two tribes, it has been decided that the market will be opened. It will reopen in the former territory of the Manglan tribe in 5 days. At that time, you may also invite other tribes. Those who desire weapons or furs may also come. The big bear sensed. There's a tribe near us that also seems to be short on salt. If you have more, you can bring another can. I nodded, so it's settled. The big bear felt strongly and led his tribe, carrying the weapons I had given him and the prey. They left happily. But before leaving, the two brothers gave me some after-sales service. "Help us bury those who have been removed from the list." Once the big bear and the little bear walked away and disappeared from sight. Liu Kai came up to me and asked, "Big Boss Trademark, what do you need so many stones for?" At this moment, the prisoners were more astonished than ever. The 3 great chiefs. He is the great chief, especially the face over there, full of surprise and annoyance. "You're the real boss. Let's take these slaves back to the tribe first." Haya finally got nervous. What do they want to do? Liu kicked the ground there. "We'll let you go back to work for the Xi'an. Otherwise, you'll have to die." I looked at the 40 or so remaining slaves. And immediately, in the eyes of the new slaves, there was great commotion. A whistle sounded again. Instinctively, they covered their ears. However, this time there was no terrifying scream. At that moment, several deers and horses came running from not far away, especially a white horse with a black tail that was in front. As soon as it arrived, it raised a front leg as if it was showing off. The deers and horses behind him also stopped in time. What surprised them even more was the pack of wolves that had previously bared their teeth at them. Seeing the white horse approach, they all took a few steps back. This white horse rubbed against me and started bragging. He pointed to a dead deer standing to the side. "He's yours now." At the same time, I yelled twice at the wolf pack, signaling them to eat some of the prey as well. I took this opportunity to approach the Wolf King's subordinates. Including the large mule, there are only 15. 3 wolves means there are already enough deers. Ule Bao jumped happily. He directly attacked a deer, tearing and eating meat. As for the people of the Hell and Frost tribes, their faces were filled with surprise. Could someone who controls wolves also raise carnivores? People like that seem to exist only in the Great Tribal Alliance. Only specialized tamers could accomplish it. At this moment, Aya, who was on the ground, felt a deep unease. Will he be able to get up? If he can't get up, then there's no need to do so. Aya quickly stood up, complaining. But before she could react, I signaled to the Ewe. I asked him to bring a deer. A slave must have the mentality of a slave. On the way back, we were 8 riders and 15 wolves, guarding 43 slaves and 51 of the dead prey. 4 living deers and 2,000 living ones. The 4 deers, who were originally alive, on the way. It was incredible that he couldn't withstand Ule Bamayo. His pressure was enough to scare some of them to death. When we arrived under the large tree, as planned, part of the prey was shared among the wolves. What surprised me was that, after we left, 10 wolves howled in unison. This scene was increasingly witnessed by the slaves. I have confirmed the fact that he raised wolves. Not only that, when we arrived at the outskirts of the Xi'an clan, these people were shocked again. 200 people didn't know what they were doing. Everyone was busy either moving stones or working with mud. They were all piling up stones and mud, piling them together, forming tall, thick mountains. But as leader of the Heli tribe, Akia seemed to have realized, this is the work slaves are meant to do.
Great Chief, please let me return. I promise not to dare have any thoughts about your tribe. There are women in our tribe too. I can exchange one with you. Haya felt despair.
Trade with me. Do you think you're still qualified to trade with me? At that moment, Ming Wang quickly approached.
Big boss, he's back!
He pointed to Odea and the prisoners behind him. The new prisoners, you decide what to do with them. After you're done, come find me at the moon house.
Understood.
Ming Wang raised his whip to call the warriors who were working. Then I began arranging for the slaves to bring in the prey. When I returned to the tribe, I signaled to leave. Wu and Yansu handed the copper to Yuelo. Then I'll help Ming Wang sort things out and come back together. Then I sent Ule Bao back to the cave. I took a look at the sheepfold and the chicken coop before returning to the moon tower. When I returned to the moon house, Liu and Anzu were already waiting there. In front of me was the copper we traded today. The two of them were squatting on the ground, each holding a block of copper, which they were tapping together.
Big boss.
This stone, apart from the sound it makes when struck, doesn't seem any different at all. This is not stone, this is copper, a metal. Liu frowned and thought carefully. Big boss, are gold objects made from this material? Some gold objects are made of copper. This is just one type.
Great. It turns out it's for making gold objects.
Liu's face flushed and he suddenly reacted. The Black Bear tribe members have a mountain. Why don't they have any gold objects?
Your big boss might not know us.
Besides, even if he did, he might not have a way of making gold objects. So the less known about this metal, the better. Only then did Liu realize why he'd come. Thank goodness they don't know us. Otherwise, I'm afraid they wouldn't trade with us anyway, you see.
Right? I nodded.
That's why I want to open the market in 5 days, to trade with them as soon as possible, and prevent the night from bringing more dreams.
At that moment, Min Wan also arrived. Well, that's not what I called you for today. To discuss this metal issue. It's about these new slaves we've captured.
Liu Minghuang and Anshu were stunned.
It wasn't the gold objects that were involved.
We'll talk about gold later. First, let's settle the matter of marrying a wife and opening a business in the tribe.
Liu frowned and said,
but there's no tribe that can do it right now. Trade with us at the shop. Black Lasso department in the grades. The Frost tribe and the Heli tribe were also captured by us. Is there any woman who isn't under your control? Now I'm the one in charge. The three looked at each other, showing confusion.
Big boss.
That leader, Moye, said there were 8 women who could trade with us. But we've already killed their leader. Liu frowned and said, who said I'm going to trade with them? I'm negotiating peacefully for the loot. They don't appreciate what they have, and yet they dared to plunder us. A tribe like that doesn't need to trade with them.
There was a touch of emotion in Liu's eyes, relating the words he'd said earlier. He had roughly understood what to do.
Ming Wang smiled strangely. Ansu, moreover, had a fierce light in his eyes. He clenched his fist and shook it vigorously. Exactly, everyone has thought about it. This time we're going to raid the Frost tribe. Finally, Liu clenched his fists and raised them into the air. I thought for a moment and nodded, saying, we don't provoke others, but we're not afraid of trouble either. Since this Anzuan tribe doesn't know how to value things, then don't complain about us being cruel. Find someone from the Anzuan group and ask them. After thinking for a moment, I said, how long will it take them to get here? How many weapons do the young men have hidden in the tribe? If possible, get your horses and other gear ready for tomorrow. We'll leave the day after tomorrow and return before the market opens. Mingguan nodded. Leave it to me. It wasn't long before Ming Wang returned. The chief had already inquired. They were far from where they hunted today. It would take them almost a day. They left the tribe at midnight.
Counting the young men captured today, there were more than 140 of them.
I thought for a moment and nodded, saying, a day of horseback riding shouldn't take that long on the horse. Besides, today we ride horses. It's almost a half-day trip. This round trip will take almost 2 days. This time, we'll start with the Anzuan tribe, and this time we must go and return quickly. Remember, we're gonna steal your women. Don't worry about anything else for now. If they give us women, we'll return. If they don't, we'll act. If there's no other option, we'll kill 2 people to demonstrate our strength, I said in a cold voice. Very well. This time we start with the Ansunian tribe. If all goes well, we'll wait until the market is over. We're going to Gelabu. We'll only make them wait 2 more days.
Those who dare to bully the Xian tribe will pay the price. Yes. At this moment, the three of them clenched their fists, filled with emotion. For so many years, I'm the first to say something like that. I'm also the first to convince them that they can actually get revenge. The next day, the entire Xian tribe gathered together. They began to tame the horses. The newly captured slaves were handed over to Ming Huang to care for. The warriors chose no account to begin with. As for the remaining horses and armor, Liu, Anshu, and Sofeng teamed up to tame the horses. I took Ule Bao to the horse farm. Basically, I didn't have to do much to get all the horses to obey me without any problems. Thus, a total of 61 horses were domesticated. If we also count the 8 serfs, there are 69 mounts in total. Zeta then decided to take 40 people with him, a leopard, 8 deers, and 32 birds, as well as 5 wolves, forming the Jipian's revenge army. The large army headed for Anshun Department BC. As for the remaining horses and armor, the Earth Dragons remained with the tribe to guard the home. On the 3rd day, we passed a giant tree. I called the Wolf King and borrowed 20 wolves. At the same time, I informed the Wolf King that we would be going far this time. We'll be spending the night outside, so make sure the wolves are ready. Just traveling on the Ule Bao. Behind me came 40 knights and 25 wolves. We left the Jian forest and crossed the grassland of trees. I traveled south and then west for half a day. We arrived near the Frost tribe before nightfall. I chose a secluded spot to set up camp. This is how I rode to Ule Bao. There are also low hills surrounding its location. This aspect is especially important for primitive tribes, because humans are far less numerous than animals. We must rely on the mountains to protect nearby water sources. Then, I let the tribe members use the skins to build some simple tents. They all lived in these tents for the first time. They were amazed and very much in awe of the great boss. It looks very much like the rooms we live in. Liu praised it sincerely. This is called a tent. You can live in this when camping outdoors. I've ordered that several people be assigned to each tent to take turns keeping watch. If any suspicious movement is detected, we must raise the alarm immediately. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, before dawn, we'll storm the Losan Suyan camp. Okay. Leo was anxious and could hardly contain his excitement. Early the next morning, it was still dark. 40 Huyang tribe warriors mounted in unison. Under my leadership, we galloped toward the Anshuang camp. Just at that moment, before reaching the Anshuang camp, the pack of wolves began to howl. Hearing the howls of the wolves, the entire Ansunyan camp immediately panicked. A din of terrified screams was heard everywhere. Big boss, it's not good. There are wolves outside the tribe. Konoha went out with the hunting team and hasn't returned yet. Ruo Shang, come quickly. Only he can deal with these wolves. Ruo Shang is injured, accompanied by panicked screams. A group of people, carrying torches, gathered in the direction of the howling wolf pack. From a distance, the light of the frosty cold camp could already be seen. Everyone quickened their pace to give them a show of strength. Then, everyone pressed their thighs together. At that moment, the thunder of 41 horse hooves hitting the ground resounded. The sound of the hooves echoed like drums in the hearts of the men in the frosty cold camp. In the darkness, they began to shout one after another. Big boss, come quickly! What is that coming toward us? Don't be scared, it's a beast. No, it's a pack of beasts. But why are there wolves in the pack of beasts? Make room, let me see what's going on. In the darkness, an authoritative voice echoed, but he didn't wait for her to finish speaking. The Hijian cavalry he was leading was already approaching. I, at the front, reined in the horse. Ule Bao, using his momentum, ran forward about 10 meters, a heavy footstep on the ground. This sound immediately made an impact. A heavy footstep resonated on the ground. It made everyone jump. Right behind were Anshu, Liu, and the others riding deers. The Jijian cavalry mounted their horses. They all pulled on the reins and let out extremely arrogant shouts. Before the Anshuang tribe returned, they were already terrified. Finally, that authoritative voice sounded again. Who are you? You don't know what we came to do to the Anzuan tribe. I smiled coldly. We're from the Xian tribe to collect a debt. We've come to ask something of your Ansuhanian tribe. That person took a step forward. In the light of the torch, I saw a face. It was an old man with a familiar face, but with very lively eyes. When the old man looked back at me in the light of the torch, I felt a shudder inside me. He saw a young man with strong features on his face, who wore an expression of mockery and sarcasm, and the people behind him were looking menacingly.
but they clearly had me as their leader. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "I don't know what you want." I waved my hand to point at the IU. Liu pushed 2 people off the horse behind him. They were prisoners from the Anshuang tribe. "Big Chief, please save us." "What are you two like, Haimu and Wan Mao? Where's Leader Muj?" The 2 who were recognized by the crowd rolled twice on the ground. They quickly got up and ran to their people. The great chief, Chief Muye, was killed by them. At that moment, all the young men of the Ansuan tribe looked at us with rage and ferocity, but they were clearly afraid and did not dare to approach. I made a sound of disdain and shouted, "The deaths were caused by my Xian clan, but their leader was the first to make a mistake. He wanted to plunder our prey, and that's why I killed him." Everyone exclaimed, "How is this possible? We in the Ansuyan tribe have no shortage of food." I looked at the old man, smiling coldly in silence. "What do you think?" The great chief of the Anshuang tribe remained silent. He knew this matter wasn't his fault. Denying it won't solve anything. After all, the Anshuang tribe went out hunting a few days ago. About 30 of them didn't return all of a sudden. Needless to say, we know he had a conflict with others. No one would believe it wasn't related to his own tribe. I sat upright on the horse, waiting for the old man's answer. But those behind, like Anzu and Liu, were already eager to act. Each one looked menacingly at the old man and his tribesmen. It was then that the old man spoke. "How do you plan to resolve this?" "Oh, he turned out to be an old fox," I said with a mocking laugh. "Can you accept what I'm saying?" The old man didn't say anything, but he said, "You didn't say how to solve it. I can't commit to you," I replied, laughing. "It's not that our Zhan tribe isn't reasonable. Before you decide, let me explain the reason." Saying this, I signaled to Liu. Leo rode quickly forward on his horse. "I am the leader of the Hinian family. The day before yesterday, I discussed reopening the market with their leader on the prairie, and I promised them 3 horned deers. I didn't expect their leader, Maroj, to join forces with other clans to plunder our Hilian tribe." Saying this, Liu spoke in a cold voice. "Are the Jikin tribe's belongings that easy to steal?" The old man stared at Imui Wanmao with wide eyes. I want to ask him if it's true, but the 2 of them didn't even dare to raise their heads. They had clearly done this. "What do you plan to do now?" the old man asked again. "You're still testing my limits. You seem really confused." I waved my hand. The cavalry was already behind me, pulling on the reins in unison. He gestured for the cavalry to retreat. The old man was somewhat confused by the complaints he was uttering to himself. Why did he also gesture for the tribe members to retreat? "Now I'll give you one last chance. Tell me how you plan to resolve this matter." At that moment, the old man also narrowed his eyes. He thought this young man might just be a facade. He was just putting on a show. Otherwise, why would he dare to say such harsh things and make his own people back down? He looked around and couldn't help but smile. It turned out the men and women of the tribe had run away. Suddenly, the number reached more than 200. Before dawn, the fiber optic cables didn't glow. Only the torches illuminated them. The shadows of the people became increasingly noticeable, demonstrating the tribe's power. It seems this young man is also just showing off. Suddenly, the old man felt a surge of confidence within him. Although he didn't know how he had tamed the horses, it doesn't matter now. If he dares to threaten me, then I will capture and kill them all. These horses are all ours. In an instant, the surrounding 200 people imbued the old man with an enigmatic confidence. This confidence led him to automatically ignore the tribe's presence. He ignored the fact that Chief Konoha hadn't returned yet. He also ignored the fact that Aimu and Huan Mao were there. He ignored the fact that this group of people had brought them with them. All he saw now was constant. The gradual retreat of the Jijian tribe members. His mind was filled with thoughts of seizing the horses, the young men of the Ansuang tribe. "This little baby, I don't know where it came from. Where did you come to scare us? Don't let it get away," the old man shouted sternly. "These people will kill those horses and they'll be left. We need them alive." At the elder's shout of command, all the members of the Ansukian tribe present came forward. Many carried sticks and stones in their hands. I was stunned for a moment. I wanted to scare them away. This old man seemed really confused. I laughed awkwardly. "Don't worry, I'm not running." I looked back and saw the Zhang cavalry retreating dozens of meters. I shouted loudly, "Charge!" With a loud shout, the Jijian family cavalry, which had already retreated to a safe distance, launched a flanking attack. The horses and deers charged forward in an instant. The Frost Clan members raised a large stone staff and advanced toward them. I, remaining in place, pulled on the reins,
halting the eager thundering leopard. This is the 5th time the Girian family has mounted a charge. I thought I'd take this opportunity to observe and also help the Girian family members gain confidence in charging the enemy.
Still, the outcome was far more unexpected than I imagined.
The Haiyan cavalry was swift, as thundering and fierce as locusts in their stride. They charged directly into the 100 or 200 men who were coming toward them. The men on horseback crashed into them. Upon contact with the Hylian cavalry and the Frost Ice Clan members, the deers reared up and suddenly charged forward. The horses charged with their large heads, trampling in disarray. As for the Hylian clan members, they wielded bamboo spears and charged forward. The sound of horns tearing flesh and hooves trampling people caused injuries and deaths. The screams of the people overlapped. Only one member of the Trevo Frost group was left. More than 50 others were seriously injured.
The Xian clan riders, passing through the crowd, reined in their horses. They turned their horses' heads and charged again.
The Ice Clan members, who suddenly realized this, screamed as they ran in all directions. They couldn't help but be afraid. It was only a brief encounter, and so many people fell. I waved my hand. The Xian clan riders, still charging, suddenly stopped their reins. The entire Frost tribe rushed to one side and the other. No one else dared to stay in front of the riders. Even those who had been screaming a moment before wanted to kill their old boss. At this moment, he was also wide awake. Then I slapped Galipa and took 2 steps forward. All the members of the Cold Clan screamed and retreated. I just looked at their big boss. Now I can tell you how to solve this matter. The old man struggled to calm his fear. You may request anything you wish from the things of my Cold Clan. With that, he bowed and raised his hands. Okay, call the women in the tribe who are over 16 and unmarried. I need 40 bone knives and 40 stone clubs, the old man exclaimed in surprise. Up above, in my Cold Ice Clan, there are only about 10 bone blades left. There are no more stone staffs left.
Are you setting conditions?
I gave you a chance just now and you still dared to attack. Do you think I have such a good character that you'd want to manipulate me? With that, I slowly raised my hand. No wonder he's so cruel.
The old man trembled a little and quickly lowered his head and said, I accept.
Then I jumped off the horse and went to the old man. If we had done it earlier, we wouldn't have damaged the harmony. By this time, it was already getting light, and the Frost Clan brought the woman as requested. They also brought out the bone knives and stone tools. The woman had 14 bone knives, 12 stone sticks, and 21 stone sticks. The number of bone knives and stone sticks was not enough. The old man's face was extremely sad. Up in the tribe, there were now only 2 bone knives and 5 stone sticks left. Otherwise, our tribe will not be able to survive. I reflected on that moment. This time I came thinking about BC, not about becoming a butcher. Besides, the Frost Clan has so many young children. Truly, I couldn't kill these people. It's not something I can do.
All right, I'll take the woman and I'll take 10 bone knives and stone sticks. As for the food in your clivo, look at the old man.
We're willing to offer 10 deers and 10 wild goats. The old man's face was clearly contorted as he said this. It seems he's also invested a lot. Well, at least you have common sense. I waved my hand at Liu. The old man finally sighed in relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He turned around and signaled the tribe members to go and collect the food.
Liu nodded.
Anzu shouted into the icy wind, "Go, bring these people back." Then Liu and Yan dismounted and approached the women. Each one was to be carefully measured. Each one was tied up with ropes. Despair and helplessness appeared on the women's faces. It's not that they can't accept going to another tribe, but the thought of being taken away, tied up like prisoners. In front of their own tribe, this is an endless humiliation. In another tribe, they wouldn't have a good life either. They would have to work all day, I said, somewhat annoyed, a little resigned. These people will be part of my Haiyan tribe in the future. The other day we met their leader, Mudej, in the desert.
Liu, seeing the people's reaction,
quickly put away the rope. I'm just taking these women back to the horses. You choose one to take a woman. Bird! Liu had a joyful expression. Containing his excitement, he quickly shouted.
Anshu, Ifanya, Muye, and Sofeng each carried one.
Soon, 14 people left separately. Choose your horse and wait for it.
At that moment, the old man's expression was desolate. The entire Ansoang clan was filled with lamentation.
I spoke again. People of the Skarcha clan, listen up. This time, we came from the Hyanian family only to solicit wives. We had no intention of plundering them. And the day before yesterday, we met their leader Muley in the wilderness. Originally, they were hoping to use 6 sheep to exchange for a woman.
How could the leader be so confusing? If so, there are 14 women here. How much food can be exchanged? The crowd stirred again, gritting their teeth.
I turned my face towards the woman that the Anzu people had brought. I noticed that each of them was pale, and their eyes showed anger. That was the attitude they had when they saw their compatriots. Then, the anger that springs from the depths of their hearts. It was obvious in the eyes of these compatriots that these women were things that could be sold at any moment to ensure their own safety. Suddenly, they began to feel hatred toward their own clan. These men of their clan gradually became the object of their hatred. I continued in a cold tone. Originally, we planned to continue trading. We were going to exchange salt, weapons, and furs with you, but all of this was rejected by your leader, the chief of your clan. He just wanted to plunder us. So we killed him. You can think about it this way. If your hunters were plundered by others, wouldn't you want revenge? The old man was stunned and opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but couldn't. At this point, I thought enough was enough and added fuel to the fire. So we Hassanian came, first for revenge. This is something every member of the tribe would do. I think you would do the same if you found yourself in this situation. Second, we've come to propose. As for the betrothal gift, it's these 12 bone knives and 21 stone clubs, plus 5 horned deers and 5 wild goats. It's our betrothal gift.
Now, not only the people of the Anzong tribe, even the members of the Jian tribe were stunned. They stared at me with wide eyes.
You should know that it's not difficult to exterminate your tribe now. It's not difficult to completely annihilate it, but we didn't come to kill, but to ask for a hand in marriage.
So considering these 14 women, from today on, they are part of the Hinian family. Since you are my Hinian's daughter-in-law, these things are the dowry.
All the members of the Xian clan were stunned. They realized that this time they were riding horses, not to plunder women, but to look for wives. And the women they had recently captured by their side all had bright eyes. They looked at the men beside them with different emotions inside them.
Meanwhile, people from all over Trevo Frost looked at each other. They felt relieved, but also frustrated.
The old man bowed again. I thank the High Command for not killing us. I waved my hand. We've already said we're here to look for wives. Okay, we're leaving. You don't have to say goodbye. I waved my hand. All the members of the Xian clan turned their horses around in unison, leading 14 women and 10 prey back home. Then I returned to the Heian clan with my compatriots. From afar, I heard Manhwa shout excitedly, "The big boss is back," which caused a roar of cheers from the entire Hamadian family. I said hello. This time I went to ask for the hand of 14 women. Remember, from today on they are. Remember that from today on they are. Minghuang Li, the tiger, arranges for them to get to know the tribe a little. Then, tonight we'll celebrate a bit. Celebrate. Minhuang's eyes lit up. Yes, the 14 women, ever since they entered the Xian family, have been watching. Naturally, they saw the slaves working. They also saw some of the old members of the Anshun tribe, but they soon looked the other way. Because these were the people responsible for the Hesan family proposing to them. They, of course, won't have even a shred of compassion. Then they were amazed again. A protective wall, thorns, a moat, earth houses, and also a huge, scaly beast, which was lazily sunbathing there. 5 wolves followed the group unnoticed, howling as they moved through the crowd. Is this the Helion family? It's truly shocking. These women were deeply shaken. I instructed Minghuang to organize these women. I also had them give more food to Uleba's horses. After all, the safety of our revenge depends on them. Everything depends on the strength of these mounted men. At night, the entire Hessian clan was illuminated by torches. In the open space in front of the moon tower, the entire Hessian clan began to celebrate. Everyone was filled with laughter and joy. All kinds of food were placed on the tables and chairs. Under my command, even the slaves today were given more food. This made the slaves feel differently inside. I stand before everyone, speaking in Z. Today we have added 14 new members to the Xian clan. They will join with the 14 warriors of our tribe to reproduce and bear offspring. All the members of the Xian clan began to cheer in unison. Everyone looked at these 14 women. Under the watchful gaze of everyone, they couldn't help but bow their heads in shyness. Then, smiling, I said, "Next, the 14 warriors left, each leading his wife to stand beside me." Then all the warriors standing before me and the fathers of these warriors also brought benches and sat down.
14 warriors and 14 new wives. Makes knelt before their own fathers, doing as I asked. Everyone was looking at me curiously. I didn't know what to do, and yet I'm very clear about what I must do. I'm going to hold a collective wedding in this primitive society. I want to inform the Hegan ethnic group through the marriage ceremony. These 14 people. The marriage ceremony is an extremely noble and sacred existence within the tribe. I began to give the final instructions. Not all members of the Xian clan remembered. Any marriage between men and women of the Xian clan must undergo this ceremony. It's for a wedding. The members of the Xian clan grew increasingly restless. They understood that they must pay homage to the great leader. Anyone who fails to pay homage may be expelled from the clan. The great leader will perform rituals during animal sacrifices. Failure to pay homage will be punished by heaven and earth. During divination rituals, shaman ceremonies will be held. Anyone who fails to pay homage will not have their wishes granted. Natural disasters will also occur, hence the weight of this so-called wedding. It's easy to imagine that this doesn't only involve members of the Xian clan. Even the 14 women feel it too, the importance one feels. Each of them looked back, moved, at the men at her side. She now considers herself family. They're her everything. At that moment, the 14 warriors looked at each other, and the women. Honestly, they followed what I said step by step. The ceremony you perform is the ritual of 3 knees and 9 bows, divided into heaven and earth, kneeling, paying homage to the parents. The spouses kneel facing each other. Each knee bears 3 bows. Then, under my supervision, the ceremony concludes. And it's announced in front of everyone. Starting today, everyone getting married can each choose a room to live in the earthen building. Additionally, any woman who becomes pregnant in the future may not work for the first 5 months and dedicate herself to caring for her pregnancy. The months following the birth of the baby are also not required. She does not need to work and can take care of her health. All food should be prepared according to Jihua's instructions. All the members of the Xian clan were stunned. Then, they all began to cheer together. Among the 14 women, someone timidly asked, "Big boss, will we be like that too?" I smiled and answered with another question. "So, are you part of the Xian clan?" She was stunned for a moment. Finally, she responded timidly, but firmly. "Since you're part of the Xian clan, then you'll be just like them. So if you want to live comfortably in my Xian clan, do you know what you have to do?" The woman, her voice soft as a mosquito, lowered her head. I touched the warrior from the hunting party beside him. "Huang Zhang, you must try harder." That warrior was clearly a little embarrassed. "Great chief, it's okay. Only you know what's right." Saying this, I looked at the others and spoke seriously. "Don't worry, men who haven't yet found a wife at marriageable age. You'll soon find wives for yourselves too." Now almost all the members of the Xian clan began to shout at the same time. Next, everyone should eat and drink whatever they need. The 4th day has arrived. Liu, Minwang, and Ansu arrived very early. Today they have to deliver the goods to Mannong's former territory, according to the number agreed upon yesterday. 50 mounts, 50 wolves, and 5 units. The things I brought were 5 cans of salt. There are 20 serfs and 20 live sheep. The interesting thing is that all these prey are male. In addition, there are 50 bone knives and 50 stone clubs, so the Xian clan members set out again. As we passed by the giant tree, I borrowed soldiers from the wolf leader again. About 20 wolves were almost in sight. The terrain was right near us. The Manglon tribe isn't far from the Xian clan. With the horses, we have almost a day's time. Along the way, we looked left and right. As midday approached, the surroundings suddenly seemed to have changed completely. Here is a large area of Rami in the desert. It has grown wildly, reaching about 1.5 meters in height. I turned around and said to Liu, "This hemp must be collected when we return. We must make sure to bring more of it back. It can be spun into hemp cloth to make clothing, or saved for other uses." How did they get there before following grandfather? The journey takes 3 days. Before, we were all in the vast land. We all surrounded grandpa and didn't dare sleep. We spent several nights like this. Liu was a little sad. That's why, before, when we came to Manglon's department, we were all anxious. They were afraid of an accident. That night, we spent the night in the vast land. During that time, we did indeed encounter a saber-toothed tiger looking for food. When this saber-toothed tiger appeared, it roared ferociously at our riders. It had clearly followed the riders' scent. However,
After hearing the sound of the noisy puma, the Xian clan members, who should have been terrified, unusually showed no signs of panic. Instead, they stood still under my command. After all, tigers are said to have copper skin and iron bones. Ordinary metal weapons have a hard time piercing their skin, not to mention the bamboo bows and arrows the Hylian clan currently has. And the megalodon obviously has no fear of humans. Simply having so much prey alongside humans also made him hesitate for a moment. Then I patted Ule Bao on the back and gave him the order. Buddy, it's your turn. Since we arrived at the Jijian family, he hasn't made any unreasonable noises. Suddenly, that also made him hesitate a little. The saber-toothed tiger continued circling around the Harion family's crowd, just as it was preparing to leap and bite its mount. The puma, without warning, leaped out of the ring of mounts, straight for the megalodon. In an instant, it was on its feet, running toward the saber-toothed tiger and yelling. Everyone around them was somewhat alarmed. They couldn't help but lean closer to each other, and that tiger that originally wanted to pounce suddenly trembled. I bent down and lay on the ground, not daring to move. The saber-toothed cat took a firm step forward. He raised his horse's hoof and stomped on the giant tiger. He didn't expect the saber-toothed tiger to dare resist, but he didn't want to give up without a fight either. He kicked and rolled. Then, with his tail between his legs, he ran off. In the darkness, I saw only the megalodon fleeing at high speed. The saber-toothed cat screamed in fury and shot after it. I didn't have time to call this animal before it was already far away. Having no choice, I waited a moment. I signaled several of them to mount. The mounted ones went to look for the saber-toothed cat. After a while of riding, I finally heard the saber-toothed cat's reply. I quickly urged the deer to run in the direction of the voice. As I approached, I discovered the saber-toothed cat lying on the ground, eating meat. There was a very unpleasant smell of blood around me. Suddenly I realized that the so-called thunder leopard had met a pair of tigers. The result was that seeing him scared me. I've been worried about you while you eat a night snack. I began to understand why the thunder leopard can intimidate tigers and lions. He grabbed the leopard's mane and pulled it upwards. Hurley felt the pain, but he still faced what he had already done. Take 2 bites out of the dead megalodon. Clearly, he was doing it to eat, without fear of getting hit. And apparently eating serfs and goats is tastier than those things. I'm a little surprised. I'm beginning to understand a little of the secret of why the leopard ray can intimidate tigers and leopards, simply by devouring the flesh and blood of these beasts. Understanding this, I stopped worrying and let go of my hand so it could bite. Then I lit a torch and looked around. Seeing this, I was scared. To one side, there was an even larger saber-toothed tiger lying on the ground. It was surrounded by blood. Suddenly, I realized that the so-called lightning leopard had encountered a pair of saber-toothed tigers. I saw a ruined thatched hut not far away. This type of gualebao was so ferocious. Fighting against 2, it even killed 2 saber-toothed tigers. Inja and Sofeng, who came, were also surprised. Taking advantage of the fact that this guy is eating meat, you 2 remove the tiger's skin and fangs, don't waste them. The 2 carefully removed the megatherium's skin. They then dismantled the tiger's bones and wrapped them in the tiger's skin. They cleaned 2 pairs of canine teeth and buried them in the ground. After removing the bloodstains, they carefully stored them. Seeing that the 2 of them had finished off the megatherium, I then kicked Wolebao to urge him to leave. From then on, the night passed without incident. The next day, Liu looked ahead. Finally, after emerging from a dense forest, he saw a ruined thatched house not far away. As previously agreed, Aru will lead 20 people with the horses toward the wolf pack and look for a suitable place to hide near the forest. Then, you will join 10 people carrying the items to be traded to the straw house. These thatched houses are obviously roofless. There was a time when no one lived here. No need to guess, this is clearly an old Manglan clan settlement. I signaled the clan members to place everything in front of the earth altar. Find some people to clean the altar. Then, put up a canopy over the altar and add a few more. To open a market, it must have the appearance of a market. Almost an hour passed like this. From the northern jungle came a noise. Clearly, someone was coming. Immediately, all the clan members carefully gripped their bamboo spears just in case. It was a long while before someone came, poked their head out to look, and immediately saw a warrior from the Xian clan holding a green bamboo pole. The man asked cautiously, "Are you members of the Xian clan?" Leo looked at me and then moved forward on his own. Xianda quickly approached me. I'm the leader. Then, a familiar figure appeared. It emerged from the jungle. Behind him came at least 40 other people. Almost all of them were carrying animal skins and carrying a large bundle wrapped in fur. Xianda quickly approached me. Liu bowed to me first. Ranui and Liu hugged again. That was a greeting between leaders. Respected Grand Chief. I didn't know your identity last time. That was really rude. It doesn't matter. I didn't make my identity clear last time either. Now our two tribes are reopening the market. We don't need to keep hiding. Saying this, I looked behind Zhang Da. Zhang the hunter, couldn't come. The big bear blushed a little, scratched his head, and said, laughing, "The tribe can't be unprotected, so he stayed with the tribe. I'm not going to expose him either. In fact, we also keep a hunter in the tribe to protect the members. I'm not going to reveal it either. Now that you've arrived, too, let's start trading things," Xianda said with a laugh. Respected Chief. Don't worry, this time in addition to our black bear tribe, there's also the wild wolf pack I told you about last time. They'll also be coming to participate in the market. No problem. I waved my hand. Let's call the objects first. When they arrive, we can discuss their business. What do you think? But in that case, won't the price change? Xianda asked. Change the price. I smiled and shook my head. Regardless, we'll exchange our belongings, and I won't change the price. Besides, we've already agreed on what we'll exchange between our two tribes. It won't be affected by other people. Well, Suda simply raised his hand, signaled to the tribe members to bring the things they had brought. Although there are only two tribes, that also means the market is reset. I stood to the side, watching Liu, signaling for him to come and make the delivery. After all, Shanda is the leader. It's not appropriate for a big boss like me to haggle with him. He's really losing his nerve. Soon, the men of the Black Bear clan arrived, carrying bearskin wrappings. Clearly, there were things inside. Laios went over to count, and there were indeed 100 bearskins. Then he sent Isanya, Sofendi, and Sikiu, 3 people. Each carried a stone jar and approached. Open the lid and you'll see the refined white inside. Then Yan stepped forward, dipped his finger, and placed it on the tip of his tongue. A look of delight appeared on his face. It turned out to be high-quality, refined salt, Liu said with a smile. These 3 flasks of salt are yours. We'll also take out the weapons for you, so we consider it complete. Xiangde felt impatient. You promised us before. 30 bone knives, 30 stone clubs. Wait a moment. Suddenly, someone shouted from somewhere. Everyone looked around, searching for the source of the sound. After the big bear heard this sound, he raised an eyebrow and looked directly west. There were some people dressed in colorful furs, looking at Shanda and Liu with a smile on their faces. Since you've opened the market, you shouldn't wait for us to arrive before starting. This is against the market rules. You can't just make us come here for no reason, can you? You are. Lycumus was stunned and instinctively looked at Big Bear. He noticed that Big Bear was frowning without saying anything, that person dressed in colorful fur. He approached with 10 other people towards Liu and Big Bear, smiling broadly. I'm the head hunter of the Chihao tribe. My name is Niao Chi. I heard you've opened a market here. We've also come to participate in the trade. Behind him, more than 60 people lined up. These people have patterns painted on their faces. They hold clubs and bone knives. They look very ferocious. Leader of the Red Snake Clan? I don't think I told you that a market will open here. The man named Wu Qi walked straight up to Xiangdai and kicked him so hard he fell down. Don't talk to me. So I can't come? Damn you. Double Uchi spat. The wild wolf pack is a bunch of useless people. Are they worthy of trading here? He said this while signaling to the people behind him. More than 60 people cleared a path. Then, about 10 people pushed 5 others they were carrying. People with black skin approached. These 5 were tied with beast ropes. They had wounds all over their bodies. Seeing the 5 of them tied up, Xian Day exclaimed, "And Li, how did you get them?" One of the 5 had a bitter face. We were wearing furs as we traveled through the dark forest when we met them. They surrounded us and killed many of our clansmen. They also stole our furs. WC kicked him and ordered the people around him to drag him away. You naughty old man, you can't be honest. If it weren't for you mentioning the market, I would have killed you already. Then he looked at the 3 jars on the ground. The salt was full of smiles on his face. Your salt? I, of the Red Snake Clan, want it. I frowned and walked straight past the IH. Since you want to trade, you should let us. See what you brought. Double Uchi was very surprised that she dared to speak to him like that.
You have to see what I'm going to show you. After you see it, all this salt will be mine." As he spoke, he turned around and signaled to his clan members behind him. Soon, 5 or 6 people arrived carrying beast hides. The bundled skins arrived before everyone. He dropped several bundles of hides, which appeared to be only 50 in number. The werewolf, who had been knocked down by Double Uchi earlier, began to scream again. "Leader of the Red Snake Clan, you took possessions of my Wild Wolf Clan to participate in the barter. You're a bastard." Myochi glared at him. "If you keep screaming, do you think I won't kill you?" Then he called to the people next to him to put down the skins. He climbed up and held the jar of salt. At that moment, Sinda felt completely like an outsider, his face filled with sadness and fury. However, he was firmly stopped by his clan members behind him. Clearly, they didn't dare provoke this Double Uchi. "Stop!" I shouted firmly. "You didn't ask if I agreed, you just acted." Jotachi let out an evil laugh. "Little fellow, you're nothing but a fool. I'm negotiating with you, do you dare say no?" I said indifferently that I wasn't moved by it. "If you really want to negotiate, you can take out 200 skins. These salts are all yours." Dobluchi smiled and turned to walk back to his clan. Did you hear that? This little boy, who, I don't know where he came from, really. He dares to ask me for more skins from the Red Snake Clan? Before I could finish saying skin, this guy called Doblutuchi turned around. He stabbed me with a sharp bone knife in his hand. I leaned slightly, my right hand moving like a snake. Sticking to the back of the knife, I went upstream and grabbed the red bird's wrist. Using the momentum, I pulled Dobluchi toward me forcefully. Then I spun around and threw a punch while jumping with my elbow. It hit him straight in the face. It was just a nudge, and the red bird staggered and fell sideways. He couldn't even get up, covering his right cheek as he screamed. Imitating Wchi, I also spat, so weak that he couldn't even withstand a blow, and yet he dared to speak like that. If he couldn't afford these skins, don't have the audacity to act like that. Besides, he's thinking of murder and robbery. Pain and ferocity alternated on Gucci's face. He glared at me with an extremely dark look. "Do you dare attack me?" he said, screaming in a piercing shriek. "People of the Red Snake Clan, kill them all. Once they're eliminated, all this salt and these hunters will be ours." What stage are we at? It's not even clear if you'll be able to survive. "Are you still thinking about stealing?" he said. And with a wave of his hand, all 30 Xian clan warriors were present. They all took a step forward and raised their bamboo spears. They wiped the tips of their spears, exposing them. Then, less than 20 meters away, they threw their bamboo spears in unison. The bamboo spears flew like meteorites and struck down nearly 20 members of the Red Snake Clan. Cries of pain echoed incessantly. Wchi, startled and pale, was about to scream, but he was knocked to the ground with a kick. The Xian clan members once again raised their bamboo spears and headed toward the animal skin. I prepared to throw again. I waved my hand to signal the Xian clansmen not to take action. I shouted loudly to Zhengda. Without waiting for Wuqi to get up, everyone looked at the fallen Niaochi. Without waiting for Wuqi to stand up, I directly shouted loudly toward Xiongda. "Leader Xiongda, will the agreement between our clans still stand?" Xiongda hadn't yet reacted to all these changes. He instinctively cried out, "Of course, let him continue." But now this group from the Red Snake Gang, out to steal your bear skin and my salt, now they want to murder and steal, which is what we're supposed to do. "What do we do?" Xiongda finally reacted, with some panic on his face. He thought about the great strength of the Red Snake Clan and what would happen if he angered them. It would undoubtedly bring endless trouble to the Black Bear Clan. It might even result in total destruction. In a moment, he was caught in a dilemma. He added, "Today, he could fight you over a bit of salt. Tomorrow, he could kill like he does with the Wild Wolf Clan, as if they were going to murder and rob his Black Bear Clan." A word woke the dreamer. Xiongda immediately understood the gravity of the situation and said, through gritted teeth, "Then let's kill." Saying this, he waved his hand. 50 members of the Black Bear Clan gathered together. They advanced, armed with sticks. They stared coldly at the people of the Red Snake Clan. "You, the Black Bear tribe, need to think carefully," someone shouted loudly. "You have angered our Red Snake Clan. The Black Bear Clan can now look forward to its destruction." This time it's not just the Black Bear tribe. Even Xiang hesitated. He looked at me indecisively. I didn't respond to Xiongdae either. I just looked at the warriors of the Xian clan. "If anyone dares to threaten to exterminate my Xian clan, what will you do?" All the warriors of the Xian clan shouted in unison,
Kill him! Then I smiled and looked at Xiangdae. Xiangdae, you're also the leader of a clan. Are you really gonna let yourselves be threatened by some little shit from another clan? Xiangda felt wounded, holding his breath, his eyes reddening. The people of the Black Bear clan were already shouting and charging forward. These people want to destroy our entire tribe. Kill them. At the same time, he stared intently at the person who had threatened him earlier. Pointing the knife at him, he shouted, "I'm going to kill you today, you little fool!" Without waiting for me to give orders to the Jan, the Black Bear clan people are already shouting and rushing forward. Oh wow, I was stunned for a moment. This guy is tough, he's going hand to hand. I was a little helpless and just wanted to instigate. The Black Bear clan and the Red Snake clan broke off relations. Then, from here, I'll attack with a bamboo spear. I didn't expect this guy to be so easily incited. The previous sentence simply finished shouting the slogan. The next sentence was direct. With no other option, I could only signal the IH. I signaled them to raise their spears to join the battle. Fortunately, at this moment, the number of Black Bear clan members was equivalent to that of the Red Snake clan. Furthermore, the Black Bear clan's morale was high, while the Red Snake clan was bewildered. At that moment, 30 Xian clan warriors joined the battle. They immediately brought the situation under control. The rest were either killed or seriously wounded. About 30 were lightly wounded, and about 10 were seriously wounded. Those who weren't wounded were so scared they didn't dare. There were also 5 or 6 who were moving. 2 members of the Black Bear clan had died, and around 10 were injured. Compared to the Red Snake clan, JD had won by a landslide. In the Xian clan, 3 people were injured, but no one ant that W. If Entente held the bone knife in one hand and threw, spitting on someone's neck, "Your father, the bear, stop yelling at me!" I couldn't help but laugh and cry. This guy seems to be quite oppressed by the Red Snake clan. I couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Holding a knife, he's torturing him. Cheyenne is scary towards her clan. I wiped the blood off my face. Damn her father, the bear. Turns out the Red Snake clan is also a coward. So leader Xiangdae, have all the wounded come here and line up. I'm coming to heal them. Does he know how to heal? A look of surprise appeared on his face. Then he had the wounded gather together. For them, being able to heal so many at once was a miracle. It was a miracle. Especially after nearly 20 minutes of healing. The injured members of the Black Bear clan, including Xiangda. The wound has already healed and will not endanger their lives. Respected great chieftain. He handed Xiangdae a long bone knife. Kneel on one knee with one hand raised. Thank you for saving us. As long as you are willing, your Shifian clan will always be friends with our Black Bear clan. I smiled and nodded. Here are the 3 flasks of salt, along with the 30 bone knives I mentioned earlier, and the 30 stone clubs are also yours. I also pulled out the meter-long bone knife that was stuck in the ground. He handed Xianda a long bone knife. This ivory knife and all the Red Snake clan weapons here. They now belong to you, Black Bear clan. Xianda was completely excited. Even the entire Black clansman behind him was completely euphoric, because the weapons carried by these people of the Red Snake clan, with the bone knives and clubs, totaled more than 70. In case of need, 5 bone knives or 5 prey can be exchanged for a young man from another tribe. That's the same number of bone knives and stone clubs. JD equals the 2 members of your tribe you've lost. Naturally, I know this, but I never fought again for these weapons. First, because these weapons don't interest me at all. Second, it was to compensate for the losses inflicted on the Black Bear tribe by the evil spirit. But I'm not a good person. However, I don't want to do anything against my conscience either. By handing over these weapons, I don't have to feel pressure inside. Zeta Important only wants to do it through the handing over of weapons. To win the hearts of the Black Bear tribe. To lead the Black Bear clan towards the Hifian clan. Respected Grand Chief, if Odanda scratched his head, what shall we do with these people from the Novo Salvaje clan? Then I remembered there were about 10 members of the Wild Novo clan left. They were captured by the Red Snake clan members. What do you think we should do? Respected Grand Chief, the relationship between the Novo Savage clan and our tribe is very good. 2 clans are asking each other to marry, so you might consider freeing them. It turns out to be the tribe of aunts, uncles, and cousins, I exclaimed in my heart. No wonder this guy got nervous upon seeing the Savage Novo clan. These few people were so tense. I waved my hand. Since I have a relationship with their Black Bear clan, it's so good. Then let's let them go. Xianda immediately exclaimed in surprise. Thank you, Great Chief. Then,
He ordered the people of the Black Bear clan to untie those of the Wild Wolf clan. About 10 people from the Novo Salvaje clan have regained their freedom. Come to me together, raise your hands, and kneel on one knee. Respected Grand Chief, please accept our gratitude from the Novo Salvaje clan. I wave my hand. You guys are coming to the trade market too, let's see what you have. After a while, one of them stands up and introduces himself as the leader. I'm the leader of the Wild Wolf tribe. My name is Yehui. We brought 50 furs. I want to trade you a can of salt. But we didn't expect these furs. The Red Snake clan people were captured. I unexpectedly waved my hand. These are the ones you use for trading. The home fur is still yours. I don't even know we've killed so many people from the Red Snake clan today. These furs will belong to our family, Jean. How about that? And Ellie was surprised, then bowed again. Respected Grand Chief, you are truly very kind. Our entire Novo Savage clan also considers you our friend. I signaled the IH to continue the trade. I began to think about how to profit from this, to lure the two clans toward the end. I thought back and forth and suddenly sighed. I didn't know we had killed so many people from the Red Snake clan today. Will their clan members come to take revenge? Just this sentence. Suddenly, the Black Bear and the Wild Wolf tribesmen were brought back to reality. Clearly, both clans were thinking about the dire consequences. At the same time, I kept saying in my heart, Gironde, do me a favor and ask for my help. This time, I brought 50 cavalry and more than 20 wolves. All of them can lead to the total destruction of that Red Snake clan. But the Black Ozo clan leader and Wai Lai only had worried expressions. They looked as if they wanted to speak but didn't dare open their mouths. I looked at them, worried too, but I couldn't show it. You can't show it openly, you can't say it clearly. At that moment, a voice came. Black Bear and Wild Wolf. Oh, and you're from the Hylian clan, right? The Red Snake clan will surely kill all of your members. All of you are going to die. Everyone looked at W. Chi, who was recovering. Xiongdai and Gali's faces instantly turned pale. They stood up, terrified and trembling. So I signaled to Li H. Li H, he wants to kill the people of our Jishian clan. Li H was stunned. But then he reacted. He grabbed a bone knife and lunged at W. Chi. Damn it, call your father, you stupid bear. I'll kill you first. Poor W. Chi, who had barely woken up, had just been stabbed in the chest, killing Li H. At that moment, Li H asked me with a worried expression on his face. The great chief didn't expect me to come to the market this time. Besides, we've offended a great clan like the Chihyo. What should we do? Deep down, I admired the IH's insight, but on the surface, I spoke harshly. Anyway, we've already offended them. The worst that can happen is that we bring people to attack their tribe. With the strength of our Hylian family, if we could have more people, even with 100 people, I'm confident we'll defeat them. The speaker doesn't mean it, but the listener pays attention. Xiang Da of the Black Bear clan's eyes lit up, and he turned to look at me. Respected Great Chief, if our Black Bear and Wild Wolf tribes join forces with you, could they defeat the Chijo clan? The embarrassment on my face gradually faded and turned into a smile. Finally, I'm sure. Yes, if I hadn't tried so hard to drag them into the water, these two clans would surely wait to be destroyed again. Or perhaps it's like cutting meat with a dull knife. These two clans would surely wait to be destroyed again. The Xian clan has no more than 200 or 300 warriors. The problem is, I'm thinking about the Black Bear tribe's copper mine. I'm also thinking about finding wives for the clan's bachelors. Plus, I'm thinking about taking advantage of this opportunity to recruit 2 loyal little brothers. At this moment, I regained my composure and smiled, looking towards Oranda. You should know this too. A few days ago, the 8 of us were able to dominate. The GL clan and the Anshong clan are both ranked 7 or 8. I also have ways to get beasts to help me in the fight. If Anda now has brighter eyes and nods quickly. Meanwhile, Wai Li of the Nova Wild clan was also there. He looked towards the wave with an expression of confusion and doubt. So Sianda mentioned what happened a few days ago on the prairie. Everything that happened was mentioned once, and he bowed in respect. Respected Great Chief, may I ask if you can really make the wolf packs fight for you? I thought it was foolish to make them do something. I always offer prey as a reward, but my face still showed a calm, carefree smile. Just a small smile. At this moment, Wai Li's expression transformed into one of deep shock. With a look on his face, he muttered to himself. It turns out that what the Great Chief said was true. I can restore my Wild Wolf clan to its former glory.
the messenger of the wolf god really does exist. The others, like Liaxie, Suofeng, and Qng Ya, sneered. What does it mean to make wolves obey? Our great chief can even control thunder leopards and make armor dragons obey. However, they spoke in such low voices that no one could hear. This time, our 3 clans are in the middle of a friendly exchange at the market. It's the Red Snake clan that's come to plunder our 3 clans. They're also threatening to kill all our members. To protect our people, we must go to the Red Snake clan. Respected Grand Chief, since we must go to the Red Snake clan, how shall we do it? Some of the people I brought are still on the prairie. I can send someone to look for them. In total, there are 58 of us. Xianda was thrilled. You, with just 8 people, defeated over 70 others. If we have more than 50 people this time, we'll definitely win. These people are more than enough to face the warriors of the Red Snake clan, but the other men of your tribe may have to be the ones to take care of it. This isn't a problem. Our Black Bear clan warriors aren't weak either. Let's add the men of the new Savage clan to stand up to those unmarried men. It's no problem at all. Okay then, now go back. I'll be here waiting with my men from the Hylian clan, and then we'll go together to the Red Snake clan. However, Wave said directly, Big Chief Trademark, we need 3 days to get here. The Red Snake clan is also south of our tribe. It has been too long since we came last time. It would be best if you escorted us directly through the clan. I'll call the tribe members, and then we'll go to the clan to gather the people. Then we'll go to the clan together. Xian Dai, at this moment, was speaking with reason and logic. Clearly, they had already had some idea about the Red Snake clan for a long time. I frowned, thought carefully, and nodded. And I know that I and the others will take the bearskins and the copper ore, take it and bury it in the forest that we have to go through to return. As for digging holes and burying things, the people of Xi'an are already familiar with what they are doing. Then, in front of everyone, I whistled to call the others there. Thus, 50 clan mounts and 25 wolves appeared before them. I just watched the clansmen and felt frozen inside. I never thought that beasts could be so obedient. They could carry people, and even when they saw the sharp horns of a moose, they could already imagine that whoever was attacked by such a beast would be severely gutted. The Z wolf pack was astonished, because when 2 or 3 dozen wolves appeared around them, they were surrounding the Xi'an clan members. Among them, 5 wolves leaped around me, wagging their tails. They were undoubtedly the messengers of the wolf god, and I looked back at the few remaining clans. I discovered that in their eyes, there was a terrifying shadow. After organizing everything, I raised my hand and left. Thus, a group of more than 100 people, some with birds and others with wolves, quickly crossed the jungle and passed through a cleared area. Along the way, I looked at the vegetation around me, and I glimpsed some plants that could be transplanted, edible or medicinal. I discovered that along the way, there was also much to remember in silence. The closer we got to the land surrounding the Black Bear clan, the wetter the terrain became. The ground was even somewhat slippery. The group finally arrived at the Black Bear tribe. The Black Bear tribe's residence is similar to the Hisensian family's previous residence. It's either a cave or a thatched house. Seeing more than 100 people suddenly arrive near their tribe, the Black Bear tribe instantly fell into panic, because they had never seen the warriors of the Xi'an clan riding horses. Fortunately, Xian Dai appeared in time and stopped the panic. He brought 120 people from the Black Bear clan. He then led the members of the Hylian clan to those of the Black Bear clan. By the time they reached the Novo Savage clan, it was already nightfall. There was no choice but to spend the night at the Novo Savage clan. That night, the wolf pack he led prowled around the tribe. In one direction, the wolves howled non-stop, which made the members of the Wild Wolf clan stop and watch. Because of this, the great chief of the Wild Wolf clan sought me out during the night. He spoke to me, asking if I could spare some wolves for his tribe, and said they could offer things from their tribe in return. I flatly refused. One reason is that the 30 wolves are the Wolf King's soldiers. Besides, they're like his own. It took all-out effort to tame them. However, after seeing the simple folk customs of the Wild Wolf tribe, and how the tribe members were dressed in rags, finally, I couldn't resist promising that I wouldn't need those 50 furs. Then, I told Wai Li and the others to go to the market and retrieve them. As for the salt, it can be considered a gift from the Hethion family. The great chief of the Wild Wolf clan expressed his gratitude. Z then sighed with a somber expression. He said he felt sorry for the former chief of the Wild Wolf clan. The Wild Wolf tribe failed to expand. As a result, the number of Wild Wolf Clan members dwindled. Now we've reached the point where we're being slaughtered at will by the Red Snake Clan. Deep down in my heart, I felt something about the harvest. It has become more concrete regarding my younger brother. The next morning, under my leadership, the Black Bear and Wild Wolf clans, the TF troops of the three clans imposingly headed towards the Red Snake Clan. At this point, we have finally arrived at the site of Quan Chekao. Then, at my signal, 200 people found a nearby place to hide. Then, under my signal, we stealthily approached the Clunch Echo. It guided them to secretly surround the Red Dragon tribe. After a while, the exploration ended. Then we returned along the same road to the main troops. I looked around at those present and asked, "How's the road?" Xiang Deluxia confused. I wasn't surprised at all, but I looked at Liu Yanzu. The two frowned and thought. Liu spoke first. There's a river south of the Qijiao tribe, and they have no defenses there. On the other three sides, there are flat areas. But to the east, there's a large thorn forest. So if we want to attack them, we can do so from the west and the north. Anso nodded. I think there are also some bushes we can attack from the west. It makes it easier for us to hide and advance stealthily. Besides, there are too many thatched houses in their tribe. If the mounts are thrown inside, they won't run fast. I nodded gratefully. Good. The big bear looked at us too, and I looked at him. I couldn't understand what they were saying. Respected chief, we're all here now. We shouldn't launch an attack directly on your tribe, so just plunder. The other also agreed. You have such powerful beasts. If we ride them, who can stop us? I, on the other hand, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all, we're few in number. These montages really came straight out of the gate. They can't run within the tribe. The two of them wanted to say something else, so I raised my hand to indicate. If you don't want your members to suffer unnecessary casualties, do as I say. The two immediately fell silent. If there were no deaths, who wouldn't want to defeat the Chikao tribe? I looked up at the sky, but it's already nighttime. When we hide and finish them off, the sky should be darkening soon. If Aota showed a panicked expression, if it darkens, it will be harder to attack them. I smiled and shook my head. If night comes, it will be easier. Why? Aota asked in confusion. Then you'll know. In short, you two clans have so many. People are looking for a place to hide near here. If they don't come, you don't have to worry. If they do, you defend yourselves directly with the weapons you have. Well, Zhao Dai and the other exchanged a glance and nodded seriously. They don't need to directly confront the people from the Qihao department. They just need to hide here and strike from the shadows. Even if they are cowards, they won't lack the courage to do that. This wolf's name is Du. Yes, they are. Someone is trying to escape around here. I'll have her come and warn you. Remember what she looks like. Besides, these 20 wolves are lying in ambush on your side. You don't have to worry about them. At the crucial moment, they'll act. Yes. Swanda also nodded in response. Next, I led the warriors of the Hinajian home team from north to northwest. We then took a detour west and reached the western edge of Qijiao department. We quietly approached the outskirts of Qijiao department. Within 100 meters, we had a wide field of vision. How's it going? Great, boss. Lin is eager to act. At this moment, all the members of the Xian family have already taken their horses to the side. They are staring intently at the Qijiao department in front of them. They are just waiting for my order. Don't rush it. Bei is bringing those two prisoners to kill them. Their job is to guide us and keep us from going down the wrong path, now that they're no longer of any use. Let's make the most of what's left of them. Then, I took Sofendi and Kimu. We walked safely toward the Qijiao apartment, carrying the two STs. I saw a few people moving among the thatched houses. It must be said that the Qijiao tribe is a large tribe built by water. There are no mountains or forests to offer protection in the surroundings. They are all thatched houses. At first glance, there appear to be about 200 or 300 houses. This demonstrates their confidence. The people of the Qichuo clan look at the three mounted beasts, who are riding towards their clan. Surprisingly, there is no panic among the other clans upon seeing the beast mounts. Rather, they seem to look towards us with some caution. There were also people who quickly headed toward the clan's straw huts. Clearly, they were there to report. To everyone, I continued riding my horse. I moved forward and reached the vicinity of the Red Dragon tribe. First, I let go of the reins and shouted, "Oh, oh, oh!" The words, have many meanings in a primitive society. They can be celebrations, encouragements, war cries, and so on. There is an additional meaning that is rarely used: provocation. It is evident that the provocation is very clear.
After shouting the sound of Y in the Chico clan, dozens of people suddenly appeared. I smiled coldly and signaled Sofeng and Inmu to act. Sofeng and Inmu approached, each holding a street, throwing them directly at the Red Dragon tribe through the barrier. Someone in the small clan exclaimed in surprise, "It's Ma Ye. This is Niao Xiao. How did those two die?" "Quick, go inform the big boss that someone has killed Ma Ye and Wu Xiao." And again, I beat my chest and stomped on the horse's saddle. A look that isn't afraid of death. Oh. At that moment, Sofeng and Inmu immediately understood. They also started shouting like me. All three of them shouted, "Oh," in unison. The clans had arrived at the Red Dragon tribe. They immediately began shouting furiously, "Kill them and kiss Mei and Wu Jiao." Before they could leave the tribe, someone suddenly shouted, "R! The great chief has arrived." He had barely finished speaking when an old man with a cane quickly approached. What he was wearing wasn't beast hide. It was a large skull of an unknown beast. His cane was a black stick. On top of it, there were 1 or 2 fists. What he was wearing wasn't beast hide. It looked truly shocking. He looked at the two lying on the ground. The members of Chico's tribe suddenly raised their heads. A dark malice shone in their eyes. "It was you who killed my countrymen. I don't feel like explaining. I was the one who killed them. Come kill me then." JD's arrogance. However, the chief of the Chico tribe still didn't give the order to attack immediately. Instead, he narrowed his already small eyes. His eyes glowed with a poisonous, almost tangible light. "Why did you kill them?" I was slightly surprised and sighed. It seems like those who want to rely on Chico's tribe are doing it simply. Obviously not. At that moment, Sofeng asked in a low voice, "Big boss, how can we outwit them?" I frowned, thought for a moment and said, "Mocking is like insulting. If they bother us, we insult them. We just want them to want to kill us right away." Saying this, I smiled and shouted, "You, the Red Dragon tribe, have plundered us. You think you're stronger than us and want to annihilate our entire tribe. I can kill one. Anyway, you haven't forgiven us." As expected, the Red Dragon tribe chief narrowed his eyes again after hearing this. "And the red bird?" I pretended not to know and shouted at the top of my lungs, "What do I care about your red balls? If you kill my countrymen, I'll fight with you. Wait, I'll be outside your tribe, blocking the way. Let one come and I'll kill him." I put on an enthusiastic performance, not forgetting to gesture to Ingmu and Sofeng. Ingmu was stunned and still didn't react. However, Sofeng was the first to understand and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Against me, you must kiss me. I will kill all of your Chikao tribe. I alone will blow them away." "Oh, God," I exclaimed in my heart. Where did he learn this phrase? Inkamu was stunned, feeling completely blank. Then, he gritted his teeth and shouted in imitation of Sofeng, "Against me too, I'll blow them away." The members of the Chikao tribe glared at each other, gritting their teeth. They looked anxiously at their great chief, though they didn't understand what "making you fly" meant, but they knew that JD wasn't a good word. "Great chief, we must kill them. They hang their skins on the tribe's masts to dry to the sound. Great chief, they killed our relatives, we must kiss them." The crowd was filled with indignation. At this moment, the chief of the Chikao tribe also grew enraged by the provocations. He stood up and paced back and forth. It was evident that he was weighing his anger against reflection. I saw him like this and screamed at the top of my lungs. I wanted to break his big boss's neck and pee on his head, and then I'd use the bones to make a knife. Sofeng, at the appropriate moment, grinned from ear to ear. Yes, peeing to make a bone knife. And he added, "What to do if it is so small that you can't bite it?" I'm responding. "Then we'll break that leader's neck. By the way, who's their leader? Come out, I want to break your head." Sofeng laughed strangely. He's probably hiding and doesn't dare come out. The chief of the Chijiao tribe seemed unable to bear it any longer. He suddenly turned around, his eyes wide and furious. His gray hair whipped around like a mad lion's. "Men of the Chijiao tribe, kill these 3 of me. Skin them and muscle them." Then, one by one, the members of the Chikiao clan raised their weapons and ran away. I had a defiant and reckless appearance. I shouted loudly toward the Chikiao clan chief, "Old man, aren't these few people enough?" Saying this, I pulled out an animal skin pouch I was carrying on my back. I knotted it and turned it inside out. Without waiting for the Chikiao clansmen to approach, the stones flew like meteors. They hit someone directly in the face. That man fell backward, his face covered in blood. He looked at me through gritted teeth. On one side, Sofeng and Ying, seeing this too, took their waves and started throwing stones. With so many people from the Chikiao clan running, how could they defend themselves from these small stones? In an instant, 2 more men fell. The people of the Chikiao clan were completely enraged. Almost instantly, one by one, they were upon us. Bloodshot eyes and stiff necks, they rushed forward. Kill these 3 people. Let them know the fate of those who come to boast to my Chikiao tribe. So the 3 of us turned around at the same time. The lead horse quickly headed toward the Hylian family's ambush. As we turned around, I still remember moving forward. The Chijiao tribesmen jeered and laughed. "You bunch of useless fools, tell me if you can catch up. I'll beat you alone. The Chijiao warriors have succeeded. I'm going to kill you, boys." They came one by one, armed with bone knives and stone clubs, shouting. With that attitude, there will be nothing left of those 3. They won't calm down. In an instant, more than half the 100 meters were covered. Those following behind were no less than 200 meters behind, and each one carried a bone knife and a stone club in his hands. I quickly glanced back and saw this. A group of people were pushing forward with their necks craned. With a cold smile on my lips, I shouted loudly, "Shoot!" At the same time, the 3 of us quickly crouched down on the horses' backs. I hadn't finished speaking when nearly 50 bamboo arrows flew past us like shooting stars. They shot straight toward the Chijiao clan members running behind. The sound of bamboo arrows penetrating flesh mingled with heart-rending screams. I had never seen bamboo arrows before. The Chijiao clan warriors were taken aback. Instantly, between 30 and 40 of them fell wounded. The crowd immediately panicked. The person at the front, in a Z, instantly slowed down. The extreme arrogance was immediately quelled. At that moment, I brought the north wind. They turned their horses' heads again. Each one took his bow and arrows, and they shot arrows toward this group of people. At the same time, Liu and the others were already riding horses. The sound of horses echoed throughout their session. The Xian cavalry began to move. Each of them held a bamboo spear pressed against their abdomens. They charged head-on toward the Chijiao tribe. The members of the Chikiao clan finally panicked. They ran back without a care for themselves. They didn't even care for their wounded comrades. However, it was already too late. The speed of horses was nothing humans could compete with. Before they could even run a few steps, the Jingyan family's horsemen had already arrived from behind, chasing them. Each one was holding a bamboo spear, aiming at those people with their backs unprotected. They made a series of inaccurate charges. It was just a wave of arrows, followed by a charge of horses. More than 90 members of the Chikiao clan had already been killed or wounded, watching as the few who remained barely ran towards the tribe's fence. I narrowed my eyes and, without hesitation, screamed loudly. I covered my ears. Then I reached out and grabbed the thunder-roaring horse by the neck. Ule Bao suddenly stood up. He opened his mouth and let out a scream. The sound echoed throughout the land, shaking hearts. Although Liu and the others covered their ears in time, even the horses and mounts had already covered their ears. Still, they couldn't help but tremble on their horses. Even the Xian cavalry horses were that terrified. Not to mention the Chichu clan warriors who were less than 30 meters away. They had already been hit by a storm of fury from the Xian family, which had left them in a state of panic. So, when the one called Leopa let out that sudden scream, the vast majority of them were so frightened that their legs shook and they fell to the ground. Not only them, but even the members of the Chicho clan, who were nearby, also turned pale with fear and retreated. I seized the opportunity and suddenly shouted, "Kill them!" Liu and the others barely managed to react. Gritting their teeth, they urged their mounts forward, wielding their spears once more. Clearly, the Jijian cavalry was also affected by the call. Lightning Leopard's influence slowed their speed. Even so, they still managed to arrive before those lying on the ground. They rushed to the front before crawling toward the tribe. They set about harvesting those who remained with gunfire. At least 50 more people were killed outright. The remaining 30 or so, looking around, realized they were all members of their own tribe. "I don't even have the courage to crawl back to the tribe. Don't you dare move." They allowed the members of the Hylian tribe to tie them up. From beginning to end, the chief of the Chikiao tribe was there, watching this scene from afar in the crowd. Although it wasn't clear, he already understood what had happened. It was only half an hour. The Chikiao tribe members suffered around 140 deaths and 50 injuries. More than 20 people were captured. Everyone in the Chikiao tribe was terrified, looking at their great chief. The chief of the Chikiao tribe suppressed his inner fear and shouted in a firm voice, "Don't be afraid, everyone, cover your ears. Warriors of the clan, come out everyone. There are enemies coming to plunder." I had Liu and the others fire 2 more sets of bamboo arrows. They also wounded 3 or 4 dozen red dragons. But the clan members were unlikely to accomplish any more feats. Because the clan chief soon realized the power of the bamboo arrows, he made the clan people crouch behind the fence. Seeing this, I could only allow the Xian knights to retreat with these prisoners, to prevent more than 200 enemies from charging towards us, to avoid unnecessary losses. The clan Qiu is undoubtedly a large tribe, and its response speed is swift, especially that clan chief. He's a very cunning man. Seeing the power of the bow and arrow, he didn't give in to despair over the large number of wounded and dead from the clan. "You're so confused that you want to fight me to the death. The fence isn't high. I can even see through it. I can see where they're hiding, especially when you look inside the Qiu group, where there are more than 200 men armed with bone knives and sticks. That is to say, the Hiflian horsemen who charged earlier were not all warriors. Even if it's a direct confrontation, I must further reduce the number of people. Otherwise, I can't guarantee there won't be any casualties." This is how I faced the members of the Qiu, until the daylight began to fade, in front of the red dragon Kwasik. "Instruct Liu and Anzu to continue facing your people. Leave Du Dao Dao and Dai Mei behind." And I headed north with Suo Feng and the other 3 wolves. Now the situation has truly played out. As I predicted, the people of the Red Dragon tribe remained in their tribe and refused to leave. So we can only act at night. I carried the icy wind near Xiongda and the others' hideout, taking the black bear and wild wolf departments with it. Seeing me, the 2 of them asked anxiously, "What happened, big boss?" I gestured to IU to tell them the details. Upon learning that the 50 cavalrymen directly killed around 140 to 50 members of the Chihao tribe, the 2 were so shocked they couldn't speak. "What should we do now?" Jiantian asked. "Let's wait until nightfall." I smiled mysteriously. "When the time comes, just follow what I tell you." Finally, night fell. Throughout the Chijiao tribe, scattered fires could be seen. Clearly, the chief of the Chijiao tribe was afraid of being discovered in the dark. He had his people put out the fires. I don't care about that. Taking with him the Department of Black Bears and the Department of Wild Wolves, naturally approaching the Department of Chichao. Then I had a bonfire lit there. It made it clear there were people here. At the same time, I had Sofen return, and I gave some instructions to Liu. Shortly after, Liu also approached the Chihao clan and lit a bonfire. The 2 bonfires were only about 30 meters apart. They were so close that if someone within the Chihao clan spoke even a little louder, everyone could hear them. They can hear if they speak loudly. The big boss has 2 groups of people? What should I do? Who has Uchi looted outside? How did they provoke such a group of people? Upon hearing these cries of alarm, at that moment, I let out a howl to the sky. "Oh no!" Just at that moment, a group of wolves that had been hiding in the jungle came running out, responding to my call. Suddenly, the entire Chijiao group became alarmed. "Chief, the wolves have arrived." "Since when have there been wolves near our tribe? Where did those wolves come from?" Clearly, the Chijiao clan began to panic. I continued to let out my howl to the sky. "Aku!" The wolves responded quickly, and then, one after another, passed by the campfire. The shapes of the attacking wolves were projected through the firelight. Their shadows stalked over the thatched houses of the Chikiao department not far away. The shadows were blurry and tall, although you couldn't clearly see how big they were. As the wolves passed one after another by the campfire, the spaces of light and shadow indicated their number. There were only 25 wolves, but they created the illusion of more than 100. For while I was howling and communicating with the pack of wolves, I made them turn around from the darkness and run once more. After 4 or 5 hearings and comings, the people of the Chikiao department were already calm. Because it wasn't far away, you could even hear the people from the Chikiao department, the chief, giving orders to the force. "Don't worry, we have fences. They can't get in, but there are too many wolves." Damn it, how could they bring wolves to help them? At that moment, the big bear still didn't realize what I wanted to do. I couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Big boss, are we from or not?" I said softly. "Don't rush, just wait for a good show." The wolf pack had already passed. Then, I howled for them to gather in the darkness. 25 wolves gathered in the darkness. A pair of green eyes were peering into the small clan, not to mention how the Red Dragon group felt. Just with these people from the current black bear group and the wild wolf group, they knew these wolves were their allies. It also sent shivers down their spines. I then let Jelly lead his people. To their east, another bonfire was lit not far away. At the same time, I began ordering the wolf pack to approach the boy clan. In the darkness, the wolves began moving steadily north of the boy clan, howling incessantly. But the Chicago apartment was already on the verge of madness. The noises inside grew louder. At that moment, he didn't understand what was happening. The big bear watched carefully in the darkness. Suddenly, he realized the wolves were no longer howling. Even the shadows running in the darkness had disappeared. While he was still wondering what was happening, suddenly, a sound like thunder echoed inside. "There are wolves! Where are the wolves? Help me!" Suddenly, the Chicago apartment became a complete mess. Everywhere there were cries of wolves, of fear and pain. He was smiling broadly, but had no intention of acting. The big bear was anxious. "Big boss, aren't we gonna act now?" Smiling, I said, "No rush, wait a little longer." Inside the Chicago apartment, everything was in chaos. I shouted to Liu from a distance, "Liu!" Then, the Hepon family riders began to shout, "Oh, oh, oh," in unison. Suddenly, a sound echoed in the darkness of the night. At that moment, Sion Das felt even stranger. He didn't know why they were only letting Liu act, and it was then that I bravely picked up a log. Hidden in the darkness of the crowd, slowly approaching the Red Dragon tribe,